Good morning. Good morning. Apologize. Had to take care of some business, but we're going to get right to the news. It's going to be a big day today. Get my glasses. Where my glasses at? Okay. All right. We're going to get right to the desktop.
That's how high up we got right there. So I'm going to take some out. I do not like how PLTR.
Bill's already started on their end. So I don't know. I read the news on the ATF or the ETF.
5, I believe, on that move. But
and I don't know why it's not. Why I'm having buffering issues. I hope I'm not buffering with you guys. I really don't like it. Let's see here. Let's see. So Bitcoin is on the rise. It seems like we've gotten to a slight decline on our Ethereum network. We're working on Ethereum. We brought the account back up. We were able to bring it back up from negative 22 cents. So if that doesn't tell you that the strategy works, you just have to be able to handle the psychological part about it. I don't know what happened
here,
to these
everything
guys.
is starting to fall back in, but not Google, man. Google right now is $2 in the money and still ripping up, man. We're long at 142 on that one as it's starting to take out highs. I wrote down we may have to take out that 143, and that's gone now, 144 and a quarter. Palantir's back down to a reload spot. Let's just buy it here, and then just admit that there's something wrong right now with that. You're right about Bitcoin. It is falling down to 47.6.
Don't even look at a firm. I'm gonna throw up.
If it went to 45, I will throw up as well because I'm at 44.85. But Coinbase is falling off that level. I mean, you can't just tell me don't look at a firm. Oh, okay, that's okay for me.
No, I'm just pissed
What
off.
levels are you at there?
No, that's the one. Whatever. It is what it is. You should never. If you like a stock the best, you should find a way to be in it. But the spread was stupid after that number, so obviously I didn't trade it. It's a little frustrating. So take the L on AMD, but you could have shorted any price on a firm and it would have been absolutely fine. But we're not in it, so let's not. You don't want to dwell on it. I just went to what is next. The other stock that I liked to the south side was Intel. There's the Intel top after the bounce in the future to the pre-market lows. It then wicks the same thing. You know my style of trade. The wick top, short it, give to the high. If I'm looking for the fade off that 16,000 level as well. AMD got to 150.11. I just saw. So it looks like it failed exactly the 150 level. I don't know where I'm getting into a firm. I'm not going to lie to you, but I do want that one to the south side. Oh, and as far as Mara goes, yeah, that one's continuing to tank a little bit here. Got down to 26 even as well. If we reclaim, I missed that short of 27. If we reclaim that 17,000,
these suckers right here are probably going to trigger.
Nvidia's over 550, and also do not want to sleep on Netflix, which we were just talking about. This continues its strength. It broke 500, but I'm not punching that level. It's not Netflix ain't Nvidia. I'm not punching 500 at 930, but I do like the long in Netflix. Let's see it come back down here. If we hold 17,000, I want to look
trade
for a
going to take $1.
All right, we're trying
So
to hold out.
it's going to have to do a $100 movement.
See it right now.
And stop it out, or not. I didn't put any stops, but we'll collect at that $1. We'll just keep collecting dollars
Roblox, new position initiated there on RBLX.
until the market really starts to move, and then we can calculate where we're going to go next.
Exactly. I do want to get out of this one. If we do break too much below, basically VWAP is at 4180. So if we really get moved in on that one, then that's where we will wind up taking the L on that. If that's what winds up happening there on Netflix, on Roblox, but we're long for that right now. We did average back into Palantir. We've taken a little bit out here, but I still like the name, and let's just see if it continues to work here. It's going to be Roblox, it's going to be Palantir up into 74. So let's see if that can get going again on a little bit of a rebuy for this name. I mean, we bought it a couple times and now it's starting to get back to the upside. So we like that play. We also just took another profit on Roblox. Guys, we're $2.50 in the money right now on Google. That one's Palantir, 10 cents in the money on multiple reloads. That's Roblox right now, 25 cents in the money. That's 3 for 3 again right now, and it's 9:35. I hope you're enjoying it. There goes that money dropping back in, man. We're on one, but hey, it's just another day, right?
It is just another day, but every day is a good day, as long as you get a chance to trade. I'm in and out already on Intel. 47.6 to 47.45. It just held the bid down there. Trust me when I tell you there was a bid at 47.40. It's obvious on the chart. It's
see how
glorious.
it's right in between here.
I'm going to give it to that 70.
I want it to go
accidental out of flat,
bam.
but if you get out accidentally,
I
just
know, I
get
might
right
have to
back in the
cancel
same
this
price
one.
because that's what it gives you.
We'll see. I
I'm
don't
still
know.
not going to short the bottom on a firm
Well,
because the
look
market
at-
is flying. We'll let the
look at
market
this
come to me if I'm going
market
to trade
back
that stock.
here.
To the south
You always
side.
wanna
But we
look
do know
left.
what we like to the longs, and one of them is going to be Uber, which already broke out the top. There wasn't a dip. That's the one we've been dipping and
Look for
ripping
some of
the
these
last couple of days on
candles.
consolidations. It's actually just broken
See,
out
I'm
once
getting
again.
big
So I have the
candles.
63 marked off. We hold a bit above
There's
there. I
only
do like the longs.
bear.
In that particular name, and then back over to NFLX, Netflix. Not
Color
much of a
change.
dip, but it's back through 500 even.
Narrow.
I think we
So
can
that
see
was narrow.
Netflix is obviously pretty strong here today. That goes
Yeah.
without saying.
That's
Affirm,
wide.
it's not even at $43 yet.
Well,
so
not
I'm not thinking about
anymore.
Affirm short. And yes, for those that asked, I am on the bid of Fisker again at $1. If it gets there, I'll know.
Google, unos, dos, tres now. $3 in the money on Google. We just got out another piece there on Roblox up there at 40. So this name working out. Not liking how much this name's pulling back a little bit, but that's that. We also got some more out there as Palantir ripped through VWAP again. It got to 83.84. This name's not as strong as I thought, guys. So I am going to be starting to exit some of this up here in and around this area as the market could easily pull back in again. We just broke through 17,000. So congratulations, man. I know Neil and I have been talking about this level for a minute. 17,000 right there on the NASDAQ. Google pulling back in a little bit. That 145 could be pretty key up there. Maybe we just take the $3. Let's do that. The market could still fade, man. I mean, I don't know what's going to be happening. Well, you know what? Maybe there is more room to go here. Let's cancel that offer on Google right now and see what happens. We just got into a new position with Apple breaking higher as well. Apple, wow, that name was not beat down for very long, was it? Down up now into 186. We're long here at 186.15 on a pullback. Okay, so Apple's a little weaker today. Not sure what that pullback's all about. We'll start the bidding right here. Watch out for 185.50 to do some damage on the other end of that one. So that's what's happening right now, man. We're just starting to clean up a couple of these trades. It's Google, Rip City, it's Palantir, it's Roblox right now, and the newest position in this guy's portfolio of day trading is going to be Apple with our first target right here at 186. Let's go 40-ish ahead of that VWAP. And with some news, it's Miss A.
Small cap runner on watch here at SealsQ, LAES, the ticker for this one. Float of under 10 mils, about 7.5 million share float here. Yesterday, we didn't have any catalyst for today, but yesterday announcing their preliminary full year 2023 revenue projection of 30 million, and then launching also a semiconductor provisioning service. So keep an eye on LAES, guys.
Just quickly, Neil, I just want to talk about this. I know I was just talking too much, but
So?
Apple's just really, I was just telling to you under my breath that Apple's going to be a problem. Apple just fell in. I'm buying more 185.50s. So I just want to let you guys know I'm putting on double the shares down there that we have right now. So, and then I don't even really have a stop. I didn't really expect this to come in like this rapidly right now, especially with the market kind of hanging out. So just real quick, bear with me if you're on this Apple trade. Like there's this 185.50. So how low do we go here, man? I don't know if I want to trust too much lower than 185. Okay, so if it does continue to break down, this will turn out to be about like an 80-cent hit or so. We'll average it in at 185.50 right there, and then if it just breaks through 185, the stock is broken. So I don't want a piece of it. The market's up quite nicely, and Apple is down. We will try to catch that falling knife, but that's it, man. Just 185, and it's a tap out. We'll be like Dan Severn and tap out.
Dan Severn. That's kicking a little bit old school. You
I
don't see
couldn't
me-
think of anybody else.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, there's so many.
That's fine. I just tapped out on Intel. I'll show you guys Netflix. I played the 500 level. Didn't seem like it wanted to hold. I was long right in front of the 500. There's about $2.50 worth of alpha in there, so I think it was worth the shot, but I need to see it consolidate a little bit more before we go back into that one. Intel was good the first time through. The second time, it breaks back out. So in, back in, and then out. Mara made an attempt first time through to break and then failed it. I was in Netflix at the time, so it is what it is. If I choose to trade Netflix and I choose to trade Intel, then I wasn't on Mara when it took out that top, that triple top that we're talking about. So if it wants to do it, then I just got to find a place to join the trend, which is, it's okay if we can grab it. And as I mentioned, I will be in and out of that TJN. I was taking some longs on the way back in on that one. It's starting to come up. It's a 5-10 deal, so I am favoring longs into about the 470 level. AMD is about to hit that 151, but it's battling the 150 level. I'd much rather go for longs where I like the short. Resistance turning into support is the name of my game, generally speaking, so I want to stick to that. And I'm also offering a couple of stocks that we talked about the last couple of days. When Lucid breaks a low, I try to short up off the bottom of that low. Didn't get it in here, but generally speaking, this is a trade that has worked. Just trying to get this when it breaks the bottom. I think at some point it's usually likely to pick you up in front of VWAP, but it's not happening yet.
Okay, I'm just finally. I'm trying to tag you here, Trader
Holy
Tammy.
shoot, Mark.
Tell me what's happening because I
29?
need some more of this. I need some more smoke right now. All right, Roblox, nice little upside move there. We're waiting for that to go through. Apple, okay, we are reloaded down here, and by reloaded I mean okay, we're just like piling it on right now into Apple. This name, I don't
Coin's
think
about to break the top too.
Coin. Okay, well, we're getting ready to go long on Coin. Oh, 160. Okay, I'm waiting for 160, 150. Look at Bitcoin, man, 48. Hey, man, Fabian, my guy, 48.5 right now. Anybody long some BTC? Holla. That's a nice move to the upside right there on BTC. Okay, honestly, Apple, man, I mean, I am very, very close to just. It's too bad because we'll give our profits back on some of these names as Apple continues to fall down, man. It's 48.5 right now. Mara, I guess, as Neil was mentioning
29.
before, 29 and Rip City, man. Hut 8, we're going to go to Adair in 1 second. Just checking in on some crypto love right now. Hut 8 up to 1348. No idea why it's not loading. It looks like it's up 13%. What's up, A?
Yeah, one more crypto name I want to highlight because it's making new 52-week highs. BITO on the Amex up 5.5% right now and climbing, guys.
Man, that's
Yeah, obviously
It's
these are
crypto
moving
time.
around. We're not really watching the ETS because the equities are kind of giving you better liquidity, better volume, all that good stuff. Mara just broke 29. The high of the day sits right in here on Coin. That's an early trigger.
Did they just announce a Cardano ETF?
I don't think so.
No, they didn't. That's a joke. That's a joke.
I just got an early trigger on Coin, so the first thing I'm going to do is get out half. It did not break the top there, so I don't necessarily want to be in the full boat. But I'll hang on to the other half. I am back into Intel off the 48 level now, so this one, as long as we're underneath 17,000, still sets up. It didn't hold that 47.6 level, but it is holding underneath that pre-market high. So we are back in Intel. This is a name that I've been favoring short for a couple of days now. I like it holding the long term, but unfortunately, it has been a bit of a dog in the chip space. So I'm going to get some out there if it gets back into that 47.6 and then play it by ear.
I was gonna say I was almost gonna tell you on that because I do like Intel short as well, but I right now I have.
And my stops aren't working.
Oh no! Don't say your stops aren't working. That's literally how I survive around here. Okay, so 18. Just you know. The fish we have to fry with Apple are like huge tunas right now because like it's just continuously going to the downside. And honestly, man, I don't even want to second guess the order. This is why I'm watching this. My stop loss is right here at 185. It may be the bottom. It may not. This is not a huge hit. We did not average into it. We're trying to be, well, we did, but we're trying to be disciplined with the amount of shares. I've done the research, man. And when you're wrong, I hear Neil say this all the time, and he's 100% right. It's when you're wrong, you can't be wrong significantly enough, and we talk about what percentage of your portfolio or your day trade amounts that you're going to want to lose on one. Thank you so much, Randy. That you're going to want. These guys want me to buy my Volkswagen guys are now hitting me up for those GTIs again. Like, I don't know. I'll talk to you about that in a minute. I know that's okay. I'm fine with that. I have my I'm Tiptronic now, but
Yeah, exactly.
anyways,
You're used to it.
all right. Damn it, Randy's always, we got the coffee here and I get immediately distracted. But no, Apple, and the idea is risk management, right? And it's like, we saw that it was pretty sick. We saw some levels that we liked. So we're gonna sit here and try to buy the dips. We're out of the money 40 cents and I'm talking like this, but still, it is about risk management. And if this breaks 185, then honestly, we already know that this has been a negative Nancy when the market goes down. So let's wait to see what happens right now with this name. And that's going to be Apple getting all my attention here. So I don't have an out until we get higher. So I'm waiting. This may not be worth the risk because it's the market's falling down and Apple's the sickest of the bunch. So.
Yeah, so when I said my stop didn't go, it didn't fill. That's more the issue on coin. So what's going to happen? I get extra slippage, which is going to annoy me because when I'm long up there, you generally speaking are not going to see me take a breakout.
Sucks.
No, I don't take breakout trades that I give that much room, which is frustrating because then I lose 2x of what I'm expecting to on that trade. Like yesterday, I was able to take 3 hits on a breakout on Meta, but they're all really tight. So it was essentially a third of like NVIDIA. Now this one, on that one failed breakout, is half of what the NVIDIA one was. 3 times I was able to go long Meta on a break without it working. And this time I do worse on the Meta on one break because my stop actually didn't fill. And then I just punched out manually, which ended up saving me an extra, almost a full dollar, an extra dollar on that one. So I'll be happy with it, but not happy. Not happy with the execution, but happy with the fact that I didn't waste any time just punching out manually because it'd be a heck of a lot worse. So Intel is coming back into the downside. It's the only position we have. As I said, I'll be in that buyout. And Fisker, it's at $1. It's kind of a gimmicky trade, but it is what it is. I got the 105 for a little bit. Didn't want to miss it. I'm on the bid at 2s, 3s, and 1s on Fisker, and there is size on the bid. I like this 47.4.
Oh, no.
On Intel, if we break that, I think we get to the low of the day. I'm looking for a consolidation short as well. Order back at the previous pre-market highs. I got to start thinking about 63. If 63 holds on Uber, I might need to be joining this one to long. Did not miss this long the last 2 days. Like, it's given it to you pretty early, and you just have to find a way to get in. Today, I have managed to miss the early move on Uber.
All right, so new position. I will talk about Apple losing that 185, but we just take 20 cents right back on Alibaba. So, like, this is what I'm saying. We did obviously have more shares on Apple, but there's the break lower. I was going to, it's too bad because Adam was like, it's not going to, Apple didn't look good. And I was like agreeing with you. I was agreeing with you guys 10 minutes ago when I was basically like, what are you going to do with it? But I feel like Neil was mentioning there, taking the hit on Coinbase, but then reacting to it, right? And it's like, that's what trading is going to be. You know, we can afford to lose, it was 65 cents. We actually got the out right away. We got 99s or something. It was great. Lots of liquidity there. What I was going to bring up to everybody's attention was that I wasn't sure what to do if it broke 185. So normally, I've kind of had this strategy. But going through 185, we could have smashed it.
49,000.
Yeah, I have it up right here, man. I don't know what to tell you about all of this. Like I said,
Not what I was
joking
expecting.
about all these ETFs other than the one that actually got approved. But look at Coinbase. It's actually doing the opposite of what I thought, to be honest with you. I thought with all this great hoopla and all this news that as Coinbase and as Bitcoin would continue to go up, that maybe, you know, my negativity on Coinbase was unwarranted. But it's still failing, and I don't know why this is zoomed in so much. It's still failing at that 160, the level that you took there, which I thought was going to be along as well. I wrote down 160, 150, but at the same time, Coinbase right now, I'm here to tell you guys, it's definitely not acting the way that probably either one of us thought. So, all right, but someone who has ideas about something right now is Adara over at the desk.
I have some context on Apple. So as of about 5 minutes ago, lots of people reporting here saying that Microsoft has overtaken Apple as the largest public company in the world by market value. So here's Microsoft's chart, and then we do have Apple, as you said, moving to the downside here, guys.
Unpsychological.
We were just talking to each other like, does it really matter? I mean, I was just thinking to myself, like,
They're both great.
it matters because of, like, you lose that story of being the largest
Yeah.
market cap. But, like, I mean, everybody's in all of these names anyways. You own an ETF, you've been trading or investing in anything over the last 20 years. You probably have some Microsoft or Apple love at some point. Whether or not you're in it now, I don't know. But yeah, wow, Microsoft, what the hell? That's at 390? This, like, not being able, this has been, wow, I had no idea Microsoft was at 390. What are we talking about when we're talking about all-time highs here on Softy? Have we overtaken that already? I feel
Tesla broke 230, by the way.
Tesla broke 230. Okay, why don't you go into that, and I'm going to look into see what's up with Microsoft, because this seems to be
A problem?
yeah, we're already way over this. Yeah, this is like, oh my God. I actually, looking at this chart, man, like, no wonder why Microsoft.
I'm
is
looking at
overtaking
mine,
everybody.
and
This is
I'm
insane.
open 5
Like,
positions.
Copilot, Microsoft Copilot is going to be huge, I guess. Like Bing, you actually talked about that the other day, how easy it is now to use ChatGPT because
I use it I have Bing open.
Yeah, I should.
Every single Microsoft.
Why are we bitching about
What the hell
Chrome
do
then?
we
What are
call
we
it?
doing? It's Edge.
No,
yeah, it is Edge.
Edge is the browser. I have Edge open every single day here, and I use that all the time. Anytime I sound really smart with the fact that there's no way Neil actually knew that off the top of his head.
Right.
Like if it's like a rap lyric, like fine, fair enough. Or it's a sports thing, fine, fair enough. Sometimes market related. But if it's random, I probably just ask ChatGPT on a.
Oh yeah,
on my
yeah,
little
yeah,
tool
yeah,
there.
yeah.
I was about to talk about Tesla, but Affirm is now at 42 quarters here, and it's trying to make a higher low. The market just bounced a bit, so I was about to put a trailing stop in. I'm just gonna get out. You know my style of trade, typically try to keep it within the pocket. But it put in, if you look at this break, so 43.20, it goes about 30 cents off the top. So 42 at the bottom, it starts bouncing at that 30-cent mark is usually where I'm like, okay, take the trade out. If it continues lower, I don't think there's usually a problem. I did the same thing on Affirm yesterday and then found another short when it came back to the upside, so it wasn't much of an issue. Intel is headed back down. Getting back down to the 47.3 level. I was in it a couple times, 47.6. The second time stopped out, and then we got back in off of those highs. The second it put a curl in underneath 48, we jumped into the short. Part of that, just for anyone that's wondering, like when you get a top wick like that, some of it is due to the fact that I was glued to the futures failing the 17,000 level. And I think that was a little bit of a coincidental, hey, I wanted to punch long. I was expecting that it could go all the way up closer to 48. It just happened to not. Fisker, I am in this stock, so I will show you. I just saw a big bid at 5s and was like, let me get something in at the 5 level in case it bounces. And Nimit, I was trying to go short Fisker, but I didn't get it. I was trying to go short Lucid. I never got Lucid. Like, this is an order I put in after the fact. I was trying to short Lucid up at the top in front of 360. I was actually on the offer. Like, the 360 levels where it broke down, I was on the offer at 58, and it looks like it filled 57, and there was so many things to be looking at. So, like, I'll be frustrated because, like, this morning it's about the misses for me. I missed a short on Lucid, missed a short on Fisker, missed a long on Uber.
What is Uber's price? Because that's a good long. No?
Yeah, it might be. It's now that it's coming back in. You have to be patient. Like now you're trying to buy the dip in a market which is kind of trending to the downside. That's a tricky thing to do. So I'm not going to overdo it. If we'll get back into an Affirm on the next available pop, Tesla is. That's what I was going to talk about next. Tesla is dying. Well, it's not dying, but it's underneath 230. Tesla failed the 200 period moving average just now. If we can't get back above 231. Like in terms of support levels, 220, sure, 200 psychological. Remember, the trend bottom on Tesla is $170. At least my trend line, anyway. So that's just my trend line. I'm not saying it's going to 170, but I am saying I'd be a buyer at 170 though.
Yeah, I think Tesla, I think you got to let that go a little bit further, like you were mentioning there. There's a lot of negativity around the name. I'm not really convinced on why yet. The EV space has seen a little bit of some down days, as Neil keeps talking about. Fisker, rightfully so, and Lucid, and Rivian. Oh, they're a different story, but I'm just saying the sector, like it's like nothing is getting too much love right there right now. Okay, so just real quick, man, Roblox, we just got a 55 print a couple minutes ago. So like, honestly, that's it. Oh my God. We've been talking about this one, those of you that joined me on the market recap show with the Fibonacci Princess. we've been talking about Roblox for the last couple times, and there are some great levels, drawing fibs from the top to the bottom here, where you could find some possible support in and around a level that I like. I'm trying to tell you every day that there's no way that I'm as smart as anybody that we have on any show. But the thing about it is like I just use this 50-period moving average, but also support and resistance. It seems like we're bouncing off 41, 41.50 right here. I like Roblox. I like the technology there. I like the gaming side of everything. I like the fact that GTA 6 is coming out. Is it the end of this year, 2025? Yeah, so 2025. Okay, so not the end of this year, near the end of this year, into 2025. So, that's Take-Two. Christmas 2025. Geez, okay. We'll wait on buying Take-Two near to there.
2025? Oh, I thought it was way.
Yeah, that's Christmas 2025. That's 2 years, right?
Yeah. Well,
Okay, so
okay, that's not what I thought.
yeah. Fabian's telling me all this kind of stuff. So I'm not talking about putting GTA into Roblox. I was just sort of talking about the video games and all that kind of stuff and how hot sort of that sector's been. We saw ATVI, Microsoft came in and buy it, and we knew. Remember that story, Neil, where Warren Buffett was in there buying ATVI near the bottom because he just knew somehow.
That's the deal.
Yeah. This is part of what you were talking about.
You gotta go to dinner with the right people.
Right, and this is what I was saying about you clarified the market is rigged, and I just said that there are like you mentioned, there are aspects of it, and that would be one of them where you got to know the right people. But at the same point, regulators, I feel like. I don't know if someone's going to come in and buy Roblox, but at the end of the day, I think it's a well-oiled machine over there. They keep on growing their daily active users. The Robux keep on getting more expensive. It's like inflation is hitting Robux right now as well. And
I don't have that problem yet.
Yeah, you will have that problem. And the thing is that Roblox is actually fine. Like
We're safely on Minecraft right now.
Yeah, and Minecraft, yeah, and that's where it starts, my guy. So watch out. Okay, right now, nice take on Google to the high side there. We just bought some 143s. We're long at 143.11 right now on this play. We didn't get out of anything when it went up to 145, by the way. So now that's going to look silly, but we'll wait. We had a small piece anyways. That was ridiculous. I was too obsessed with Apple at that point. But 144 coming in. We'll wait. If this loses 143, I'm going to give this 20 cents. The market's underneath right now. All this talk about Roblox is nice, but let's get back to trading. Like these were under, man. We're under VWAP. We're under the 50-period moving average. It is not Friday yet, and it's not free falling by any stretch of the imagination. The NASDAQ is back to zeros. But just remember, we had a bad CPI print. It was hotter than expected. So the market is digesting that. It seems to be muted right now. What is the ES actually? The ES is down more.
The NASDAQ's
Google's
exactly
going.
flat.
Yeah, okay.
The only thing I want that, because we mentioned Warren Buffett, for anyone that was listening to, the level on Occidental, it bounced off that level. That's all I'm going to say. Anybody that's paying attention to Oxy knows that it crept down to 56, and of course it's up the day after it creeps down there. Because that's how that's how Mr. Buffett, he owns 34% of the stock. I don't know the answer to this question, and maybe, I don't know if ChatGPT probably won't be able to give this one to me, so you guys will have to tell me. When was the last time you saw somebody accumulate like this that didn't eventually own the company? That's all I get. You guys leave it to me. I have no idea, but I'll leave it to you guys. That's what I wanted to say.
I think there's something in Berkshire where they're not allowed.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't. But what are we headed to?
I agree with you.
What's the end game here? What's the end game? Anyways, AMD VWAP. I'll have to be way more patient. I don't think I was very patient with this short. I think that goes without saying. Because if you look at normally the style of trade, that was probably a very clean entry back off of 150. Juxtapose that with Intel, sort of allowing it to get up, show you the wick level, then get in when it shows you a wick. It shows you a top and then get in. So I want to do the same thing here with AMD if I'm even afforded the opportunity. That could be the 149, which is about VWAP as well. Affirm kind of still sucks, so I guess maybe we're looking at a bottom break on Affirm. Oh, and you know what? Remember yesterday on Rivian when it wouldn't break? So Rivian, this time, instead of failing underneath 19, it failed over 19. Rivian was not a good stock yesterday for me. But the premise still stands on Rivian. If it fails this 50 and 200 period simultaneously, I think there's a move to 1770 is your target on that move. That's $1 from here. It's $18 stock, man. If this market wants to fall all over itself, this is a name that I wanted to be in yesterday. If it happened, it's a name I want to be in today. We'll go to Sean before we go.
Yeah, I just want to say something right now because if you guys remember who was on our show not too long ago, Brendo talked. It's Roma Financial right here with a nice little move to the upside, taking out that $2. Nice bottom there, now up to $5, man. It's up 50% right now. Roma starting to go and getting that volume, now 10 million shares. So let's go Roma, let's go over to the desk.
Slightly negative on the day right now after a slightly hotter than expected CPI print earlier today. Overall, a lot of crypto stocks on the move after that spot Bitcoin ETF approval, including GBTC a lot higher after this result. This one actually was touching and making new 52-week highs earlier today, so keep an eye on all of these Bitcoin and crypto related names. We also have Netflix to the upside on a couple of positive catalysts. For one, Variety reporting that their Netflix's ad tier now has over 23 million monthly active users, and also their games download for the Netflix gaming venture has risen by 180%. So Netflix also definitely a name on watch. Last but not least, Lyft, LYFT, getting a downgrade from Goldman Sachs, but a price target increase, down about 3.5% on the day right now, guys. Brought to you by SurgeTrader, where traders can get a virtual funded trading account up to $1 million, trade indices like including the Dow, S&P, Russell, NASDAQ, oil, gold, BTC, and Forex pairs. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV and use the promo code TTV for 10% off.
Is this an arrow? This is an arrow.
Fisker. Okay, so Google ripped, and we actually made more money on this little move, up 50 cents, than we did on this move because of the shares, right? We're trading completely different sizes during the day than we are right now. So, or during the pre-market than we are right now. So let's just remember that one if you're trading here today with us. And again, remember, you know, pre-market, you guys, I don't want to say trade it at your peril, but just understand some of the risks, of course, that are associated with that one. All right, and what's been the piss me off moment of the day here is going to be Coinbase, because we lost one way, and now it looks like we're going to lose the other way here, but we've learned our lesson from yesterday and from today also, as Neil and I are both kind of like trying to figure this name out right here with...
Rivian pisses me off more than anything.
Is Rivian? Okay, so let me just, we'll go over to Rivian in 1 second.
That's
I just want to talk about Coinbase just real quick right now. So we are short right now, 151.30. Let's put something on the bid down here at 150.70, see if it does fall back in. It just didn't hold that 152. We wrote down 152 that we thought, well, we just got to fill there. Okay. We wrote down 152 hoping that that would hold. Since it didn't hold, now let's see about going to the downside here as we make it all back pretty much right now. Let's put some bids out here and take a fill on Coinbase with the spread being 20 plus cents. We're going to go short on Coinbase because, like I said before, if you're wrong one way, maybe you're right the other way right now. Let's go with Coinbase. That's a great short right there. Now $1.50 in the money. You got to have the ability to reverse course on some of these names, guys. It's Coinbase. Let's see where the bottom is now on this name.
Yeah, the bottom is a hell of a lot lower, is my guess.
You might be right.
The the ES is about to get to 48,000. I can't believe I'm only in one short, but I'm not going to dwell on it. We're going to look for what's next. And we're at that 48 level. This is a big time support. We're at 16.9 on the NASDAQ, so your double bottoms pretty much everywhere. Mara's back underneath 27. I'm only in Intel. You know I'm trying to short a pop in a firm. There is no pop on a firm.
Pop.
There's a firm. A firm continues to go lower. But Rivian, as I said, that is frustrating because the exact same setup that we're trading yesterday, I said I would just go back to it again today. I got distracted by some chip names. Maybe a buyout in there.
Never.
That better go well. But I want VWAP in here on this as well. I am in Fisker. I will tell you the bid at $1 is not exactly what I was expecting in terms of size. It's maybe 1 million shares. I kind of thought we'd be looking at 4 or 5 million, but I'm still long in front of it anyway. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
Bit of news on Tesla here. Bloomberg reporting that Tesla is boosting pay for its U.S. factory workers amid ongoing concerns about the UAW and unionization. So just keep an eye on Tesla, down about 3% right now, guys.
Okay, we're keeping our eye on Coinbase. That is now $4 in the money. This is multiple times today that we've been spinning this. Let's get to the bottom, man. It just bounced off 148. So there it is. Yes, sir. We are sitting there right now. What's up, Adam? What's up, Paul? What's up, everybody? John? What's up, everybody in the chat right now that is on this trade, because we're on one right now. Downside right here for Coinbase. But we do have a fail to talk about right there. It's Alibaba. Just broke through the bottom as well. That broke through 72. So we'll say see you later to that one. And we will just continue to trade the same thing, man. This is what it is. Here we go. We're trying to be built different. I told you we're trying to hold on to some of these plays. There goes Coinbase right now. Let's go. I mean, we only went short. We went long, then we were wrong, then we went short. Remember that level on Apple? I said if we're talking about something right there, we have to be careful about reversing on trades that we think are good levels. There it is right now. It's a nice little wash down. Now $5 in the money. We haven't hit this too much today, so let's hit it right now. It's a Dollar Club member, but everything else is falling. As the market comes down, we're going to lose our way here a little bit on Google as that just breaks. That's kind of a flat trade. Thankfully, we took that out. Right there, and Palantir is getting close to being squashed. Like this name just kept on going, and now gone on Palantir. So let's find some lower levels. It's not a big position yet. I'm willing to make more here, but let's wait to see if we can find something on Palantir to buy, because honestly, man, we're starting to break a little low here. Yes.
Boom, to the downside. The problem with that is I clearly, like, I mean, come on, that doesn't end well for me. I'm literally dead there. Let's be real for
Depends
a second.
how high.
It falls on top of me, the tree.
Yeah, the trees are really heavy, actually.
What are we doing here?
Sorry,
but the 47 level on Intel, it's not just that it's round number, short 48, 247. It's look at the bottom yesterday, so you know my style of trade. We're at, we just broke 48 on the ES. The NASDAQ continues to head to the downside. Intel is the kind of stock that tends to respect levels like these. I'll zoom out even further and you can see what's going on at the 47 level. So it won't be exactly $1 because I didn't short 48 even. We got 47.82s as our price. We can pretty much stick a fork in Affirm. Affirm's at $41. That is in the gates of hell.
Yes.
I probably could have held on to that one. Rivian is at $18.50. That is in the gates of hell. How am I only in one short? I want to throw up about that, but you can't. You got to be able to live with it. There is a bounce here now. I've marked off Mara because I think this is where I might go to next. It just bounced off to 25.5, which was a good level yesterday. The 27 on the way back up. You know, if we're going to look to short a pop, I think that's where it's going to have to be. But you know, the shorts have been fantastic on the way in here. Time to take some profit off for that Intel and then look for that next trade.
Yeah, guys, I'm willing just to stop out of all of this down here at Palantir, near this bottom. So I was just looking at it. Honestly, man, there isn't much here. Like if this breaks, you're basically you're breaking right now through 30. So there we go, 25, 16, 25. We play key numbers. Let's just see if we can get some sort of a bounce off that. We're gonna get out of 75%. We just bought more rate here because this is the end. So we're long at 38s. This is not a disaster, but you know when you average into trades that aren't working out, they do get disastrous real quick. So let's go. We're pretty lucky to get out. Not lucky. This is why we have these outs. You know, it's like I can actually be pretty happy getting out at that level. The only thing I'm sad about, and I told you, is that I wasn't sure about reversing that trade back in. So there's 16.8. Remember we said earlier, where does this market have a potential of falling? You know, down into 16.8. Well, that happened, and it's just going right now. So watch out for this move back on the NASDAQ, heading even lower into 16.8. And here goes Palantir, guys, and there it goes. So that's, again, like, we were just too long today. You know, it's funny because we have these things as bears. But
man, I had all the shorts, and I got.
Oh, you did? Okay, well, that
oh
sucks.
my goodness, I had AMD, but we talk about this all the time. This is like the perfect learning moment because I'll throw some shade on myself here for a second for you guys. I had these. You hear me talk about this. You want to get short on the back end of the trade and not the front end of the trade because the back end of the trade, you're with the momentum. So even if your prices are right, in the long run, you're not going to be able to actually hold the trade or trade it the way you want to. And so the difference between AMC and, say, Intel was patience. With Affirm, again, was patience. Like, I'm not short here on Affirm. I'm not even short here on Affirm. I was just short there. I'm now out of everything except for Fisker. Hey, you know what's up with Fisker and that $1 level. I chuckle at it, but it's not that funny for anyone that owns shares of Fisker.
We should just be short everything. This is so
I
stupid.
know it's stupid, and at the point now, like I'm not the only long. Okay, I have that buyout stock, but whatever. The only long I have is Fisker off a buck, which is pretty much a gimmick trade. Anything else, I'm looking for. It's got to be a home run level, which this is the 540 on Nvidia. Like that is at least something. When I go back over to something like an Apple, it's not at a level that I would like. I do still like Uber to a certain extent. It hasn't broken lows. It's actually it's still green on the day, believe it or not. So if the market finds a bottom, this is a stock that is at least held green. It's held previous close. It's got a support level to work on it. So I have to be very, very patient here if I'm trying to grab along. There's names I want to go short if it pops, but if we don't get pops, then you just got to accept what happened. Like I didn't get enough out of the Affirm trade, didn't get enough out of the Intel trade. We'll see about that in the longer run. But there's still plenty of time left in that day. Don't want to be jumping on bids here just because I happen to see something I kind of like. If I'm going to try a long, I better really like that long. And just to show you guys what Fisker looks like, it's not a very big bid. 500,000 shares? That kind of sucks. I said I was going to take half. I ended up taking to be honest, like a quarter of what I would here at the 01 level because there's not much of a bid. My average price is 1/2. Normally, I'd be taking enough at ones. My average price is literally 1. And no matter what I got in front of it, but this is not much of a bid on Fisker. It is going to go SSR here if it goes down to 10%. So I'm willing to punch out and then try to jump back in on an SSR bounce. But that's a gimmick trade.
All right, still do have a piece of Palantir here, and believe it or not, because we made some money earlier, if this just goes back into 50, it has to go there. We're holding 75%. Then we'll probably take that out. Like that's a key level. It's where the 20-period moving average is. You're really, really starting to point down. I did put a bid near 16. We'll give it one more shot if that can make some money down into that area. All right, I did not average into Roblox. Well, we almost did. It came into 41.50 right there. Now Roblox starting to go back up to the upside. So we really, really like that name for sure. We're $4 in the money on Coinbase, but we were 5 when it went into 46 there. It bounced off 46. So you know what? We've already taken, obviously it's going to be my #1 name here. Roblox could be, but we're going to have to watch out now because now it's starting to get back up to the upside again. So let's go, man. If this market can go, we will really, really appreciate that. But for right now, so goes Coinbase. Let's get a piece out if it breaks through 150. Now, S&P futures are off the lows right now. Again, Google looks like it does go back into that level that we bought the first time, 142.50. So up and down there on Google. We'll have to watch out for that. But here goes Roblox. Let's let this name get back up here to 42.10. That's going to be my first out on RBLX at this point.
Roblox. So I know the name that I like is we're trying to make a bit of a bottom. I already said Uber was still standing out. The close was at 62.40. I can get it at the 50s right now. So I can give it to, not necessarily 41 just because it closed there. But if you look right before the open, there was this little wick down into 62.30. So nice consolidation zone. 25 cents worth of risk. Maybe throw in some slippage because it's been a slippage kind of morning. If you've had some slippage in there, it's because liquidity I feel like it's been a little bit lower. It can happen after a number. But anyways, long in Uber, I think 63 has to be a bit of a target in here. So if it gets up to that price against the grain, if I'm against the grain, which the grain is down, then I'm usually taking VWAP out and then looking for a trade after. It continues to VWAP, fair enough. I think that's great. Fisker temporarily bounced off $1. Looked a heck of a lot better. When I saw that bid, it was nothing on it. And then they slammed 01s and some decent size came to 01s. So I got a little bit more. Basically, instead of my price being 1/2, my price is like 1/4. It wasn't a heck of a lot more. Or my price would be like pretty much at it and even. It doesn't show you the actual fractions of a cent, which kind of matter in this case. But I'm into Uber. We said that was the long I'd wait for, and now we're in it. If the market bounces, Affirm, I want to get back into that short. Rivian, I want to get this short. To me, this is the flat bottom break we were looking for yesterday. It just didn't work yesterday. Today, it would have worked like gangbusters. But I'm going to short the pops. To me, that's trend down. When I see a level like this go on Rivian, I just want to be thinking trend down to the next level, which I think is 1770.
I was at 10:14. Oh yeah. Nvidia. I mean, it's only because Nvidia's at our level and we didn't trade
40s.
it. Yeah, and we wrote down 40s. It bounced down to 39 there and change. I feel like this is going to be worth a take here down. Let's just try a bid. Nah, as soon as I put a bid, it hits it, but that's fine. We don't put bids if we don't want to get hit. All right, so that's 140. We're just going to start it now. And remember,
Insta filled.
yeah, I know. Just because I just pushed bid enter, it's just insta-filled. Yep, exactly. All right, so we will wait for a little bit more love down here near that 540 level, and then we'll see about buying a little bit more. We do take an early position. We're in about 30% of what we want here on Nvidia, and just hoping that this name will fly back in to the levels that we were looking at previously, right? I mean, that's to me what it's all about. Following, we talk about it all the time. Follow your rules and try to follow your plan. So let's just go back over to a name that we know is strong in case the market does bounce back up. Man, we've got Roblox, we took some profit there, and now we have Nvidia and we have Coinbase, which is still that $4. So, all right, let's just keep on going. We have Nvidia, we have that bottom. I'm just going to respect that very bottom wick. Right now, 538.80. Let's give it out to 538.50. If we break that low, we're fine. We're right now, we were just 70 cents in the money as it just touched 42s again. So, all right, let's go Nvidia, right? Let's put on our Nvidia cheer hat and see if we can get back up. 544 and change might be a decent spot. 545 might even be better. So let's go 544.50 and see if we can get this. So that would be $3. So again, the risk seems to be worth it here for Nvidia. We're just going to sit here and try it. So going long right now on NVDA, we are long.
And that Roma, by the way, halted to the upside.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's this looks like the first halt, at least on my chart. I'll check the halt scanner if it halted more than once, but I think it's the first halt of the day. The tap is 23 cents from where it closed at 625, so 648, now 649. It's indicating a open to the upside there. So it's 58% up and looking like it wants just a little bit more. I'm only in Uber long as the market's getting these little bottoms in here, and I was asked about what my thoughts on Tesla. That's Roma breaking back out. We're bouncing around that 16.8 level. That's why I was looking for some longs, but it doesn't mean they have to work. But just to respect the trend, Tesla's down at 227. It is well underneath that the 200 period moving average. If it gets back to that 230, 231, remember, it has to reclaim that moving average, which is a big deal. So that's another name I would look to short the pops. Although I seriously doubt if it gets there, that I'm not already in a short on Rivian. Rivian is my preference if I have to take one of these two. So I'm looking for a pop back into at least the 60s or 70s there on Rivian. Uber is flat as we just grabbed that long. A firm can't get off the bottom to give me a short, another short. But nice little bounce right off of the level we expected, that 62.30. And on the way back up, added to it because I liked it. And we'll get some out on the way to VWAP because at this time of day, past 10 o'clock, after you get that opening rush, which is what we usually call the first 30 minutes, I'm thinking about VWAP. Why did I double orders there?
Just we do have it right there. Shout out to everybody that trailed on that one. Nvidia is now $1.30 in the money and starting to go higher right now. Bless you. I'm gonna get out at 543.50. Not 544.50. The reason why is, here we go. It's $2 in the money. We just put this on. John Travolta's like, huh? Finally a long that's maybe working today. There it is right now. It's $1.80 now, $1.90, almost $2 in the money on this trade that we had just put into the portfolio, into the blotter right now for us. So I do have an offer.
You know what I call that?
Yeah, there it is.
Stick-to-itiveness.
I call it gumption. We talked about this yesterday.
I'm trying to make
Is
that
gumption even a word? We sort of talked about that.
No, gumption is 100% a word. Stick-to-itiveness is not a word.
I'm
trying to make a word.
Yes, gumption is a word.
100%.
Okay, good.
99.9% a word.
We've been using gumption for a long time.
There it is right now. We ride that bull. Shout out to T-Money. She was like, maybe this is not a long, but that's why we're out of half right now. Let's see if we can't get this young money back up to the upside. And here we go, man. NVIDIA now breaking through $2. Let's go. Roblox to the downside as well, but that just got bought up again by us. So let's see if we can't make a little upside move now on RBLX. It's Palantir to the races as well right now. So things are starting to, if you can't tell, things are starting to work out quite nice right here. 147. I'm going to get out a piece of Coinbase at 147, man. I just keep on staring that $5 in the face. That could be a problem right there. And by the way, It's too bad that Palantir just went right back to the level that we were in at. We were long at 38. We got stopped out at 25, but we still held 25% of this one, trying to make it all back on Roblox, or on Palantir, one step at a time. NVIDIA, by the way, unos, dos, tres. It's a $3 winner right now for NVIDIA. Let's just watch and see where this one goes as we're patient. It's been on the sticky note. It's been everywhere. Wait for these trades to develop, and there it is right there. What's up, Jody? It's gumption time, baby.
I think, was that a call for?
No.
Never mind.
No, it's just,
Never mind.
just some idiot talking about gumption, I think.
It's 10:20. Was nothing wrong with gumption. Gumption is amazing, and gumption is important. It's just another way. You can call it conviction, you can call it guts, you can call it cojones,
Okay,
whatever you want. It's all the same stuff. I took the first out in Uber. I want the next one to be at VWAP, so the market is attempting to bounce, but I'm not completely convinced of the overall longs given what has happened in this market. Like, it's been trending the other direction, so on this bounce, can it hold 16.9s? If answer yes, look to add to long positions that you like. If answer no, then look to short some things that are trash or weak. I was about to talk about a firm, that's why I said that. But yeah, it's weak. So on that pop, I would have thought VWAP or 42, that should be obvious, right? That was your bottom at 42. I was covering in front of it before. VWAP sits at 42.20. I'd love it at that price if we're gonna curl off to 16.9. And it's the same thing with Intel. I'm thinking VWAP here. Okay, so 47 round number goes to 47.01. It looks really good now, but at the end of the day, like, it could have gone 50 cents lower and I'd look bad. So I want the VWAP retrace here on Intel. Those were the two shorts that work. I want to stick to that well. And notice the stock I'm long outside of gimmick trade on Fisker. The stock that I'm long, Uber, that was from the last 2 days. Longs and Uber have worked 2 days in a row. Got to have it the third day when it sets up. But let's get to the small cap recap with Hedera.
Lots of these crypto-related small caps moving around today, including Canaan. CAN is the ticker for this one. Down a little bit, still up about 7% though on the day amidst the overall Bitcoin and crypto-related stock movement with that ETF spot Bitcoin ETF approval yesterday. We also have Roma Green moving. ROMA is the ticker for this one. IPO'd on Tuesday, up about 50+% right now on the day here, ROMA. Last but not least, we have Vivo Power, VVPR is the ticker, announcing a follow-on strategic direct investment of $5 million into Tembo at a $120 million valuation. Lots of small caps to keep an eye on today, guys.
Okay, guys. We're $4 now in the money on NVIDIA. Like, that is, thank you, Sharif. This is just continuing to go, man. Up, and away for NVDA. Something just failed for me, though. What was it? Oh, it was Coinbase. So I took out half of what we had there on Coinbase at 150. Too many times bottom there at 147. I'm going to hold for that 147. I'm not even going to get out if it comes back into there. I feel like we definitely missed that opportunity right there for that trade. Obviously, upside right there on Coinbase, or downside on Coinbase. But just in fear that it continues to go, we will take out half of what we have. I'll slap a fail on that because honestly, giving back $2 there is not something that I should have done. As here it comes right back in, but I was just getting nervous. I'm still, look, man, we're short at 152. We'll take it out at 150. It sucks to make, huge winners turn out to be small winners, but here it comes right back in, so all is well in Katina household. NVIDIA is still $4, still $3, sorry. Roblox gave it up again, man. It did not break through 42, so I'm just getting some more outs here every time it comes back up, and just trying to take 10 cents, which we're holding out for way more, and I'm probably stopped now. We're out of about 25%. Of these fills. So right now our average price is 88. Let's see if it goes back up to the upside. We are net positive on Roblox, but that's more just because we got out of 80% of this trade that we've averaged back into it on the downside. So that's my sort of roundabout way of explaining to you what's happening on Roblox. And then we did get a nice pop on Palantir. We said if we got back up to 50, we would think about getting some out, and it went to 43, so we did exactly that. Yeah. NVIDIA could could tank. Like it didn't get to the 50, not tank, but it didn't get to the 50 period. It didn't get to VWAP, and the futures just bounced off 16.9. Probably it's time to start looking at some shorts here, guys, in this market, because anything that bounced back up that is relatively strong may want to fade that right now. I'm going to try my best to find some. Let me know if there's anything in the chat, or we'll hear what Neil's on.
Well,
Obviously,
guess what we just...
a firm short is
Yeah, well,
always on.
I just put it on because I started it a little bit early, but that's because we got to 16.9 on a wick, like exactly 16.9 on my chart. And that's the level. The second you start pulling back, I wanted to engage in the first short. I thought of the other thing I did was at that moment, I took more shares out of Uber, because if we're not getting to VWAP on that move, I don't want it going all the way back. So I'm only going to hold on to the last like 10% of it. For that 63, you got to take the bounce that the market gives you, and if that's all it is, that's all it is. So when we wicked 16.9, this is what happened on Affirm. It might not be, it's not the cleanest entry, that's why I only got a small piece in. I would have loved to have something at the 41.80 or the 41.90, but that's not what we have. Do not want to get trapped at the bottom. If we break out at 42, I'll get out and try to take another shot at it. But the market is doing its best. If we claim 16.9, I want to stay in Uber. I want to find another long if I can. And I want to shout out to DJK.
DJ Slay?
This is always a good time to note what is strong and what is weak. Guess what's breaking the high of the day? It shouldn't be too much of a shock for anyone that's been following these markets.
Yes, sir.
Eli Lilly is breaking the high of the day. And because we talked about these, this is the moment where I cancel that offer on BAC. You think we're going to get that fill? No, we're not getting that fill. We're not getting a fill at 33.60 on BAC today. If we do, great. Shout out to you, LJD, SoFi $8 bounce.
$8? It's down that low?
Do I need to be adding that to the list when I'm already bidding? I'm already along Fisker at 101.
SoFi's not at $8.
Oh, no, it's
what? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Why is that down 4%?
Short answer, probably. Like, would I do it? Probably, if the bid's good enough.
A little frustrating, I'd say.
Like, come to my chart for a second. This is the $8 area on SoFi. It's been holding the teens, which is the current price. The 50 period's right there at 11s. The only issue with that trade is the support is underneath 8. Like, the support has been down at about 785. So for the $8 trade, that's like if it has a million shares on the bid or something stupid. Then I go for the even dollar trade. But really, I think the support is down here at about 780 to 785. That's the long that I would look for on SoFi. You got to be patient, man. I've already done enough.
Well, I'm trying to be patient.
I've done enough wrong this morning by not being patient. I went to Affirm. I'll go back to, I meant to type AMD there. I'll go back to this as a lack of patience, right? So I wasn't patient, didn't quite get back to 49. So, I'm willing to miss the trade, to make the trade, but I wasn't there. So as this is starting to come back up, it's all green, no signs of rollover. If it fails pre-market low, if it fails at this level, if it fails at that local high, I'll look for rollovers on AMD. But Affirm is the only short we're in right now as we go back to Adara.
Nice move to the upside here for Chesapeake Energy. CHK is the ticker for this one, entering into a merger deal for an all-stock transaction with Southwestern Energy Company, guys.
Right now, NVIDIA right now is $4. It continues to go to the upside. We did think about taking some more out. Well, we are trying to get some more. Oh, did we get that fill on Roblox? Maybe we just got it. Yeah, my bad. We just got a 97 fill. I want to talk about that because it just went right back up. My next offer is in and around VWAP, man, 42 and change. If the market wants to stream, we do like this one. Yeah, he got it there. His mic there, so that's good. And again, a Palantir went up to 40, so we got that one. I did put some orders out. No, I didn't. What was I looking at? Was looking at Mara there as well, trying to break a little bit below Mara.NQ, 26. Yeah, so again, I feel like this 2650, I know there's a lot of people log Mara, which like today it was already up to 29. Look at Bitcoin right now, coming in just a little bit. I thought I had a Bitcoin chart up. Oh, here I do. I do have it on Binance right now. This one's not showing me ads or anything, so that's good. Anyways, it's a pretty steady move down in for this name. So let's just zoom back out a little bit. This name, of course, is BTC. You do have that bounce spot right here, 47.5. So we've held this 47.5 a little bit, but right now, again, we're underneath. It looks like we could be able to fade out a little bit here on 47.5. So watch out for that for BTC. NVIDIA's $4, like we just mentioned, so we're going to keep watching that. I just wanted to show the chart. If you guys were wondering about BTC or anything, we have it down here, the price of that. We have 1 minute until Nat Gas is coming through. That's been a nice little run in some Nat Gas names, so we'll have to watch out for that one. Oh, I know what it was. It was Amazon. I liked Amazon, but it just failed at the level that I liked. Oh no, we got to clean these wicks up. But 155 has bounced around there a couple times. I thought we would take the long breaking through 155, so I am going to take that. Yeah, it's UN. For those of you asking, it's UNG right here that you guys can watch for United States Gas Fund. So watch out for that. It's up 1% right now, and it's starting to go. Look at this. We talk about this every day on the Market Recap Show. 450 up to 650. Huge move in Nat Gas over the month. It's Adara, it's crypto, and maybe she'll have Nat Gas.
Yeah, crypto, we definitely know the main story with crypto here, getting a huge boost here off of that SEC spot Bitcoin ETF approval yesterday. All of these crypto names to the upside, as we'll get to in a minute. But first of all, Bitcoin touching that 49,000, then pulling back down, now getting close to that 48,000 level again. Really strong day for Bitcoin, steadily breaking out of that 41,000 to 43,000 range it had been in a couple weeks prior. So very good look for Bitcoin. Very good look for a lot of these other crypto currencies. Bitcoin here up 5% and a bit. Ethereum up almost 10% in well into that 2,600 level. So definitely one to watch as well. Solana up 10%, Ripple up 9%, and Cardano up 18.5%, guys.
Like that Cardano news right there. Thank you, Adara. Not up as much as 22% as we were talking about that in the pre-market. I'm just going to edit this candle right here because we do not have that bottom of 146, 154.95, just so we can see this a little bit better. There we go. So here's 155 looking to break higher. So let's go. I'm waiting for that tick, 155.15. Let's take out that level. Then we can use 155 or something as our out if we're wrong back in, 155, 154.95, something like that. The reason why we're on Amazon, it's pretty simple, man. It's up. So if we're going to go long something, we want to go up names that are long, right? I don't know if there was any shade thrown, but we talked about Gumption. The other day we took $13 on NVIDIA. The day after that, we took $21 on NVIDIA. Yesterday, I think we took $5 or $6 on NVIDIA. Now today, we are now $6 to $5 in the money on this trade, but it's the other way around. I mean, today it's simple, same simple trade, 540. We waited for it to fail and then get back to the upside. Let's see if this name continues to work. What is working out like damn gangbusters right now. We're happy, man. We're happy as we go right now with Roblox as that takes out the top. There's Amazon. Amazon's busting as well. We got to get over this one. Neil, take the reins, man. I got to get out of this. We have a decent amount of shares here as Amazon is starting to go ham. Amazon.
Amazon to the upside. Everything just bounced really nicely. What was never red, at least it wasn't red for very long. I think it was about 3 seconds that Uber turned red. Right. Go long, strong stocks if you can. Avoid trying to catch crazy bottoms. If a stock can't hold on to the big support level, then you got to be careful about it. But I said 63 was going to be my target in there. We have a nice line drawn. I said that's resistance, and it was against the grain, so I'm going to take my profit and run. I'm just back into Affirm, so trying to keep it as tight to the vest as possible. Affirm is doing a bit of a dance right at this 42 level. This could easily creep VWAP. If it breaks VWAP, I need to wait until it gets up to 43. So we're short for the 42 play. If it doesn't want to hold it, then it's fine by me. Fisker, you guys already know the deal there. I know SoFi, we were just talking about it. It's not going to get to 8. I don't think it's getting to $8 anymore, so I may have to throw that one out. And AMD does not creep to VWAP. So if we get back underneath 16.9, AMD is still the same play that we're looking at before, which is a fade off of VWAP.
Yeah, we are fading out a little bit on Amazon here. Let's see what happens. We got out of literally half there. We got them all out near. It wasn't even that great, man. We'll see if it works. Not working yet. We just got a little bit out there, but We're gonna, okay, here we go. Look at the market. The market just failed at 16.9. So that's going to be a problem now initially. We made money, we're making money long here. There's no doubt about that. It's just not right now as the market trying to fade out. We did really good on Roblox there, man. I mean, we talked about trying to be patient for the 50, and that's exactly what hit. Too bad the market's trying to turn on us now. All right, Amazon's gonna come out breaking through 75. Looks like it might happen. It just came back up to 155 there and failed again. Look at this move. The market right now pulling back in off of 16.9. So here we go, man. Bye-bye. We'll be out of Amazon in just a couple of seconds as there it goes downside. So again, that just failed right there. Let's see. Will the market bounce or not? I think that was worth it. We do want to get longer on Amazon at some point, but now it looks like we have to bottom pick. Oh my God, there's news with Amazon. Are you kidding me right now? This just popped in right now at 10:33. Bankrupt Diamond Sports, something about streaming here with Amazon. So that sucks, but that's okay. Let's let this news, it's not okay because we were long it, but let's wait to see if that means anything to the stock. The market is the problem failing. It's not, that news probably has nothing to do with it, but let's wait to see what happens here with Amazon down near some of these levels. Probably worth a buy in here right now, but going long on this market, I just thought that we could have just kept on going, and we knew we wanted to be long Amazon if that was the case.
I just hit enter on my sell in AMD. Like, you've got to be, it's one of these types of days. I can't even, it'll, like, sometimes it gets frustrating. This is not the first time that's happened today. I just tried to short it at the 20 level and then missed it. I did get into a firm. I was able to at least add, when I didn't get the short there, I'm like, okay, fine, I'll just add to the Affirm, but then try to scalp it because it's not moving as much. I wanted to drop with the market, that didn't. So I took some out there, but guess what broke the dollar? Well, if you guessed Fisker, you'd be right. Fisker's on the New York. Fisker broke the dollar level, said we stop out underneath. Now remember, it's SSR at this point, it's down 10%. So when you get that kind of a move, I am usually looking initially long off of an SSR level. So it broke the dollar. I'm not thinking short yet. I need to see a little bit more weakness in that and some carry through. Otherwise, I'm looking for the push back above. It shows me a bit above $1 and a higher low, then I'm going to look for that long in Fisker. But that's just it's a heck of a miss on AMD there. Maybe we get another pop that we can play off of. We're not that far away from 16.9 that we can't still play off that level, which to me puts Uber back into play. If we're going to immediately regain the 16.9 level, I got out of Uber on the off chance that we pull right back into our original entry, but I'm still looking for only longs in this stock. As long as it's green, I want to be looking for longs in Uber. So far, so good with this name. The next story would be holding 16.9, looking for longs above the 63 level or waiting for patiently for our 62 half zone as well, because I don't think the longs are necessarily dead yet.
No, neither do I. I think patience is going to continue to be key right here. It's just so funny. Like, our net is just like, it's like it goes and then it comes back and then it goes and then it comes back. It's like, frustrating. We're still holding. The only short we have is Coinbase. And again, I don't want to drop this one. I don't want to. We got out there. Wish we would have saved that for down here. It's just bouncing around. Well, the smart thing to do is maybe just to get out here and then hit the short if we eventually do wind up breaking. It's just like, if we break and it's not a real break, then the short is going to lose, because people like me are going to be like, okay, we're waiting for this short to break. And then we go short, and then that's where the buyers come in and squeeze you all the way back up into 150 again, kind of like what happened right there. I feel confident in holding this, so let's just try to do that. Hold out for higher move here on that name. Roblox is really working. We've sort of talked about that. Now getting back up to the upside. We tweeted that out. We really like those levels. We're pretty confident in that. Palantir still hovering. We like it. Nvidia still here as well. And then Amazon, we bought a little bit back at 80. So now we're 20 cents in the money. It's just too bad that dropped out there. I still like the name. One, we're trying to buy more if it comes back in right now. I wonder if the market, because we got that CPI number, you know, it's obvious to me anyways that the dramatic moves are snapping down. Like, this was a nice little move there. This was okay, but we covered it up in 3 minutes and then stopped again, and now we're bouncing off the 50. Like, it feels like we want to get a little low. So I'm starting to piece off some of these longs and then wait down here for Amazon. So I really like Amazon. I like it down here. I'm gonna try to wait for it. And there goes Coinbase right now. Finally. Oh, well, it did see. Like it breaks 147. You know what it goes down to? 146 clean. It's $5. Can you believe we have $5 in the money both ways here? We're long end video, we're short Coinbase. Let's just see if one wants to work better than the other. And I'm hoping that's Coinbase because I feel like Coinbase has a lot of room to the downside. So let's see if that one continues to work. NVIDIA, we kind of know is supported down here by 540, and we'll get out if we're going to be wrong on this for sure. We do want to buy some more down here at 540, watching out for a drop through this 38.90. Now that we've taken $3 or $2 and you know basically stared 5 in the face, we can lose 150. If it comes back in and we're wrong. So let's be patient. We know the names we want to buy. Let's just make sure we execute properly.
So a couple of things. One, I said I would, because it's SSR, I would wait out for 99s to be gone on Fisker and grab 98. I have 98 half, but it's going to round the other direction. This market does seem to want to hold on to that 16.9. So I'm going to stick with Uber because that's the long I want. If we do fail VWAP, just so you know, I'm still on AMD here for a VWAP failure. As I said, I missed it by that much, trying to grab that short when the futures failed that 16.9. But if we're back above the 63 level and above 16.9, I'm going long Uber. That's a pretty simple one for me there. And I want to talk a little bit about Tesla because I don't want to be ignoring anything. And I understand almost everybody in the chat is hollering about this name. So yes, Tesla making higher lows. It has been an absolute dumpster fire. The 200 period moving average sits at about 230 and a half, 231 zone. So it can make some room before I'd like that short out in front. If we hold the higher low and we're above 16.9, I think you have a scalpable trade into VWAP there. But let's get on over to Sector Watch. I know there's some healthcare names that are good, but let's see what else is going on that board with Adara.
Lots of weakness in healthcare for sure here, but one of the notable exceptions here is Eli Lilly, actually to the upside when a lot of these names are down, getting a price target increase from Morgan Stanley to $763. So not insignificant here. Eli Lilly very much to the upside. We do have some weakness going on in electronic technology, a group that was stronger for a lot of this week with the Consumer Electronics Show. A lot of these names kind of a bit weaker here or in the red. Apple very much in the red as well. A bit more mixed in technology services. These names are kind of going from green to gray a little bit here, but Netflix very strong with strong numbers for its ad tier subscribers. So that is of note. Finance weaker ahead of bank earnings tomorrow, and Tesla very much weak, leading consumer durables, to the downside after news, or Bloomberg, reporting that there will be some pay increases for factory workers amid UAW concerns. So keep an eye on Tesla there, guys.
Yeah, Tesla obviously is going to be a concern to many, but I still think if we can hold 16.9, you've got some opportunities for some longs. I just missed a reload. I'm not going to get Uber because we're back underneath 16.9, so I just want to get that one out of the way, but I do want to add to Affirm when we get that opportunity, so I just threw a couple offers out there. You're back above $1 on Fisker, so it's SSR. I'm playing off of the dollar level in both directions, looking for a 5 to 10 cent move on Fisker in either way. Want to add to Affirm here. AMD didn't give it to me. I wanted a pop that got us closer to VWAP, and we're still doing that dance. When we're talking about the dance, and the reason I'm only in Affirm, it's going to follow the markets in a loose sense, is we're just dancing around the 16.9 level. So you want to be definitive about the prices that you get. So I'm not willing to waver. I want shorts close to 42 on Affirm. I want VWAP on AMD, because you could always break out nines, get 10, 15 handles up, and it's not over for the shorts. So you got to have a good enough price that you're not necessarily getting wicked in and out. And it does mean you might have to miss the trade. Be willing to miss the trade to make the trade a few times. That's the way it goes. Intel was the other name we like short. I'm starting to open up to the idea that I can get something in the 30s here. I keep thinking more like 47.40 because that's where we're taking early shorts out. That doesn't matter now. Now it's very clearly holding down here. So we've been out of Affirm for at least a half an hour now, and I'm thinking about where do I want to get back in? Do I have to wait for VWAP? The market's telling me I shouldn't be because you're just not going to get in if it goes to the downside. So we're in that Affirm trade. Thankfully, we got out of Uber. It's going to fire an order out here before I move on to Uber. This is still an name I want to be favoring longs. It was a right call to get out of it, but now we have to think about holding off until I see some kind of a bounce at that previous support level. If it doesn't bounce where I like it, I don't have to take it. I don't want to fight those stocks if I don't have to. Looks like we're not going to get that AMD after all. Firm's rolling back into the downside. That should be okay, at least temporarily. And then shout out to everybody that's in the. If you're in crypto land, Mara is now $24, 5%. That's we haven't shown you guys Bitcoin. Mara 5% to the downside. Bitcoin. Let me just zoom out so you can see. Bitcoin retaking 47,000 the wrong way. Well, depending on your.
We are still, we're still holding this coin here as it just continues to go down, man. We're now 6 in. Let's see where we go. I'm not getting out of Coinbase, so if you're looking for me to tell you that I am not. I'm going to hold that one. I've been, probably incorrectly, let's just call it like it is, talking about, first of all, there's Amazon. Like, it's just so frustrating because we had shares on this name. It's too bad, but whatever. It's still going to the upside where we'll be happy with that one. You know which name though you can't be super happy with right now is Nvidia. It's not really, and I heard you just talking about AMD. I haven't looked at it, so I'm glad you're looking at it today a little bit, but like this name is weak. This is the first day really in the last week, I guess. I don't know. I mean, this is Nvidia, where Nvidia's really, sure, we're still outperforming the market. I mean, you can see right here, the NASDAQ's down 0.27, the ES is down 0.37. But as you can see right here with the NASDAQ, it's not in that much trouble right now, but Nvidia is. Nvidia, they had the same move. I mean, the chart almost looks identical. The NASDAQ bumped up to VWAP, so did these guys. Now it's fading out, but it feels like this is coming in a lot harder than the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is still above the 50-period moving average. Nvidia is not right now, so definitely something to watch out for here, as this name is weaker than we thought. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna now wait for this to pull back. We do have a bid coming through at 540. We are watching out for 538 to lose. If it loses 538, we'll be gone and we will take the L on that one. But I think that's well worth the risk, as Coinbase right now, $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6 now in the money on Coinbase. Just wish we would have held it all, Neil. But that was tough, man. I didn't expect Bitcoin to be back down to 47,000 right now. But well, you know what?
It is.
I shouldn't say we didn't expect it. We actually did expect it.
We were calling it just didn't happen when.
It's like volatility.
It didn't happen when I was expecting it. I didn't think we'd make that big of a rally to the upside. You can call it a sell the news event, but I mean, timing, in a general sense, it's a sell the news event, but that's just not the way that it worked out at the open. Like, it actually ran to the upside first. I'm just cleaning up some orders here. We got 15 minutes to go before we head to the midday. Just a reminder to everybody, Sharif is back in the building. Thank you, Obi, for filling in. But Sharif is back.
Bang.
To get your learn on, what you have been all week. I'll still pop in at noon, have some thoughts for you guys. They're not going to spoil it, but we had another lesson that we're going to pack on to what you're already going to learn in the midday.
Doesn't it have a segment name? It's called Thoughts with Neil or something? Or what is that called?
Well, that's what we're giving it for now. Actually, I'm pretty sure Ramin called it that.
I don't know what it was.
I hadn't given it a name yet because I still want to settle on something, right? I don't know if it was Ramin or Fabian that made it. Thoughts with Neil. You guys tell me if you like it. Lesson of the day could be, I still think it's a work in progress.
I like the lesson of the day.
We'll come up with something. We settle on something cool.
People were asking about that second stream. So Lunch Money is going to go on that stream.
Yeah,
but that's not ready yet.
Okay, that's not ready yet. Although it is, I think it's really close. It's very, very close. It could be any day now.
Everyone join campus.
It could be any day now. One more thing for you. Lucid is at the low of the day. If you got the short, congratulations. I think this one has been a short forever. Forever. But I didn't catch it. Like yesterday, it was easy to get. Today, I never got into this one. So if I was in it and if anybody did take the trade, generally speaking, when it consolidates, it makes the drop and then it gives you a consolidation about this time. You're thinking small amounts from here. Like, I don't know if we can get to $3. I'd think like 305, 310, maybe, instead of thinking it goes all the way to $3. But I did miss that short. We're into a firm again.
Let's go, Roblox.
We're gonna go for the low of the day because obviously, if the stock wants to continue to
number
be weak,
one,
then let's see if it can't get back into the low of the day. That's what it's all about, guys. Where else are we going here? We're talking about Tesla, but that was more of 16.9 held. I thought Tesla could go. Well, 16.9 hasn't held yet. So let's back off from those longs for now.
Here we go, man. We tweeted this position out with, we said, at Trader Tammy. Here we go. She was on the show yesterday. It's a Fibonacci princess. And I'm like, here we go, let's go. On Roblox, as Roblox continues to rip upside. And I was just saying to Sharif as you were talking there that actually Roblox is now my #1 stock because, oops, that's still Coinbase. Although Coinbase is right now $7 in the money. This will be my #1 stock, but this is unrealized. And as we say, you could have chickens, but do not count your chickens before they hatch. Yeah, I guess that's right.
Exactly
they may have eggs, but they may not have chickens inside of them. That's what it is. Okay. But if you are looking to say, hey, how did this guy actually get employed? Well, maybe you can get employed as well. Go to campus.daytradetheworld.com. and join it, man. This is only available, unfortunately, to residents of Canada, but I feel like there's only a couple spaces left. You have to apply by February 5th. And if you just hit apply now, just pretend you don't know it's from Canada and just apply anyways. The more interest they get from other countries and whatnot, the more they'll be able to look it up. Unfortunately, I don't think USA is anywhere close, but if you are across Europe and so on and so forth, South America, anywhere else in the world, doesn't matter, anywhere in Asia, anyways, outside of the USA, you try to apply, okay? Anyways, markets, you get, again, basically, not one-on-one, but you get group information sessions happening, ask great questions, learn about the platform. We have many online lessons on how to set up stop orders and use the different, as my man Obi says, gates that we have. These are the only gates that I want right now for the market in Coinbase, is going into the gates of hell right now. But your trading goals will be met in simulation. And then once you prove your worth, the ultimate is going into this bad boy right here, LIV to the E. You want to go live. So it's campus.daytradetheworld.com. Go visit it, or you can hit, it's not hashtag, what are they? It's exclamation mark campus, I believe, or just ask Mr. Bears and Bulls in the chat.
Before we go to Adara, it is, if you just hit exclamation mark campus, you will get that info in the chat. Let's go to Adara at the desk. For Money Talk.
PXY continuing to chop and churn around this 102.10 to about 102.50 range here, but definitely to the upside today within that range after a little bit of a higher expected CPI print. For month over month, we got 0.3 versus 0.2 expected, so 0.1% higher there. For the CPI year over year, this is where we had the bigger jump, 3.4% versus 3.2% expected. So this is a 0.2% jump. We did see the USD jumping to the high side off of that. We do also have PPI coming in tomorrow, so stay tuned for that with regards to how the USD will move. Also, bank earnings coming tomorrow morning as well, so this could potentially play a role here. Lots of stuff to keep an eye on heading into the end of the week here, guys, with regards to the USD.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Always keeping an eye on everything that we're not necessarily looking at when you're trading the equities, because you got to focus on the things that you're trading, but you do want to keep that bigger picture in mind. We're back underneath 16.9. I did jump into this Intel trade. It went like 5 cents in the money. Doesn't seem like it wants this bottom the same way some of the other names are. So I'm going to do some scalp trading on that one. I did get a bid on Affirm as that continues to work to the downside. So we just essentially went back to the well on the two names that worked the best, which I think makes sense to do at this time of day. So they both came back in. Affirm's the one that headed lower. Unfortunately, that didn't happen over there on Intel just yet, but it could still happen. Uber, which is the third name that we've been pretty much involved with heavily, doesn't quite get back down to that 62.4, which can be a good thing. Remember, sometimes it's good if you make a higher low. You don't get the same price that you liked before, but it does mean a little bit of relative strength if it can make that higher low. So if we can break back above, I still favor longs on Uber. Don't really want to be jumping into the short on that stock just yet. Only going to be going one way for now on Uber. AMD is the other name I am looking at, and it's at the low of the day. So there isn't much of a trade here for me because that's not a stock that I like to long in. If you were favoring long, I suppose this is where you'd go. But I'm only really looking for shorts in this particular name. So hard pass on AMD, shorting the bottoms. Oh yeah, Rivian, never got it. Obviously, I didn't get the Rivian short. It continues to hold the low, shorts, you know? Down 3.5%. This doesn't even want to sniff VWAP or anywhere close to it. It's just hanging out off the lows, which makes it a tricky entry point for me.
Yeah, shoot. Right now the market is falling down. Said I was not going to buy this level and I was going to buy 540, but we literally just bounced off of 540.20. I mean, it's crazy because we were down there at 540.16. Bounces. So I was like, you know what, this time let's just take it a little bit earlier. So we take it right now at 541. So we just got this now officially is a reload. So we're reloaded now on NVIDIA. I'll take this out again if we can get it, man. It's right where the 50 period is. It's 543 and change. So let's put that out right now, 543.20. Like I said, NVIDIA seems a little weaker than the rest. So if we are able to get a little bit of a bounce back, let's do that. We literally just bought it. Right? Like we just went long right there at 541 again, like 541. So my price has gotten a little bit better with that 70 cents in the money. Take it if you want to. I'm going to try to play for a move back to the upside. We did also get more Amazon down here, and that fill was at 66s. So kind of where we are right now again. Just because we're about to leave you, I'll give you some trading ideas that I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at Amazon dip buying into 154. I really, really like that play. I think that's going to be a good one. I'm looking to hold Coinbase as long as I can. And honestly, I may not get out of this one. It doesn't almost matter where it goes. The other trade that I was looking at right here, that is breaking a little bit lower. So Neil and I may be looking for some short ideas. What about Meta? Meta right now, sorry about this, guys. Let me just edit this quickly. Meta is breaking through the low of the day right now. Oh, someone said there in the chat, if they say they love Canada, can they apply? Yes, you can. Yes, that is a good thing to do. You should definitely say that, and that will probably get you in. All right, so there it is right now. A weak name to look at, Meta. We saw Meta go absolutely metabolic yesterday to the upside, and then all of a sudden stop up there at 370. So let's see if that 370 is going to be a level to look out for as well. So those are just some trades I'm looking for. Willing to let the market fall into this bottom of 16.8. That's where I think we can lay our head with Amazon. Waiting to buy more down there at 154 flat.
Yes,
so
sir.
that's the trade.
Only 5 minutes to go to get to the midday. We're not going to go anywhere. You know the stream just stays here pretty much all day long until right around 4:30. I don't want to say exactly 4:30 because you know how the aftermarket show goes and recap. You kind of end it when you want to end it, right?
Although unfortunately today is podcast day.
Today's the podcast. That's right. Instead of filming Friday, the podcast is being filmed today. The market recap tomorrow. I'll fill in for Sean the market recap tomorrow. I wanted to get to what before there was someone was just saying Bitcoin might make a bit of a bottom here, and the ETFs have been on sale. We haven't really shown these much, and they started trading. IBIT, the BlackRock, is the one that I'm gonna show off because it's got the best liquidity. If I was to trade one of these, no question, this is the one I would trade because it's got the best liquidity. It did just make a wick bottom and then holding this 27 level, and it's much better liquidity than before. That said, Bitcoin is 46.8 or 47,000, whatever the heck it is at right now, but pricing this at 27. The spread just jumped to 7 cents. It's usually 3 cents. It is very spready. That's something that when you think about the pricing of it, it would make a heck of a lot more sense if it had a 1 cent spread, if not less than that. So you're getting a ton of percentage slippage on this thing if you're trading it. Just understand that they are a little bit dangerous to trade. At least in my opinion, that's the case. The market is making an attempted bounce. I'm just going on over. We only have a few minutes to go. Like I'm looking for the reload here in Uber. I'm gonna wet the beak at the same price we did earlier. And then the last time we let it bounce and then added to it on the bounce. So I'm gonna go with the same plan of action here on Uber, which I'm favoring the long side of at least for now. So Uber looking good. It's still up on the day, but it's hanging on by a thread like the rest of the market. Would love to get Rivian, but I'm not going to. Vanny, I know we haven't looked at a lot of those small cap names for everybody. There's a heck of a lot moving today, but some of these are looking pretty good. That Lays, is that what we're calling this one, Leas? I'm calling it Lays. I don't know how you pronounce that, so if it's
Lays,
not that,
yeah.
then yeah, I'm calling
I
it.
go with that.
Right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I think this is a delicious looking trade, except I'm not chasing it at this time of day. But if you got it, I just went to the daily chart, didn't see anything standing in its way after breaking 240, maybe 3/4, something like that. The bigger level would be $5 when you zoom it out on Lays, and that's just the last consolidation was at 5. So it's already broken one level. surprised it hasn't halted yet, but I'd suspect it has a chance to do so at some point.
All right, we just reloaded NVIDIA, and I told you this was the official reload. So there it is right there. Bang, bang, boom, for $1.70 again. Sometimes it's easy, we say that, but it does take something to be able to put on big shares against a stock that is falling down. So I'm not trading with heavy shares here, but I told you that we're in scout mode right now. I'm getting less and less confident about this move, but like I just tweeted out, if you're following me, great. I'll just show you. It's at Trader TV Sean. We're at 44,000 followers. Thank you so much for that. The sticky note is here every single day as well. But there it is right there, and I even talk about it. Okay, reloaded here with NVIDIA on our 540 level, right? We talked about that. Looking to scalp a couple bucks, so we just did that, and then hold some for the dream. Right? So we're trying to do that right now. Let's see if it continues to work. Follow all of us, man, for all the great content, the best content on Twitter. We'll also be tweeting some stuff out after this as well, and more to come. We'll try to update you guys, and that's really what that second stream is about. We'll be able to see our fills and maybe some talk. We'll figure that all out as it happens there during the midday as well. But yeah, what are you guys talking about today? Okay, continuation on level 2 talk, so that's obviously awesome. As if you can't trade level 1 or level 3, just trade level 2. So that's what we'll do there today. And yeah, we're not going anywhere anytime soon. So keep supporting this channel. Thank you so much, Gregory. We're here every damn day. And Neil just got back into Fisker, I see on the chat.
Yeah, the dollar level held its SSR. I'm going to give it a shot. I'm not going to load back into what I had. Like, generally speaking, I take 4 times as much as I have right now, but I haven't seen an indication of enough strength. Plus, too, this market, like I said, it's a little bit heavy, so you're going against the grain on some of these names. I'm not adding to Uber, so we have half what we did last time, unless I see I want to see strength first, and then I want to participate in said strength. So we're not at that point just yet. If it does bounce, which it looks like it wants to, then I think we get an opportunity to add to this name. It's the only, I'm in like I said, Fisker, it's a dollar trade. I'm in a buyout, and then Uber has been the long for me. The market trying to make a higher low, but it has been a bear day. We got that hot number on CPI, and the rest has been history. The Bitcoin has fallen off a little bit. The ETFs at the lows as well, but it's past 11 o'clock. It's time to get on to the professor and Adara. Learn about that level 2, which is your gateway to the markets, at least visually.
I'm sitting like, well, Sharif, an order book for NASDAQ stocks, NYSE stocks, over-the-counter stocks. It doesn't really matter. All of them being kind of very similar. Orders are placed through many market makers and market participants. We're going to talk a little bit about that in a second. So the level 2 will show you the ranked list, like I was just saying, of the best bid and ask prices from each of these participants. And the participants being here, the market makers, reflected in these 3-letter acronyms over here, which we'll get to in a second. This gives you detailed insight into the price action, knowing exactly who has an interest in a stock can be extremely useful, especially if you're day trading. And I'm going to give you why day trading is more useful. Why level 2 is more useful for day trading as opposed to long-term investing or swing trading. We'll explain why in a second. Here is basically like what I said. Here is what level 2 looks like, and I'm being kind of a little bit off with this new setup that they have there. The production team stays undefeated with how they set up the screen. I do like that. All right, players in the marketplace. Okay, let's talk a little bit about that. There are 3 types of players in the marketplace: the market makers, the electronic communication networks or ECNs, and the wholesalers. Let's talk about market makers first and foremost. They are the ones that we interact most with on a daily basis as day traders. These are the players who provide liquidity in the marketplace. They are legally bound to buy stocks when no one else is buying and sell when nobody else wants to sell. They are making the market. A lot of people will remember what's that guy? Madoff.
Oh yeah, Bernie Madoff.
Bernie Madoff was actually, before he got into this whole investment Ponzi scheme thing, he was actually a market maker. And he actually had a good reputation, believe it or not, on Wall Street, because during the, not the financial crisis, but before that, there was, I think it was a dot-com bubble. He was market making. He was picking up the phone. Back then, you had to pick up the phone. It wasn't all computerized. And he was buying when no one else was buying, and he was selling when no one else was selling. No market makers were picking up the phone during that time. He did. And it was kind of funny because, he built himself a really good reputation that way for, standing up when no one would. And then obviously we know what happened after that. So that is kind of what a market maker is. They buy when, they make the markets. They make sure that there's liquidity so that if Adara wants to buy 10,000 shares of NVIDIA, the market maker makes sure that they can fulfill these types of orders, okay? So they make the markets. Second player we want to talk about is the electronic communications networks, or we're to term them ECNs. They are computerized order placement systems. Anyone can trade through ECNs, even large institutional traders. So institutions and retail traders alike. And we're going to talk a little bit about how institutional traders can actually hide their orders using these ECNs, as well as, other market makers. We'll get to that in a second when we talk about tricks and deception, the last topic there. Third and, excuse me, still under the weather. Third and final participant in what we call here the marketplace players is the wholesalers, or otherwise known as order flow firms. Who the hell are these people? Many online brokers sell their order flows to wholesalers. Where have we heard that before? Robinhood, right? These order flow firms then execute orders on behalf of online brokers, usually retail brokers. I was about to call them blokers.
I heard that, yeah. You spent too much time watching the Premier League.
Honestly,
the British.
Yeah. And the thing is, bloke is not even a bad word. It's just like saying like a dude.
Yeah,
right?
He's a good
shout
bloke.
out to Adam.
Yeah.
All right. Each market participant is recognized by the 4-letter ID that appears on the level 2 quotes. Here are some of the most well-known. And I have some of my papers over here, and people have been asking about this for a while, ever since I kind of referenced this paper. The thing is, though, the IDs that we have, the MC IDs, are proprietary to P-Pro 8. So sharing these with you guys may not be all that helpful, so I'm going to skip that step. I'm sure you can find out exactly what the MCID is for your particular broker if you go into their help page or FYI or whatever like that. So just to recap, players in the marketplace, we have 3 different players that we need to be aware of. The market maker, the most well-known, the ECNs, the electronic communications networks, and the wholesalers, the order flow firms, okay? So those are the 3 players we want to talk the most about. Let's go to the next one. The most important market maker. Let's talk a little bit about that. The most important market maker is called the AX, AX for short. They control the price they control the price action in a given stock. Oftentimes, you can determine which market maker is the AX by watching the level 2 action for a few days. It's the market maker who consistently dominates the price action. So what am I saying by that? Let's just look at ARM here for a second. It's not really the best example at the moment, but let's just pretend we see something that we don't. Let's say, for example, the NYB, the New York book. There is huge size consistently on the New York book, on the bid and the ask on ARM. And this is not just a one-off incident where there just happens to be big size that gets eaten up or blown through at any one moment in time. It's something that's habitually happening. It's habitual line stepping, as Charlie Murphy likes to say, right? What we're looking for here is a market maker who has more skin in the game at any one point than any other market maker. And the way to determine that is to be consistently looking at the book. That's why Obi used to record all his entire day. He wanted to go back and watch the level 2 to see which market maker had the most influence. I'm telling you, they're killing it over there.
Yeah, this is
right?
amazing.
Who is that on the ones and twos? It's the Chilean Nightmare, baby. So that's what we're talking about there, okay? Determining who the axe is, the most important market maker for a particular instrument. It's not as easy as just loading up the stock and seeing what's on the level 2 at any one given time. No, it requires you to watch it for a while to see who's dictating the price action on both the bid and the ask. And oftentimes you're able to determine that just based upon which one has the most size consistently throughout the day. A lot easier said than done, okay? Let's go on to the next topic. Why use level 2? Now, look, let me tell you. If you're day trading, you have to have the level 2 up. Look, you can say, look, I'm a chart trader. I go based on chart patterns and support and resistance. I couldn't care less about level 2. And I would say to you, look, if you can make it work for yourself, bravo. But if you can't, if you haven't been successful, you need to incorporate this other tool that we call market depth. Level 2 codes can tell you a lot about what's happening within a given stock. Number one, you can tell what kind of buying is taking place. Is it retail or is it institutional? By looking at the type of market participants that are involved. Large institutions don't use the same market makers as retail traders. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a second, okay? Number two, you can tell when institutional players are trying to keep the buying quiet if you look at the ECN order sizes for irregularities. These can mean that a buyout or accumulation is taking place. A lot of times, these larger institutions don't want to tip their hand. They don't want to have a 500,000 share order sitting at a particular level. So I'll talk about this in a second. So they'll put smaller share orders that keep reappearing either at the same price or just a little bit above or a little bit below. You can tell they're trying to offload their position, but they don't want to be so obvious about it. So you're not going to, I shouldn't say you're not. You're unlikely to see their full order at any one level. You're going to have to actually, be watching the tape. That's why we call it tape reading. Sitting there looking to see, is the order refreshing every time we move up? Is there a new seller with similar size coming in? Conversely, to the bottom side, is there a new buyer coming in with similar size at different levels? So that's one thing we'll talk about in a second. Number three, you can greatly increase your odds of a successful trade by trading with the AXE when the price is trending. The AXE provides liquidity, but its traders are out there to make a profit just like everyone else. Number four, you can tell when a strong trend is about to come to an end by looking for trades that take place between the bid and the ask. Otherwise, we know this is a midpoint, okay? These trades are often placed by large traders who take a small loss to make sure that they get out of the stock in time. What's going on, Katina Man? The market is hitting lows, so the Katina Man is watching that. Anything you want to add? NVIDIA is near that bottom again, so make sure if you are in the short or in the long, he's only almost $10 in the money on Coinbase. Yeah, I mean, that's not that big of a deal, of course, right? I'm kidding, tongue-in-cheek, of course. So shout out to the Katina Man. Make sure you are watching these markets as we continue to head down. I know we're doing our lesson now, but we got to get this done, right? These trades are often placed by large traders who take a small loss to make sure that they can get out of the stock in time, all right? So that's four main reasons. I'm sure there's plenty more of why you should be using level 2. Let's go on to the last one, then we'll take some questions, Adara. This is the
Yes.
one that I want to keep focus on the most. Tricks and deception. Because oftentimes what we hear is retail traders are suckers. They are there for institutional traders to take their money. And that's why we hear about, the 90% losers for day traders, this, that, and the other. So we need to be aware of when we're getting taken. And one of the ways is obviously to know what the common tricks and deceptions are out there. Watching level 2 can tell you a lot about what's happening, but there's also a lot of deception. These are a few the coming up are the most common tricks played by market makers. The first one, hiding order size. Okay? The first trick in deception, hiding order size. Market makers can hide their order sizes by placing small orders and updating them whenever they get a fill. Placing small orders and then updating, refreshing them whenever that order is filled. They do this to unload or pick up a large order, I should say, without tipping off other traders and scaring them away. Nobody's going to attempt to push through 500,000 share resistance, but traders may still think it's a beatable barrier if it's a persistent 10,000 share resistance. So, case in point, if I'm on the bid on ARM, and I look at the ask, and I see there's a monster 500,000 share order sitting at $70, well, I'm not going to be so inclined to want to take the long at 69.80 over here to make a new high, right? Because I know that there's a monster waiting for me at $70. So they don't want to tip their hands so easily. So what they'll do is they'll put a 10,000 share order, and that may not dissuade me nearly as much as that 500,000 share order. But when we get up to $70, all of a sudden that 10,000 gets eaten through, and then it reappears again. Sorry, Adara.
It's okay.
Adara scares easily for anybody
do.
wondering
I
why
do.
I'm saying sorry. Pardon me. So essentially what they're trying to do is they're trying to bait you into thinking that the order that they have sitting there on the book is far smaller than the one in actuality, so that you go ahead and you hit the bid so that they can take your money, okay? So that's the first one. What is this one called? Hiding order size. Second one, order sizes and timing. What is this all about? Market makers occasionally try to deceive other traders using their order sizes and timing. For example, JPMS, one of the ECNs we'll talk about in a second, JP Morgan's ECN, okay? JPMS may place a large offer to get short sellers on board only to pull their order and place a large bid. This will force new shorts to cover as day traders react to the large bid. So this technically is not very legal. It's called order stuffing, and you're not supposed to place an order in the market unless you have 100% intention of having it filled. But that's not reality. The reality is we're going to get bamboozled a lot of the time. And so sometimes what happens is a person with big buying power will place an order, whether a bid or an ask, at a particular level, only to entice you to get into the trade. But when it comes to that price, all of a sudden the order's not there anymore. It's getting pulled. Again, it's one of those gray areas in the market. It's technically not legal, but is it done, and is it done often? I'll let you be the decider of that. Third, and finally here in the bamboozling category, tricks and deception, trading through ECNs, okay? Market makers can also hide their actions by trading through ECNs because ECNs can be used by anybody. We talked about retail traders having access to it as well as institutional. It is often difficult to tell whether large ECN orders are retail or institutional, and it's because the institutions have a habit of layering their orders. So they're not going to put everything in all at one level. So you're not really sure, is this 10 different orders from 10 different retail traders or medium-sized traders, or is this one order from one huge institutional traders layered over, let's say, $1, right? Between 70 to 71 on ARM. Let's just giving you a random example there. So it's oftentimes hard to figure out exactly when institutions are doing the buying or the selling, or whether it's retail, simply because institutional traders really are adept at hiding their hand. So that is just some of the basics today, Adara. Wow, that took me 20 minutes to yap through. But yeah, Any questions on your part before we go into the chat?
Yeah, I guess so. So are like the more, I guess, the longer that you look at level 2 for, and when I say you, I mean like as a general, traders, are there ways to kind of, I guess, attempt to circumvent stuff once you kind of notice it happening? And I guess, is it I'm trying to find a word this.
Well, give me a scenario.
Okay.
Give
so
me a scenario and then we can talk about that.
If you see, I'm just trying to make sure I understand everything properly before I kind of get into this. Sure. If you see, I guess, someone trying to hide order size, and you want, I guess, is there a way to take advantage of that move, for example, or something
Someone's
like that?
trying to hide their order?
Yeah, if they're trying to hide order size and you want to kind of get involved and maybe.
Well, if you are good enough, I mean, if you are able to actually look at the level 2 and to be like, hey, there is clearly an institution selling here, if you're good at that, and you pick up on the fact that it's an institution behind these orders, you can go in the direction of the institution.
Oh,
right?
okay.
So all of a sudden you were like, okay, well, I'm going to go long ARM. But then a huge market maker's layering shorts, sell orders on ARM between 70 to 71. We get up to 70, it breaks through 70 for a second, goes up to $70.15, then tanks. Like 20, and that's what we call a specialist breakout.
Okay.
A specialist breakout is essentially to lure you in, to make you think that we've broken through the level only to wait for the level to break and then get you on the way down, to take all your money.
Okay.
Google it, specialist breakout.
I will.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Right now.
there's all sorts of bamboozling stuff. So if you can actually ID the direction of the institution or the larger trader or whatever you want to call it, the market maker, whoever's doing all the buying or selling, if you're able to detect that, number one, good on you because you're really good, right? Number two, go with the direction of the institution. Why fight them? They're the big money.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, and I think I appreciate you for saying that too, because I think like part of why I was thinking, fight, because I know, like there's lots of talk about market makers and stuff like that. So, but I get, it makes sense to kind of try to use that to your advantage if you can. But I'm also assuming that that takes like a lot of years and time in the market. Okay.
Yeah. And they've become much more adept at hiding their true intentions because people have become better at tape reading and wise over the years, right? And obviously, not even going to get into this. AI is probably going to find its way into this some way, somehow.
That'd be crazy,
and make everything exponentially harder, sadly. But that's just the world we live in. So,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
They probably already have, says the Chilean nightmare in my ear. So, and I don't disagree with that at all. It's probably just going to get worse, quite frankly. All right, guys, throw your questions in the chat. If you have any questions for Adair and I, we will be going through this again once on the top of the hour as people come in. That we got to assume people are joining and leaving at any one time, so we do have to repeat this. But thank you guys for joining us today. Fonzie says Ram, and then heart emoji eyes. There you go. You got some love there in the chat, Ram. So you can stop going on those day dates and maybe take out Ponzi over here. I'm just kidding.
Dude, there's a question here from Jorge Garcia. What level 2s do you have to sign up for? Would this be the top of book of full depth?
That's a very great question, and it's really going to come into. It's really going to depend on your broker. I'll tell you about mine. Well, I'll tell you first about the floor. Number one, when you come on the floor here as a trainee, they don't give you the full picture because, well, you haven't earned it yet. You got to show that, number one, you're a good trader and you're worth them paying the money for you, because they got to pay money for this stuff, right? All this, all the data that the traders back here are getting, the firm's paying for, right? So the better you are, the more data permissions you're going to have. That's over here, and it's also going to really depend on what markets you trade. So you're not really going to want futures data if you never touch a futures. Maybe just kind of see where the market is. Maybe I shouldn't have used the futures as an example because it's so, it's kind of indicative of the entire market. But the point is, you have to pay per book. Now, on IBKR, I can just tell you with Interactive Brokers, there is like one that's called NASDAQ depth of book or something like that. That gives you the major picture total view. Thank you, Katina Man. Yeah, it's called NASDAQ total view. That gives you a lot of the NASDAQ names and gives you a good picture, but it's not everything. BATS, you're going to have to pay extra for. ARCA, Edge A, Edge X, all these ones, you're going to have to pay extra for if you want to see the entire market depth. And you're not going to have a full picture of the market unless you have all of them. You may have an almost complete picture, let's say 95, 85%, whatever, but you're not going to have the full picture unless you have access to all the gateways, and each gateway will probably cost you more. Now, there are some brokers that will package a lot of gateways together. And they'll be like, okay, look, for $5 a month or $10 a month, I'll give you A, B, C, and D. And then you can add on E, F, and G for another $10. Some other brokers, they'll say to you, okay, look, you spend $20 in commissions with me a month, and I'll waive your data fees for, let's say, this gateway or that gateway. So you really need to do your homework with your specific broker to find out, number one, what they offer in terms of market depth. They don't all offer the same thing. Number two, how much it's going to cost you. And number three, whether you can get a lot of that written off by doing your active trading, by actually accumulating commissions on a monthly basis, foregoing the fee entirely.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. I have another question too, actually, that kind of spun off from that. So I guess because like the orders that we see, the books move differently. Would market makers behave differently, or can you spot them differently depending on what asset they're trading as well? Do you know what I don't know if that makes sense.
No, give me a bit more.
Okay, so
Throw some
so
more
I guess
color on that.
would you notice the market maker more if there's an asset that has a little bit less liquidity? I'm guessing. Or would they just not be involved?
I see what you're saying.
I don't know if that makes sense.
No,
but-
it does make sense. It makes absolute sense. So you're saying on something like, let's say, I don't know, what's done nothing today? SGMT, small cap gapper, up 35%, only done 275,000 shares. Can I spot it because there's less activity?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I would think that maybe it's a little bit easier to spot because the tape is not going to be moving as aggressively.
Okay.
So I'll be able to look at a level without it disappearing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Which
because that's
is
a huge issue with like these ones that move like Tesla and Nvidia.
Exactly, right? So I would say the lower the volume, obviously a little bit easier to read the level 2. However, the other side of that coin is less liquidity equals more risk.
That's true, yeah.
Because number one, typically the spread's going to be a bit wider on less liquid names. Number two, if it drops and there's no buyers and I'm in a long, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, because we were talking about that yesterday too. So I appreciate you like contextualizing that for me. Thank you with regards to that.
All right, I see Hog Rider saying Nvidia is flying. Well, it just got off that 535 and now it's back up into 540. So yeah, you're not wrong on that. A nice $4.40 move off the bottom there. NVDA down 0.2% on the day. We haven't really looked at anything market related yet. Yeah, any questions, guys, throw them in the chat. I'd be happy to answer. Big Kyle Burdette, my man, welcome back. Just getting here, being too busy slaughtering this market. Dump it. Yes, I know you're a bear, a perma bear. Although I do know one of your New Year's resolutions is to go both ways. So let's see if you can take the market long like yesterday, right? Pretty big day, green day on the market. All right, let's bring in the trusty 8 over here and talk about some of these levels. All right, so worst Mag 7 name on the day, the cake, the prize, the title goes to TSLA, down big, 3 1/3. We're knocking on the door of that 225 level, Adara. It has not been a good look for Tesla today, even though yesterday was a bit stagnant. We were kind of sideways on TSLA. We were below the pivot point yesterday. We started at the pivot point, but we continued to kind of dance with break even at that 234 level. I got to tell you, I don't think today's CPI really helped Tesla any. And Brendo and I were talking about that on the big desk, especially as CPI comes in stronger, the market starts forecasting delay in rate cuts. We know for a fact that higher interest rates have hurt leasing and financing of these Teslas. Elon Musk made that very clear on his last earnings call, as you know, people don't want to finance at 8%. You know, I don't know what car dealers are offering these days. I see varying amounts. I see from 3% up to 8%. If you get a really high in demand car, Mercedes-Benz, you're going to pay 8.25, at least in this country. If you get one of the cars that isn't moving, you might get a 3 or 4% level. And so it looks as if interest rates or continued inflation worries will continue to hinder Tesla, at least for the time being. So anyway, Tesla the worst off here. Second amongst it is Meta, after having a monster day yesterday. META kind of given.
Oh my God.
Yeah, look at that. This was yesterday's move. So we started off our life yesterday on Meta at $357. That was the close from the prior day. We made it all the way up to that 372, almost 373 yesterday at Dare. We were awfully close to $373, and now we are back kind of halfway at $363. I don't want to say halfway, but we're definitely below the pivot point. Keep your eye on this red dotted line that is at 361 level. That is the first support level using pivots on META. And then who's number 3 in terms of the worst here? It goes to Apple. Yay! More gains wiped off. Yeah, Apple continuing to struggle here, trying to hold 184 Adara, but all I see is lower highs. The only thing that kind of is giving me a possible, possible, bullish look here is this double bottom at 183 and, let's say 80s. If we can break through and above VWAP here at 185, we might have something, but I don't know. That may be more wishful thinking than anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think Apple certainly there's gotten a bite taken out of it recently. Let me tell you, we had another downgrade yesterday from Redbird Atlantic. So Apple having struggle. Tesla also, Tesla kind of trying to get its life back together here at this 226. I had fun shorting this name just to skosh earlier. Took my first point of entry at this 227.10, was planning to take it to this 226.50 area. Then when I saw, we're still kind of dying here, I actually DCA'd, which I don't normally do, but I was looking at the book. I liked the 226.20 area, took some extra shares, still really tiny position overall, and then we sunk, and I was very happy indeed. I was pleased as punch, I have to say, with this Tesla short. I'm willing to take Tesla in either direction, though, depending on what we see at this 226, tending to lean short, though, and then just kind of range scalp this. I talk about this enough, so we know my whole strategy is like wherever we had the most recent bottom, I take out profits there if it's a long most recent top. So yeah, buying dips or shorting rips is going to be relative rips.
I love that.
Thank you. Is going to be kind of my take today, I think, with this being what it is. Also, question here, or I guess comment here from Y Brothers United. I have a particular fondness for level 2 and TPO, as they're my favorite subjects. This is the information I inquired about. Thank you. I'm eagerly anticipating the TPO session.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah, we can. We'll to see what's going on. Yeah, TPO. Yeah. That's time, price, offer, opportunity, TPO, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, right now, yeah, we're talking about level 2, but yeah, we're always looking for new topics and stuff. So much in the market to talk about always.
So many things to talk about
yeah,
there.
Thank you very much for that.
I just wanted to address one comment here. Very interesting because this is something that's been misreported in the media so many times, and I feel like I am compelled to address it again. Hedged Hog, I love that name, by the way, yes. Hedged Hog, fantastic name, says, look, BYD sells more EVs than Tesla. That's what the media would have you think. No, that is incorrect. They sell more new energy vehicles than Tesla. Under the umbrella of new energy vehicles includes hybrids, not just battery-powered cars. So BYD is selling around 3 million cars total. 1.6 million of those 3 sold in 2023 were pure electric vehicles. No hybrid system, no ICE engine, nothing in it, okay? However, Tesla sold, guys, what's going on? 1.82 million actual EVs. So there's about 200,000, 220,000 more Tesla EVs produced in 2023 than there were BYD produced EVs. Now, the variance obviously is the hybrid. Now, the BYD's hybrid, I need to point this out, is not the same as Li Auto's hybrid. In fact, they don't even call Li Auto's car hybrids. They call them extended range vehicles. The reason being is there's an onboard, what do they call that? Generator. Yeah, a generator which then recharges the battery for the electric engine. It doesn't actually have an internal combustion engine on there being fed by gas. So you have to make sure that you understand, number one, the difference between the types of hybrid systems, and number two, you have to understand when the media reports new energy vehicles, they are including hybrids, which are way easier to make than the electric vehicles, okay? So their new energy vehicles are not just EV, pure battery plays, they are everything. So The media has been very, very fuzzy about that, and something tells me it probably has something to do with their dislike or their disdain for Elon Musk.
Yeah,
That's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, it's certainly an interesting concept. Fabian was asking if that includes scooters too when you were saying the BYD numbers.
Say it again.
Fabian was asking if that
Oh, I didn't
includes
even hear it.
scooters for the BYD numbers.
Oh, I don't know. Actually,
think-
that's
yeah.
a good question, Fabian. I know that it's really hybrids and EVs. Really, that was the main difference. I don't know about the scooters.
Yeah, no. I think that's certainly an interesting one. We do have a super chat addressing you, but first I just want to look at Mara quickly because lots of people getting up, understandably what is happening with Mara. Running the marathon to the downside decisively. You're down 15% on Mara. No sign of stopping. We kind of had this nice little support at this 26 area, 2670, swooping to the upside. Getting this wick above 29 and then falling with a vengeance right below our support area of 2670. We're now hanging out around 21, just below 22, I guess. Let me look at the daily here on Mara. Oh yeah, okay, this is we consolidated for a while here around this 23 to 2650 area. Very far below that range now. Let me tell you, yeah, we're kind of back to the areas we were in when we had this nice little roundy face to the upside earlier. So it's a little hard to say where we could free fall to from here. I think this gap up around 2050 could be interesting. I would maybe keep an eye on that level. Yeah, people mentioning Riot as well. All these crypto stocks certainly having lots of insanity here. Also, Broad Street Wolf was the super chat asking you specifically here. Thank you so much to the chat here from Broad Street Wolf. Sharif, my QQQ calls up 80%. Close or hold and wait for more dip. Expires January 2nd and 16th.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not really sure about the market long today. Look, I'm not going to comment on your swing, but I'm just going to have a look here at the futures as we dance below 16.8. So we're kind of doing that dance at the 100-point level, which I think is interesting because we're kind of hovering at it from the low side. So this is not one of those ones where I'm going to say we're doing the wick dance for a possible hold, right? The fact of the matter is we're doing the wick dance from the south side, not the north side, right? And no trend has changed here. You can expand this for you. Lower highs, lower lows. It is a downward channel. There has not been a new higher high or a new higher low essentially all day, right? So I'm not inclined at all to punch anything long on this market unless something fundamentally changes. I'd say first and foremost, we'd have to break through this key resistance level over here, which is that 16.8 1/3. We break above that and we start printing anywhere around here, then we can start talking. VWAP is also at, right now, it's at 16.920, but who knows where it'll be if we get up to it. I don't like anything long on the futures at this level, not yet. Let's see, number one, if we can get above and hold above 16.8, and if we can get above this, this local resistance level, let's call it, at 16.8 1/3. We'll have to wait and see about that. But the future is awfully weak today, off the back of that CPI number coming in hotter than expected. And I was kind of confused by this number, I got to tell you the truth, when we initially got it, because it was one of those ones where it's like, what the hell is keeping inflation high? We know for a fact energy's been down the last little while. So, and then food was supposed to be kind of stabilizing. So those are the only two things that are included in headline that are not included in core, right? So core came in line. It was a headline that was higher. So what the hell was higher? Food?
Yeah. I
Right?
don't know, man.
Yahoo
It's crazy.
Finance was reporting that shelter inflation was higher, but shelter factors as part of core, and core came in line. So I don't really understand what's going on. I'll have to dig deeper once have more opportunity to read about it. But yeah, not a good look, at least for like the local trade.
Oh yeah, no, it's certainly USD got a nice little push to the upside. Talked about that a little bit during money talks, and tomorrow we have PPI, so we're gonna have to see how that shakes out. We also have bank earnings coming tomorrow, so I'm not really sure. We'll have to see if that does impact the like USD and everything. But I think bank earnings either way could have an interesting little effect on the market. BlackRock reporting tomorrow, I know for sure. So let me get the whole list of these reporting earnings at these banks tomorrow because I want to make sure I get the whole fun list here for the bank earnings. So tomorrow morning we get JPM. We also get Delta Airlines, not a bank, but still reporting earnings. United Health Group, also not a bank, but Bank of America, BlackRock, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, Bank of New York Mellon. So yeah, those lots of earnings I think tomorrow to talk about. We'll have to see how those shake up the market, especially with these these bank heavy hitters reporting. And also I think Delta will be interesting with regards to this overall airline kerfuffle after Boeing and its constantly being updated planes situation with that fuselage.
What a disaster that company is.
that was a very scary time with that door being blown out mid-air.
You want to cheer for this company. You want to root for them.
We were talking about how good Boeing's daily chart looked like last week.
Every time you root for them, they make you regret doing that. Okay, housekeeping stuff. Let's talk about this right now. We got Barkin. He's going to be on at 12:40. Fed chair, one of the Fed presidents, Barkin, will be speaking at 12:40. 20 minutes after that, we're getting a big boy auction. The 30-year bond auction comes in at 1 o'clock. That could change things. You guys know what these auctions, the 5, the 10, the 20, the 30 have been doing to the markets lately, especially on the midday when they come out at 1 o'clock. So make sure in an hour and 20 minutes, you know what your trades are, you know exactly where you are and you're ready, or you have your stops in place, or your profit takers, because if you're long, we pump, who knows. Previous print on the 30-year bond auction came in at 4.344. We don't have a well, at least on my app here, I don't have a consensus print. We'll have to wait to see what the actual is, obviously. Waiting for that to come out. Looking down here, we don't get anything until 4:30 after that. Actually, sorry, 2 o'clock. The federal budget balance, which we don't really cover too often here on this show, Adara. So we have FOMC member Barkin speaking 12:40, then the 30-year auction at 1 o'clock. So make sure you are ready for that particular trade. All right, Nimit, you want to talk about Roma. So let's talk about Roma over here. Look, it's doing a nice little move, but it's given up the ghost now, and it is south of VWAP, which on my chart is $5.60. If you've been watching the show and you see me trade small cap cappers, you know that I don't like taking them long when they are south of VWAP. So this one, seemed to find a bit of support at $5. I'm not going to participate at this level. Ideally, I would have liked to hold yesterday's high, and that's what we initially did. When we had that break of VWAP right here at around 11 o'clock, we came into yesterday's closing print high, and then we popped back up, but then we flat bottom broke through that 5 1/3, and now we broke actually through $5, coming down to 483, but now doing the dance here with the $5 area. I'm not taking this long. If anything, I'm looking for a continued move down, but I'm not going to participate in either way. Did this have a pre-market high that we could have taken? No. So this one, it's a continuation play from yesterday. So there was no pre-market high kind of technique that I've been talking about, waiting for the pre-market high to form as the small cap gapper often runs in the pre-market, and then waiting for that level to get long. That's not the move today, at least. So ROMA, I'm gonna steer clear of this one for now. Let's see what other small cap gappers are on the move. LAES, this one showing up here, doing well on the day. It's up over 33%, having done almost 34 million shares of volume, about 1.25 million shares done in the past 5 minutes. It's at a critical level here. So it's off its highs, off that $3 reject, double top here at $2.98, so almost at $3. But here we are at the white line, VWAP, this $2.57 area. Do we break VWAP? We haven't broken VWAP since the morning. So here's the opening bell, and every dip into VWAP on LAES thus far has been bought up. Is this area here going to be the exception? So we're going to have to wait and see whether or not we get that decided break. But as my friend Neil likes to say, I wouldn't be buying on this VWAP. I would wait for the back end, wait for it to curl, show you, okay, this is a key support level, and the buyers start overwhelming sellers incrementally. You get higher lows and some green candles there, and then maybe we'll be interested in this. But it is above VWAP at the moment, but let's wait for it to prove itself that it's going to hold up at these levels. LAES, another one showing up on my list. And then the other one here, MLEC, This one not doing nearly as much volume, Dara. MLEC, where the hell did this one go?
There's been weird volume, some of these little baby
Right?
cappers today.
I'm trying to find the volume on this one, but it's disappeared off my list, off my scanner, so probably the volume a little suspect. But God, like, I mean, look at this. This is a specialist breakout I've ever seen one. Breaks through 270 into 311, then immediately rejects off that. Now, keep in mind that the pre-market high is that $3.50 area. So as per my rules, I would not have taken a long on this bad boy until we can get above $3.50 on MLEC. That high was made around 5:35 this morning. Yeah, and we haven't been putting any higher highs since that time. You really need to break through 3.25, which was a bit of a top. That's the institutional print there at 8 o'clock, preceded by some 7 a.m. action over here at 3.25, but the pre-market high 350.
Yeah, no, thank you for going over that. Also, there's a super chat from Diamond Realty of Miami, $3.05 super chat. It's a little bit higher. I can let you read that. It's addressed to you if you want to read that one out loud there.
I don't even see it.
Here we go.
There we go. Welcome back, Sharif. BYD new EV king. Look, bro, you don't gotta convince me on the I don't know, the strength or the legitimacy of BYD. Ask the Katina man. Ask the Neil. I've been talking well about BYD for a while. It is a good company. I just wanted to point out the difference there between hybrid vehicles and fully electric vehicles, because they're not the same and they're not as easy to produce. Now, some other guy in the chat, I don't remember his name, was like Sharif's Elon fanboy, this, that, and the other stuff that, you know, doesn't really faze me. The point is, to that individual telling me that they only sell in one country, BYD sells in one country, bruh, do your homework before you start spitting in the chat, because that's absolutely incorrect, okay? BYD sells in many countries, all right? Thank you, Katina man. But that's neither here nor there. But look, Diamond Realty, man, I gotta tell you, BYD, it's a good company. When Alfred was at the big desk, we talked about that. It's got two different North American tickers, BYDDY and BYDDF. Jeff Mendel, when he was on the big desk as well, kind of differentiated the two for us. One strictly is, you know, an ADR where you have, where you don't have direct actually ownership. It's through the depository receipt, and the other one is actually in the funds. So make sure you know the difference between those two before you invest. So I think it's a fantastic company, and clearly, you know, Elon was wrong when he made fun of them, because he was asked about BYD's car, I think like in 2016 or something like that. He's like, have you seen their car? And now, you know, he's not joking about them no more, is he? But the fact of the matter is, you know, whether or not you like them, we just got to say the truth, the facts. They haven't made more EVs per year than Tesla, not yet. Maybe they will this year. Yeah. What do you got over there?
Yeah, no, I mean, I will confer as well that Sharif does speak positively about BYD. It is just specifically that's the Sharif's big thing is the EV hybrid distinction, because we were talking about that as well, because I didn't really understand it fully. Also, I just got in and out of a little baby Tesla long, so I can talk about that.
Oh.
Yeah, so like I said, I was open to trading Tesla in either direction, whatever direction was kind of giving me interest for these tiny, teeny, tiny baby scalp plays with small share sizes. We did our DCA thing 21 earlier today with that short. Then I noticed I really like, because I got out originally of that short of that 226.50 area, because that was an area of interest to me, because we had this double bottom here, and I noticed like, hey, we're holding it up pretty well. Then I noticed we keep kind of spiking up to this 226.50 and then falling down a bit. So I say, like, I just kind of was sitting here trying to be very patient. Patience is a virtue, so they say. So I'm trying to be a little bit more of a careful trader here as I still learn in the sim and hopefully grow. But yeah, so this 226.50, we got it, and this time we actually held it. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take a teeny tiny baby long here. So I noticed that we were able to hit 226.75 and then kind of run away scared, like a little scared deer. So I got in, set it to leave at 226.75. We got out 25 cents. Oh, I like that. So 25 cents. So it's definitely not super significant here, and again, still in the sim. But yeah, I think the point I'm trying to make is, I was talking about this with the OB yesterday as well. Just kind of like, you know, you have to figure out what style works for you and just try to hone that. I do feel at my most comfortable while trading if I'm just in these teeny tiny scalps, just watching the book, seeing what levels are holding, watching the chart, and then kind of using that to come together to find where we have some compatibility here and entering that way. So I just wanted to talk through that Tesla trade. I'm willing to go in either direction on this stock as the day continues, just for teeny tiny scalp moves. Also, yeah, I'm enjoying Jaden's comment here in the chat. Yeah, Tesla, the little EV drove itself off a little bit of a cliff here. We did have some catalysts with Tesla, including the UAW, I guess Tesla feeling that UAW heat and increasing the pay for some of its factory workers in the US. So just a little catalyst note there from Tesla. I think that is an interesting note here. But yeah, I think this is, yeah, really, really cool look here in Tesla. I like this comment from the Salty Bear, and I also really like your name. Although I guess you couldn't be too much of a Salty Bear today. It's been kind of a good bearish day. But the market could decide it's overreacted and bounce to wait for earnings and more inflation data tomorrow. Likely sideways or slow downside as we wait for data. Could shift sentiment, be looking both ways. Yeah, like I said today, right? Or just now with Tesla, I think I like this. This is kind of fun with the little picture there. But yeah, I think the point I'm trying to make is I think it's really, there are probably opportunities both ways. We'll have to see how the market reacts. But like I said, I think those bank earnings plus UNH and Delta could have an interesting role in the market. I think being aware and being kind of careful is, I think, an interesting way to go there. Also, Meta getting a little bounce back, question mark, on my side chart. Yeah, oh, okay. This is even, I have the 3-minute on my side chart, as I mentioned, but I like trading on the 5-minute. And this 5-minute, this is even a steeper curve here. We'll have to see, because it's where we kind of consolidated and then fell. So I want to watch what we're doing at this 365, 10, 20 area for my point of entry, much like we did with Tesla, watching levels, watching the book, seeing where we have an opportunity, and then just kind of getting in and out like a little ninja, trying to escape the trades. Which is funny, because a lot of what we're talking about today is how these market makers will try to, finagle their way into trades, and kind of how that works, right? So, we'll do some finagling of our own as we do here in the markets, just trying to see opportunities and get it cracking. So that's my take, really just kind of going in either direction here on Tesla. As 50 Cent said, switch the style up, and if they hate, then let them hate, and watch the money pile up. We'll see. I mean, well, the sim money, the paper money, but
I love it.
But yeah, just kind of trying to continue scalping and seeing how that goes.
That's hilarious.
How are you? What are you looking at?
I'm just keeping my eye here on the future, because we just got to 16.8 again, but we're doing that kind of sub-level dance. We could call it the wick dance. You call it whatever you want. Big green candle here on the dip, and then a nice move back up above 16.8. Let's see if we can kind of get above like this level I talked about earlier. This red dotted line, which is support level 1 on pivot points, also happens to be, confluencing with price action over here on the bottom, 16.8 1/3. Let's see if we can get a big move up off there. Otherwise, I'm not going to be interested in any sort of longs on any big tech names. But we can also keep an eye, I would say, on the small caps. These small cap gappers, I was just talking about LAES and how it kind of is flirting with VWAP right now. So this might be an interesting entry on LAES, because we just bottomed out at $2.50. Now we're back up to 259, 260 area. If we do hold VWAP here, I would definitely be interested in to move into 3 or at least 298 high a day. Let's load up LAES here on the trading screen. Let's take off ARM.
So I'm just going to say this quickly. I'm going to pull this
it
up to confirm this, but someone is saying in the chat, Fed speaker saying no rate cut in March. So let me check my.
Yeah, we're talking about Barkin. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So this is
Is it Barkin?
It's Mester first and then Barkin. The Fed's Mester saying that
Yes,
today's
I see
inflation data does not change my view of where Fed is. December shows this job isn't done yet.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to say that.
Redhead Loretta, baby. She's on there. She's talking up a storm. Fed Messer says we don't want to see progress in inflation stall out. This report does not suggest that though. On inflation, we need to see housing and goods price pressure continue to move down. Yeah, housing's the issue here. It's shelter, I think. My contacts tell me labor market not as tight as before. I guess maybe today that's kind of bewildering, because while that really wasn't what the jobs numbers showed, as continuing claims were down. But anyway, yeah, Fed Messer speaking right now. I didn't actually see Fed Messer in my thing here, Adara. So boo on you, investing.com. You didn't show me that.
It didn't give her any bulls.
It didn't even
bulls?
include her in the
That's
list.
so
Yeah, she
sad.
got cut. Redhead Loretta got cut off the thing over here.
Loretta.
Yeah, Loretta Mester.
Yep.
Anyway, we're just kidding, of course.
Ramin got that.
Loretta. Okay. I see where you're going with that. All right, I'm keeping my eye here on LAES. I'm going to go long at $2.63. I'm going to put it on order here, so I'll send it to you.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, the LAES has been really kind of strong and interesting all day. So I noticed that one earlier. Also noticed Tesla once again having this level where we keep kind of bouncing around here. We failed that 227 yet again. Tried to get an entry here. Probably set my point of entry a little bit too high. If we come back to 227 and fail again, I'll probably get in again. But like I said, the range that I am watching on Tesla almost exclusively, at least for now until we move into a new range, is 226.50 to 227.20. The very specific 70-cent range that I'm going to be keeping my little eyes on all day. Also, I just got a kick here out of Mac in the chat. The finagling scared ninja deer. Yeah, that's the kind of trader we're gonna. We're not gonna try to be scared, but you gotta, you gotta try to be that type of trader.
Did you see Long Greta?
Oh, I did not see that.
Well, yeah, there you go. Hans Beer is killing it in there.
Killing it in the chat. Yeah, well, the market is a little bit red for Loretta, so that one wasn't as strong. But a lot of people talking about Hut, so I'm gonna pull up Hut. I mean, a lot of people talking about all the crypto names, but I'm seeing Hut a lot recently. So let's see Hut 2 if we're setting to attention here.
You're not gonna do it?
Pardon?
You're not gonna do it? Feeling Hut?
Oh, I should have done. Oh my God, I didn't even think of that one. Thank you. Feeling Hut. I don't think the market's feeling hot though.
Fabian, bro.
What did
You're
he say?
killing it. He was doing the boo. I cut him off by hitting the bang.
Thank you.
I didn't actually mean to. That was funny, Fabian.
Oh, that's funny. But yeah, no, I mean the market is not feeling hot today. We really fell here, making lower lows. I do find this consolidation at 1120 a skosh interesting. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that. I do not know if I'm going to I don't think this is one that I would really trade right now. But I think this is kind of an interesting look. Also, Sunil asking if my eyes are blue and green. I would say they're blue.
They're blue.
Yeah, I think they're blue.
I can see them right here. They're
yeah, sure. It's like can confirm. But yeah, no, sorry, I just saw that and I was like, may as well answer that question. But yeah, Hut is. Thank you for bringing up that pun there. I appreciate that.
I like Roland Joe Sharif. Have you been trying to recover from sickness or Arsenal's beating? I love it. I'm like both, bro. Because if you've been watching this weekend, Arsenal did get eliminated by Neil's boys out of the FA Cup. Liverpool beating Arsenal 2-0 on our ground, which was very disappointing to say. But that's the way it is. That's the way soccer is there. Guys, we are now in a long on LAES as it does hold VWAP there, and it did trigger my order at 63. So let's see if we can move up past that, let's say 70 area. We did have some resistance at that 10 penny area. We had a bit of a bottom. You call that a trough, whatever, at that area. The out here is a very, very tight stop through the break of 250. I will not allow this to go any lower than 250. If it's a failed break, it's a failed break, and we'll take the L. But I'm going long here on LAES. Small cap gapper du jour up 36%, having done Adara 36.1 million shares on the day. I am looking for a decided break through that 270 before we wet our beak, and we're going to have a little bit of a beak wetter here at the 74 area, just a smidge below that $0.75. Let's see if we make it up there on LAES.
I have to say, I like that level here. I like the, sorry, I'm just literally
go for it.
So I like this level, this, what is this, 250. Yeah, I like that we kind of had consolidation there, then we came back to that and bounced off.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is a really nice look on LAES.
Yeah, and it was the whole dollar, too. Did you notice that? Sorry, the $0.50. Go back, baby. Thank you. Look, that's a 50 penny area.
Oh.
So it was consolidation low earlier at the 50 penny, and then support again at the 50 penny, but that doesn't mean nothing because we're putting in lower highs. High, lower high, lower high. So we need to change this trend, otherwise it means nothing to me.
So it's a little compressy, I guess, is a way to put it.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. But it's not really compressy. It's downward channely.
I guess, yeah. I'm trying to find a way to word it, yeah.
Right. Let's get to some tags here. In about 3 minutes, we're going to restart the lesson again. Thomas Johnson, hunt for Lored October. Oh, bro, come on. Come on, Adara is giving you a round of applause there. She loves that kind of stuff. And as do I. I'm not going to pretend like I don't. Haters will hate, says B. Davis. Shout out to you, my man.
That was when we were punning really hard.
Yeah, it is. Ponzi, or sorry, not Ponzi. Oh, good thing you have next Monday off, Sharif. Yes, very good point. Very good point. The Hayes Records Arsenal laughing. Okay, come on, bro.
I saw that.
Come
I
on,
saw
bro. You don't have to
that.
troll me that hard. Roland Joe, I feel you, man. I'm a Gunner too. Yeah, it's tough to be an Arsenal fan. That's no question about that. Same thing with being a Cowboys fan. It is tough to be a Cowboys fan. All right, Meat on Wheel. I like that name, not Meals on Wheels. Meat on Wheel. Member for 21 months. Well, one suggestion, if showing trades of NNS in midday, taking time, why not Sharif and Adair sacrifice their board to the new development is done? I'm not really sure what you're talking about.
I think they're saying like they're saying that Sean and Neil should have their positions here. I guess.
Well,
until
I'm
they
in a
finish the
position
board.
too. Anytime you want to know what the Katina man or what the Neil is trading, just tag me. They're sitting right next to me right now.
Yeah, Neil just put his positions in here. Yeah.
Oh, Neil did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what's going on, Neil. I know what's going on, baby. Neil will be on in around 1 minute or so, as he's going to come in, as he typically does, during that 12 o'clock time slot to give us the lesson of the day. And let me tell you, they are very informative. I always love listening what Neil has to say, especially about some of these current positions that we're in. Kyle Burdett, I'm literally doing a dance with no pants over here. If we get another leg down on it, just make sure not to put any pictures or anything like that, Kyle. But shout out to you. I like how you're using my my line. But yeah, shout out to big Kyle Burdett. Raj Sharif, can you look at SWVL? Absolutely, sir. Let's pull in the side chart here and start talking some SWVL for you. Daily movers, SWVL. Ooh, look at this big boy moving. Okay, so we have a new, basically a top gapper right here. So this is number 1 on my list. It's still light on shares, guys. It's just getting going. 657,000 shares on SWVL. Small cap gapper. Let's talk a little bit about the details on this one. So, with respect to float, what the hell is it doing? There we go. With respect to float on SWVL, 3.6 million shares. So quite small, not micro, but very small. The amount of shares is done in the last 5 minutes, about 120,000. So the volume's starting to pick up a little bit. I don't see any headline for why this is moving. What day is it? Till the 11th. Okay, so do we have anything yesterday?
Was it already the 11th of
I'm
January?
looking, all I see is breakout on volume from yesterday, breakout on volume from the day prior. I don't know why this is moving. I don't see a catalyst on this. SVWL, yeah, not one that's recent from this week anyway, but nonetheless, it is moving up. Closed off yesterday at 457 now. The high at day 647 is trading at 630 right now. Let's see if it can continue to get going. It's now up on my side chart, so we're going to keep an eye on this one to see what it does. But still light on volume. Multiple day runner, though. I'll show you this one here. Go to the 15. Yeah, so as you can see, it's been trending up quite aggressively. Back on December 29th, the last trading day, we kind of closed out at that $1.50. Now we're at 650. So this one incrementally making its way up. Probably had a catalyst one of these days over here. I'm just not aware of it. But multiple day runner, SWVL, not a bad look. Let me know when you're ready, Neil.
Yeah, I mean, I drew out lines on Lily because I have my Lily levels. I'm gonna call them that because we're getting close to a milli, so I'm trying to prepare to trade this name. And we had a part successful trade yesterday in Lily. I say that because I got half out with profit. The other half we unfortunately got a little. I'll use their Sharifism bamboozled.
Yeah,
For
there you
that
go.
second half of the Lily trade. But yeah, so we did have a price target increase, I believe, from Morgan Stanley to 763. And look at these levels. I feel like these levels are just really interesting in Lily.
Guys, go to her chart.
We have this base of 628-ish. Then we have a nice little middle level of 632-ish. And why I like this is we bounce off it. Then we we rise right up into it with a vengeance. Then we come back to it, go down, we bounce back up to 632. 632 and Lily are interesting levels. Levels, of course, can always change. They don't always, stay in confluence, I guess, with what the stock's doing. But I think this is an interesting level for now. My final level is look at this consolidation we had pre-market at this 630, almost 635. Then we kind of swoop down. We go back up to 635, or I guess 634, 635. Then go back down, and guess where? we kind of pop back up again from that level. So I have a couple levels of interest here in Lily. Once we hit that milli, and we're getting pretty darn close.
A milli
for Lily. Yeah. Thank you.
Milli for Lily.
If I can add like rap and Eli Lilly, why not? So did you hear about the 21 Savage movie?
No, what?
Oh, I was talking about it a little bit yesterday, actually.
That's fine. I don't want to hear about it.
So it's called American Dream: The 21
I
Savage
was gonna
Story.
say something. Can you do for me? Because I thought for sure.
20, yeah, I mean, I mean, we'll have to see if the movie does it for viewers, but
True.
I've already watched the trailer an embarrassing number of times,
Oh.
so I'm very excited. It's
Give
just
me-
basically
give me
a music
plot.
video.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't. The plot's just about his life.
Oh, that's pretty
And
cool.
it's like one of the kids from Stranger Things plays young 21 Savage, and the adult 21 Savage is being played by Donald Glover, aka Childish Gambino. So I'm really excited. And yeah, I think I just wanted to talk about that, but yeah, no, I think a milli for Lily will make me very happy indeed. I already have my levels plotted out. We're just gonna jump in that the second we hit that level there. Here, Jay Haas saying 21 LePage. Thank you. Yeah. I'll take
like
it.
that.
I'll take it. I quote the man so much. So yeah, Chris J saying with Childish Gambino, which yeah, that is correct there. But yeah, so I think Lily's the main thing I'm looking at. NVIDIA getting kind of interesting as well
back
here.
through 540.
Yeah, NVIDIA is, that 542 is, we got a nice bounce. Like I think 540 is an interesting area there. We'll see what we can bounce off. Tesla's still in the range that I've been watching it in, so I'm just going to keep watching it within said range. We keep hitting that 226.50, then coming back to 227.20. But Neil is ready, so we will pass it on to someone in the chat was saying earlier, real deal Neil, and then we can hear Neil's thoughts
Oh,
here.
I really like that, Adara. The real deal.
Someone
Neil.
in the chat said it.
Because
so
it's
I'm
like
like,
Evander.
actually,
Really?
that's perfect.
It was. I'm assuming it was something. Whatever. Who cares, bro? Hold on. I'm assuming it has something to do with Holyfield, Evander Holyfield. Thank you. A real deal, Evander Holyfield. Yeah. Shout out to Neil. That's great. I like
Yeah.
that.
But yeah, Neil time for now.
Why not? Welcome to the Real Deal with Neil. What we're going to talk about today is you know them, you maybe don't like them, but they're market makers. Market makers, we don't like them. Most people are like, oh no, they take our money. So I want to talk about today, how can you take a little bit of their money, right? Like as a trader, you're always looking to make that gain from price action, trading key price levels. But what about from the actual quotes, from the actual size and level 2? So I want to get to it here. First things first, you got to settle one thing. What is a market maker and what are they doing? They are making a market, exactly what it sounds like. So when you look at something like XLF here, you're going to have constant bids and asks at all the level 1 prices. Anybody that's doing that in my mark is a market maker, and they're all over the place. So, you know, when you see a stock trading, and we're usually accustomed to looking at a level 2, we're going to base things off of the charts and key price levels. There are times and situations where you simply want to look at what is going on in the tape and what is going on in that level 2 depth to give you an idea of how to make money. Now, I want to get a couple of things out of the way. I'm going to say a term called quote stuffing. Now, there's a couple of ways people like to define quote stuffing, so I'm going to give a couple here and then I'll let you know what I'm talking about. Quote stuffing.
Okay, folks, it's your friend and sponsor back again. I've been working on trying to get the Bitcoin in my account, and I guess it's just taking it's taking forever. I went to a Bitcoin ATM last night. I loaded it 10 o'clock last night. I just got the confirmation, and I don't think I'll be using any ATMs. It's just too many fees. Yeah, I thought it would work out. They do offer some type of incentives. I don't know what they are, but I'll have to look at those. But what I did want to do was bring your attention to my man, Mr. Oliver Velez. And I think what I want to do is listen. All right, I connected my bank. All right, let's see. What do I want to do? I want to kind of I want to get to this thing. All right. There was a video in here that I thought it would be perfect. Oh my gosh. What is the deal, man? Yeah, we just want to get to his page. All right, we connected the bank. Let's see if we can load up some coin now. That's why I was gone. So okay, all right, there was a good one. Oh yeah, well, that's trading psychology. I think what we're gonna do is we're going out on the lunch hour. I'm gonna take a lunch break and we'll be back. I'll let Neil and those guys go. So let me just pull them guys back up. Trader TV Live.
Putting a bunch of bids and offers
I'll
that
be
you
back,
don't
folks.
intend to get filled. That is illegal. What I'm going to talk about here is when you have algorithmic style trading, putting orders all across the bid and ask, constantly at the level 1, but constantly adjusting them. It's quote stuffing, but it's not necessarily the direct manipulative kind. It can be because it's an ADR. So it's primary markets trading somewhere else, and someone's making a market and it's tracking like a European stock or a European level 2. It could be a dual listed stock. So if you're watching it in Canada and you're watching it in the US, the quotes are constantly changing even though nothing's happening in the stock because the FX is moving one way or the other. That's the kind of quote stuffing that you're going to see on a constant basis, specifically in ETFs if you happen to trade them. You're going to see it a lot in anything that's dual listed, and you can take advantage on something like that when you notice a change. Because when a stock like this, which has a lot of quote stuffing on XLF, like when you look at the actual prints going off in level 2, you just saw it flip from 43 bid to 43 ask. There's tens of thousands of shares there. You can rewind this when you're watching it. Look at that tape. Did you see tens of thousands of shares go off when it filled? No, because most of it is pulling and putting, it's getting pulled, it's getting put back in. All you're seeing is a static look. A fraction of that is getting hit. What you want to look for when you get to a key price level is instead of people not taking fills, all that order flow not getting filled in, you want to note when the fills are actually happening. When is that level getting wiped and the size is actually going off? And more importantly, at a key price level, if you notice that happening at a key price level, that can indicate a little bit of somebody getting caught off guard. An example sometimes can happen at the open, but I want you to note this little volume spike at the bottom. Volume at the open, big. Okay, let's do this here. Volume at the open, obviously going to be the biggest candle of the day. That's going to be right off of that open. There's this volume spike at the bottom. So what you'll see in a situation like that is get all your quote stuffing, then somewhere at the bottom, a big actual fill takes place. It jams to the upside here, immediate reversal, some relief comes in, and then it holds the bottom. That's the kind of reversal indicator I'm looking for. You typically don't want to get caught trading around a price, trying to pick a bottom for a scalp trade if there aren't real fills going off. So you've got to be looking at that tape at that key level to see when it goes from, look at my big bid ask and no one's getting those fills, to, oh baby, they just got everything they can eat at that price level. Time to take my shot. One other thing that I think is important when it comes to this, you will often see tricks, bamboozlement around key price levels with fake order flow. So when you're looking at actual market depth, I'm just going to throw Apple up here because it'll do a better example than XLF of demonstrating that. Maybe that's even too fast. I'll go Rivian. I want something which will show you like level 1, level 2 depth. So the top of the bid ask here is always going to show you the best bid, the best ask, all that good stuff. Be very wary of size orders that if they become the level 1, they can be sitting behind here. Like if I were to see a big order sitting down at like 1859, oh goodness, there's a big buyer in Rivian, let's go, let's go. If somebody gets to the level 1 price and that order disappears, I don't care what I think of that level. It could be a buy level that I like. I'm assuming that is a fake size order. The only time I care about a big size order, which is good if it happens on one gateway, because it usually means it's kind of unsophisticated. They're not really breaking up that order flow. I want to see that taking fills at the level 1. I want to see it appearing. Gets filled once, it comes back again. I want to see it get filled for a little bit, come back and take it for more. That's what you want to see. It's the same way in XLF. I'm looking for when they actually leave their orders in and get swiped instead of all that pushing and pulling of that order flow. It's really, really important when you're looking at size on the level 2 to ensure that that person is intending to take the fill. Now, one of the best ways, I've said this before, one of the best ways to do this is to actually filter if you want to. You can have 2 time and sales. One can filter for bigger order flow. That can help. I like seeing all the prints, and I tend to have more than one level 2 if I have the opportunity to. Market makers are there to serve a function. They don't have a choice but to put that order flow in. So the other advantage you have that I'm going to leave you with here is when is the time they are not going to want to make a market? When things go haywire. When all of a sudden conditions rapidly change in a stock, nobody wants to be making a market. That is an opportunity. Because when you have a liquidity event, a stock like iRobot, where there was news with Amazon and then not fighting the EU or making amendments to the EU, that just happened yesterday. And the second that drops, the market makers stop making a market, they pull as fast as they can, some of them get trapped, and you're going to get a hint at where to execute based on where they start making a market again. It's a trap if you get caught at the bottom, but when the bad news happens and it comes back in, oh, what does it show you? Okay, it showed you a bit of a bid up at that 33. That's fine, made a fresh low, but this is the key. Right in here, this is where it started bouncing. Bidders came in at 31.5 to about 32. When that fell back in, where was the easy entry point? Just looking for it. If that's where they wanted to make liquidity before, a lot of times in a vacuum, that's where the liquidity will come back again. When the market makers stop making a market and you don't want to trade it because it's too wild, look at where the liquidity comes back in force in those gaps. Then look to execute around those areas. You can structure trades where there's now a huge gap from back to forth. A lot of people don't like trading stocks like this because, oh, when it happens, oh, I could lose so much. Forget about that nonsense. That's an opportunity. It's an opportunity, but you've got to observe and have your level 2 up when you do it. You've got to observe where the market makers are confident coming back in there. And once they do, they're going to drop some hints for you. Whether it's this, whether it's buyout rumors, or it could be a short seller report, whatever it might be. When you get those crazy spikes, they're about to start dropping some hints when they put those bids and offers back in. So that's Real Deal Neil for you. We'll see how long that one sticks around here. But market makers, you got to be able to make money off of them because they're not going anywhere. Take it easy, everybody.
Thank you very much for that, Neil.
Thank you so much,
I was not
Neil.
ready, but here we go. That's all good. Yeah, I got to get used to the whole vibe, but it probably won't be much longer because Neil's going to be on Lunch Money on the new channel very, very soon. And yeah, I don't want to spill the beans or anything, but maybe sooner than you think. All right, the Future. Guys, the Future is making a move, okay? We're above 16.8 now, and we're above 16.8 by a nice margin, about 18, 20 points or so. So let's see if we can get that continuation up on the Future. We were kind of doing the dance, the wick dance here with 16.8, and it looked to me like we were putting in lower lows. We still have to get above that 16.8. a third for me to get super excited. I'm talking about this consolidation bottom trough, whatever you want to call it right here. I want to see prints above that. And then after that, I want to start seeing higher highs and higher lows. So let's see if we can make our way up there. The future stair stepping back up in the same way. NVIDIA is holding that 540 level awfully well, and now it's knocking on the door of 542. So NVIDIA coming off that bottom that it put in at 535 and a half ish, and moving right back up now, down only 0.25% on the day, Dara. So we'll have to see whether we get that continuation back up. NVIDIA awfully strong compared to some of these other chip names, because you have AMD down 2.5 and Intel down 1.1. The only one that's green on my chart is Marvell and Broadcom. Marvell's up 2% for whatever the hell reason. I have no idea why. Why is Marvell up 2% here? Let me just have a look. Oh, here we go. Update. Bank of America, B of A Securities, maintain Marvell with coverage with a buy target and $80 with buy and $80 price target. That's a nice premium, about a $15 premium from where it's trading at right now, $64 and 2/3 is Marvell. Broadcom is only marginally green, up 0.09%, so we'll have to wait and see how that all does. Back to the trade on LAES, still kind of doing nothing here at break even. We're not putting any lower lows, but we're not putting any higher highs either. So gonna pack my patience with this trade. I like the fact that we're above VWAP. I like the VWAP hold and the $0.50 area hold as well. I've got my beak wetters, as you can see, lined up there at different levels. We'll see if we get that move up on LAES. Yes, Kyle LeBredet, don't forget the 30-year bond auction. We did talk about that, Kyle, before you came in. That comes in at 1 o'clock. Make sure you're ready for that. But just from previous experience, I noticed that there's a bit of a delay between the actual time of the auction and when the market reacts. It's a bit of sometimes it's a couple of minutes, sometimes it's 5. We'll have to wait and see what it does today, but yeah, that is of importance for us today. All right, Dara, it is time to restart the lesson.
Yes.
Today, we are continuing with the theme of the week, talking about level 2. Obi, from what I heard, did an absolutely fantastic job filling in for me these past 3 days. I really can't thank Obi enough. Yeah, there he is. He's back there. Obi enough. Always stand-up guy, willing to stand up and help anybody. And not only that, but he is much better than me at tape reading and level 2. So I was really happy that he was able to give you guys that lesson. For now, though, you're going to have to put up with sucky me. Let's go and start the lesson anew. What is level 2, guys? Level 2 is essentially the order book for NASDAQ stocks, New York stocks, over-the-counter market, ARCA, well, you name it, the exchange, it's got a level 2. Orders are placed through many different market makers and other market participants. We'll talk about the other market participants in a second. Level 2 will show you a ranked list of the best bid.
I'm sorry, I'm just talking.
No worries. Level 2 will show you a ranked list of the best bid and ask prices from each of these participants. This gives you detailed insight into the price action. Knowing exactly who has an interest in a stock can be extremely useful, especially if you're day trading. I don't really hear a lot about level 2 when it comes to swing trading or, more obviously fundamental investing. We don't really hear Michael Noss talk about it in his analysis. So it is more of an intraday trading utility or utensil, whatever you want to call it, than it is for anything else. So let's, there we just got a beak wetter there at 274 on LAES. Let's see if we can get that move into 279. We're getting some good volume behind this move here on LAES. Let's see if we can get that continued move up. All right, who are the players in the marketplace? Let's talk a little bit about that. Oh, can we put up the topics menu again, Chile Nightmare? I appreciate you, man. All right. There are 3 types of players in the marketplace that we need to concern ourselves with. First, market makers. We'll talk about them in a second. The other, electronic communication networks, or ECNs. Thirdly, wholesalers. Let's talk about the first one, the market maker, the MM. These are players who provide liquidity into the marketplace. They're required to buy stocks when nobody else is buying and sell when nobody else is selling. They make the market. The example I used to start the show was of the disgraced investor Bernie Madoff. Now, Bernie Madoff did not start off as a hedge fund guy. He started off as a market maker. And he started off as one of the more, let's just call a spade a spade, he was one of the honest market makers. He was picking up the phone during the dot-com bubble and making markets, buying when no one was buying, selling when no one was selling. Back then, you know, people called. Not everything was done online like we do here. People will call, be like, oh, I need to sell 100,000 shares. And he was picking up the phone. That's kind of how he made his name, all right, during that time. So these institutions, individuals, whatever you want to call them, companies, they add liquidity to the market by making sure that there are enough shares for buyers and for sellers. They make sure that the liquidity in the market is sound so that whoever wants to buy can buy, whoever wants to sell can sell, okay? ECNs, electronic communications networks. What are these? They are computerized order placement systems, and anyone can trade through these systems, both large institutional traders and retail traders. And we'll talk a little bit about ECNs in a second. And third and finally is the wholesalers, the order flow firms. This is kind of like what we've been hearing a lot about, payment for order flow, whether it's through Robinhood or any other payment for order flow app. Many online brokers will sell their order flow to wholesalers. These order flow firms then execute orders on behalf of the online brokers, usually for retail traders. Each market participant is recognized by the 4-letter ID that appears on the level 2 quotes. And some examples that you can see, like on ours, it's 3 letters, so that's why I was kind of showing you, I was saying to you earlier, I can give you my gateways, but it won't mean a whole lot to you because yours may be different, right? So you can see here on my book over here, Chilean Nightmare, you see BATS, you see ARCA, you see the New York book, etc. Okay? Now, the most important market maker. So there are multiple market makers. Which one is the most important? The most important market maker is called the AX, AX. They control the price action in a given stock. You can determine which market maker is the AX by watching the level 2 action for a few days. It's the market maker who consistently dominates the price action. So how do you kind of determine this? Well, you see what Obi has done in the past. Obi would tell us, you know, I'm recording my screen. He wants to be able to go back and watch the level 2. Well, what the hell is he watching? He wants to see who's dominating, right? One of the things he's doing, I don't want to speak on his behalf. One of the things he's observing is who is leading the charge on this particular name. And oftentimes you'll be able to kind of see that by looking at where the biggest bids are sitting, where the biggest offers sitting, and it keeps repeating. So for example, if we see on Amazon that the New York book consistently has you know, the most amount of shares on the bid at a particular level, or multiple levels, or the most amount of shares on the ask at a particular level. And it's kind of dictating where the support and resistance are because it's the one with the biggest size at those levels. There is many different ways to be able to see it. And this is kind of like one of those tricks of the trade kind of things where you kind of really figure it out for yourself. But one of the benefits of tape watching is to be able to determine which market maker is the one that's dominating the price on this particular instrument. And there may not be, okay? It may be a combination of several, but that's only determinable by actually doing some tape watching, okay? Oh, perfect. Sorry, I forgot that we were there. Why use level 2? So I'll give you 4 good reasons why, as a day trader, you should be using level 2. Well, level 2 quotes can tell you a lot about what's happening in a given stock. For example, you can tell what kind of buying is taking place. Is it retail or is it institutional? By looking at the type of market participants that are involved. Large institutions don't use the same market makers as retail traders, okay? You can also tell when institutional players are trying to keep the buying quiet, especially if you look at the ECN order size for irregularities. These can mean that a buyout or accumulation is taking place. And I'll talk about this in a second. Oftentimes, you're not going to see institutional players put their entire order all at one level. they'll want to distribute it over different levels, okay? And you're going to want to see, number one, are they using the same market maker to liquidate their position or to get into a position? Are they using, like, what price increments are you finding resistance at? Is it every 10 pennies? Is it every 20 pennies? Try to notice similarities like that to see if a large institution is either acquiring a position or liquidating a position by looking for kind of patterns in that way. Thirdly, you can greatly increase your odds of a successful trade by trading with the AX when the price is trending. The AX provides liquidity, but its traders are out there to make profit just like everyone else. So essentially what it's trying to say is if you're able to determine the AX on a particular instrument, the next step is to determine what direction that AX is taking that particular instrument on the particular day. Are they going long that day? Are they going short that day? What is their intentions? And the best idea is to go with them, not against them. Because, you know, I don't know how much money you have. I don't have enough money to take on these institutional traders. All right, let's go to the screen here. I'm going to have to digress for a second. We just got our second beak wetter on LAES as this one starts heading up towards that 280, 285 level. We just got a beak wetter at 279. The next profit taker is sitting here at $2.84. We'll see if we get that bad boy filled. But LAES stair-stepping incrementally, not with any real aggression here, just more of an incremental step up.
Yeah.
Small cap gapper du jour. Fourth reason why we should be using level 2 Adara is you can tell when a strong trend is about to come to an end by looking for trades that take place between the bid and the ask. We call that the mid print, okay? These trades are often placed by large traders who take a small loss to make sure that they get out of a stock in time. So those are 4 reasons why you should be using level 2 as a day trader. But the topic that interests me the most, and I don't know about you guys, but I want to know how I can use level 2 to identify tricks and deception in the market. A lot easier said than done, and even if you kind of know the ropes, you really got to practice it a lot to get the hang of it in real time, because as you can see, level 2 moves like crazy. Watching level 2 can tell you a lot about what's happening, but there's also a lot of deception. These are a few of the most common tricks played by market makers. First and foremost, hiding order size. Market makers can hide their order size by placing small orders and updating them when they get a fill. They do this to unload or pick up a large order without tipping off their traders, without tipping off other traders and scaring them away. Nobody's going to attempt to push through a 500,000 share resistance, but traders may think it's a bit beatable of a barrier if it's about 10,000 shares rather than 500. And so here's what they mean by that. So let's look at LAES, for example, okay? Now, let's look over here. We have decent size here at the 280. Let's say an institutional player has about, let's say, 500,000 shares. That would show up on my size over here as 5,000, all right? But they're not going to put 5,000 or 500,000, would show up 5,000 on here because it's lots, at that 280 level, right? Because that would look like an insurmountable barrier to a person who may want to go long $2.75. So like, okay, well, all I can get is about 5 pennies here before I meet a brick wall. So they're not going to do that. They're either going to basically layer their orders, or they're going to put a refill order, meaning that the 10,000 shares that they have put at that $2.80 area, it will automatically refresh with another 10,000 once the initial 10,000 is filled. But all you're going to see on the book is that 10,000 share order. It's not until all of it is satisfied that you're going to see another 10,000 pop up in its place. Okay? So you need to be aware of hiding order size. All right? The other one is order sizes and timing. Market makers occasionally try to deceive other traders using their order sizes and timing. For example, we talked about ECN. So JP Morgan's ECN, the 4-letter ticker for that is JPMS. So JPMS may place a large offer to get short sellers on board only to pull the order and place a large bid. And Neil talked about this on his spiel, right? Called order stuffing. Now, technically, it's illegal, right? If you put an order out into the market that you don't have an intention of getting it filled, that is technically illegal, right? But how can one determine one's intention? You can obviously draw some sort of inferences, but it's really not that conclusive, so much harder to prove, right? But the point is, let's go back to the LAES example over here. I can put a 500,000 sell order at that $2.80 on LAES only when it comes into $2.79, or right when it starts coming into that $2.80, I pull the order, okay? So all of a sudden, you thought that there was a brick wall waiting for you at 280, and then all of a sudden it's a blue sky setup. You're flying through that order because I bamboozled you into thinking that I was gonna stop the ascent when my real intention was to actually get long, right? And squeeze all the shorts who got in at that area. So you really have to be careful with this order sizes and timing, otherwise known as quote stuffing. And third and finally, for our purposes, not the only type of bamboozlement there is, obviously for our purposes, is trading through ECNs, electronic communications networks. Market makers can also hide their actions by trading through ECNs because ECNs can be used by anybody. It's often difficult to tell whether large ECN orders are retail or institutional, and they'll do the same thing on those networks. What they'll do is they'll put small orders that either get refilled or are incrementally based at 1 penny intervals, 5 penny intervals. And the trick for you is going to try to either be to determine whether the person's intentions is really to sell or to buy based upon how the level 2 is refreshing and where the size is coming into. Like when that size at 280 gets eaten up, are you seeing very similar size show up at $2.85? So if you had 10,000 shares sitting at 280 and all of a sudden there's another 10,000 shares that shows up at 285 that wasn't there, you need to be able to pick up on stuff like that. And again, a lot easier said than done, especially when you're doing it in real time and you got to make these like spur of the moment decisions, Adair.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point, and thank you so much for going over that again. Also, there's a question from Smita Patel that I think is really interesting, and I think maybe one other people have. I think I have it as well. How as a trader do I know the order is from market maker, ECN, online broker? Is there a way to differentiate? Thanks.
So I personally don't know how to be able to see the ECNs, but on this particular software, we have access here to the market makers, and each one is delineated by a certain gateway. So what you're looking for here is, number one, if you're trying to determine the axe, which market maker is dominating this particular stock, you're going to have to really watch this for a while. You're going to have to look at which market maker has the most size at the most important levels, whether they're holding up that stock at a particular support level or keeping it down at a particular resistance level with unusual amount of size relative to other market makers, etc. So you're going to have to do a lot of tape reading, or not tape reading, level 2 watching, market depth watching, in order for you to be able to determine that.
Yeah, well, no, and I think this kind of helps me like understand too better, because I know Obi is really pays attention to the tape, and I know at one point recorded like the tape, right? And I think that makes sense, because if it's like if this behavior is so distinct, it makes sense to be able to kind of like notice it and then clock it and kind of learn from it, right? And kind of try to find ways to work within the market making system. So I think that's real. I think that kind of helped contextualize that for me a bit too.
Yep.
Also, I think it's kind of interesting what you said about how it's not technically illegal and we don't know people's intentions, but like, I think it's kind of interesting. It made me kind of think too in a legal sense of like actus reus versus mens rea, right? Yeah. So it's like, it might not be a guilty act, but did you have a guilty mind?
Well, here's the thing. So now we're going to get into a lot of legal terminology, but this is where I love, I really shine here. Look, the legal system allows you to draw inferences into someone's mental state based upon their actions. So I can never really go into somebody's mind and extract their real thoughts and their actual thoughts, but the law allows me to draw an inference about what they wanted to do based on what they did. So we're not going to go into like these hard and fast examples, but the more actions there are that tilt a certain way, the more that whoever the decision maker is has to work with and say, well, you can say that you meant this, that, or the other, but your actions really tilt in a different direction. So you don't. There's no obvious way to get someone's intentions unless they're spoken out loud. But if they're not spoken, we can determine their intentions based on their actions. It's a legal inference, right? Well, that's really kind of beyond our the scope here. I just wanted to kind of touch on that a little bit.
Yeah, no, thank you. Just because I know it's kind of like, I guess, tangential, but it was something I thought of that I think is interesting, where it's like it still gives you kind of like a sense, I guess, of intention. You
For
can kind of
sure.
infer intention. So thank you for touching on that.
Saad Mahmood says you can spoof on the level 2, but the tape does not lie, and you're absolutely right about that. It's just a lot harder to kind of, for me anyway, I got to tell you, to really be able to digest everything the tape has to say. But there are some great traders out there that really do use the tape, and you're absolutely right about that, Saad.
Yeah.
What do we have here? Scott Angel, Mens Ray, I haven't heard that since high school. Okay. NG, where on the chart did you buy LAES? Well, it says my position right there, my man. $2.64. It's right on the position board. And we've taken some out at 280, coming back into that 272 area. But my absolute stop is the break of 250. But I'm really hoping for a nicer move up to test high of days. We are putting in higher highs and higher lows. We haven't broken that trend since around 1145. When we bottomed out here through the break of VWAP, and then we started making in higher highs and higher lows, Adara, on LAES. Now about 40.5% to the good. Was much higher earlier than that, but we'll keep an eye and see what we'll get there. Adam DeLuce, where's the Lambo trade? That's like a Fonzie-ism right there. Shout out to Adam. I hope Arsenal does a little bit better. I heard Arsenal's going to Dubai. They're supposed to be taking, I love that,
I know.
the whole team to Dubai, kind of
that's
get
fun.
some R&R. Yeah, so that's the look there. All right, let's move up, see what else the chat was talking about there. Sounds like the perfect Bernie Madoff maker. Yeah, okay, that's hilarious. Cheapest way to get level 2 data for the futures, please. Well, I mean, really, that has all to do with your broker, and depends on who you're with, right? So I in the first iteration of this lesson at around 11 o'clock, I was telling whoever asked at the time, all the level 2 privileges that we have on the floor here are given incrementally. So when you're a trainee and you show up on the floor, you're not given the full book right away. Either, you have to kind of earn your way to the full picture. That's how we do it over here. Now, with respect to trading at home, you determine how deep of a view you want into the market. So, what was it called again, Katina Man? NASDAQ what? NASDAQ total view is kind of like the basics of level 2 that you need to have in order to be able to kind of see these markets like we are, right? That gives you a few books, but there is way more. There is the ARCA, there is the BATS, there is the Edge A, there is the Edge X. There is so many different gateways, and unless your broker is kind of combining them all into one as a package, you may have to pay for them separately, right? And it's really all going to come down to your broker. Now, in addition to that, there are brokers out there that will say to you, look, you use my platform, you run up commissions, and I give you the data for free. I know that my broker does that. So if I have X amount in trades on the month, my broker will be like, don't worry about paying your data fees. I got them covered this month. You spent enough in commissions.
I like
right?
that commish.
Yeah, right. And so that's that's going to be peculiar, obviously, to your broker. Just so make sure to speak to them or to go on their FYI page or anything like that to figure out how much it's going to cost you.
Yeah, very cool stuff. Also, yeah, it reminds me also, we were talking about, hiding orders. Something Obi was saying this whole week. Shout out to Obi and for coming in here and being awesome this whole week.
Oh, he is.
And covering. He said, no one can hide from the tape. And I said, it sounds like, like an action movie,
you can't.
kind of tagline, but it's true. It's very
can't,
accurate, right?
yeah.
So some people were
Check
saying
us out.
dark pool time of sales. Some people were saying, but I think, other than, I think, that is true, but I think the general idea is you still see the orders on the tape. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a pretty interesting look, and I appreciate him for bringing that one up. And also, so I guess NG was saying that he wanted you to clarify your entry thesis for LAES.
Sure.
LAES.
Okay, so that's an easy one to get to right there. Number one, first and foremost, let's bring in the side chart, and I'll explain to you what my thinking was here. Trust me, I'm not out of my mind. All right, here, LAES. Now, this one was the only small cap gapper that was at VWAP when we started looking at it. Forget about SWVL, that came in later, okay? When I got into LAES, it was the only small cap gapper that hadn't given up the ghost on VWAP. And it was at VWAP. So I said to myself, look, I'm not just going to punch in at VWAP because we're at VWAP. That doesn't mean anything to me. It's great if VWAP holds, but I need proof that VWAP is going to hold. And what ended up happening is we came into the half dollar and we started curling up. So just at that VWAP area. So as my friend Neil likes to say, I'm getting it on the back end. I'm waiting for that trough to form and the curl to start coming back up. And usually you see that by a couple of green candles. So that's what I said to myself. I'm like, look, if it makes a new 5-minute candle to make a new high through that 264, I'm long. I put my long in there, and we've been making higher highs and higher lows, a nice upward channel off that VWAP. So that's all that it was. Number one, I don't take a stock. I don't take a small cap gapper. Sorry, I just had to clarify that. Long if it's south of VWAP. That's the number one rule. Number two, it has to break its pre-market high for me to get interested. The pre-market high on LAES was that $2.33, so 2 1/3. It broke that right at the bell. So the two, basically rules, the hard and fast rules that I have for these small cap gappers were fulfilled, and so that's why I took it long, and I took it on the back end because I needed to prove. Number one, you're going to hold the half dollar. Number two, you're holding that VWAP area. So that's what I was looking for there. Obviously, there are many other rules that I have, but they're not as hard and fast. We talk about volume. We talk about the catalyst itself. We talk about the short float. We talk about the float. A lot of these factor into it, but they're not like these concrete rules that I just absolutely will not take a trade if it's south of VWAP and if it hasn't broken the pre-market high on small cap gappers. I want to make that very clear. That's not my trading technique for large caps, for example.
And and I think I appreciate you for clarifying that, because I think it's made it easier for me to kind of help with analysis. So someone in the chat's asking about a small cap. Now I know, like, hey, these are some things to look for. Like, is it above VWAP? Is it, did we make a new high from pre-market? So I appreciate you kind of, you talked a lot about this, and I learned a lot through our whole small cap session, but right. I think also, like, just those rules I find are pretty helpful when just analyzing the merit of a small cap on a daily.
Absolutely.
So I think that is very cool. Also, I did have a little baby scalp in Meta I would like to chat about.
Go for it.
I talk about this a lot. I don't know why, but I find Meta to respect ranges really well. I don't know, like, why this is, and obviously that's not always the case, but I find when it gets rangy, it gets real rangy. So I liked this 365 to 365.50. We kept doing it for a while, and I said, you know what? I got in right at 365.40 once I kind of noticed we got above 365.50 and then gave it back, and I was like, I see something. I like it. So I got in 365.40, was trying to get out right at 365, but then what I noticed was, I was like, we can't get 365. We get 365.10, and then we come running right back up. So I said, let's do 365.10. We got it. So this is what I mean when I say scalpulation, right? It's not like it's a fun term, I like saying it, but also there is kind of a method to my madness, I swear, where it's just kind of, I like looking at the tape. I like seeing, or like the book, and I like seeing what price levels we have, and I like to do that in conjunction with the chart. So as much as that, it sounds a little Looney Tunes, there is a little bit of, I guess, a reasoning behind it. And, that if it's a strategy, I think that works for, each strategy is going to work differently for different people. But also, the other reason I like this level is because look where, I mentioned this earlier, I believe, too, in Meta. It's where we consolidated. We had this consolidation, swoop back up, touched it, hung out, swoop, and then swoop back up into it. And that was kind of where we ended up breaking, right? So that's why I really like this level. I would have gone long had we decisively broken that 365.50. Now we have, and I tried to get in, and then I was like, I just don't have a good point of entry here. Depending on what we do at VWAP, because this 368.70 area was another interesting consolidation area, so I'll have to watch there. But yeah, just kind of taking, like, I was talking to Obi about this yesterday too, just taking trades that are within your wheelhouse and within your kind of comfort zone. I think that's really important. Also, Mademoiselle Lily getting interesting over here.
Love it.
Yeah, Ms. Whatever you'd like to call her. She, because I said I identified my clear Lily zones earlier. One of them is the 631.50, 632. One of them is the 628, 629 area, and the last one is that 634, 635. So we're kind of in between zones 1 and 2. What we do at 634 will be interesting. To be clear, I don't have a bias in terms of direction. Whatever direction we move off these levels, I'm going to play it. I tried to get it at 632. Alas, I could not get filled. Sad face. But that's okay. We're not going to let this get us down. Can't nobody break my stride.
Can nobody hold me down. Oh no.
You gotta keep on moving. So yeah,
I left you high and dry.
It's okay. Yeah, I mean, we gotta keep on moving though. So it's all good. But yeah, the point I'm trying to make is I'm just trying to continue kind of going, kind of see what we do here. Also, Nick W. and a couple other people in the chat have been mentioning Netflix. I've had my eye on Netflix. It is on my side chart, and just for, proof is in the pudding. So here is my side chart on Netflix because I am a woman of my word. But I like that we just kind of, I've been watching Netflix levels all day. I didn't have a clear point of entry, but I can talk about what levels I find interesting. So look at this, this kind of consolidation we had pre-market at this 487. 487.20 area. We swoop up to 500, go into 500, go back down and fall back down at, you guessed it, roughly 487. Then have another little baby high, go to 487. Then we fell with the swiftness below 487, and we came into another area of interest, which is that 484, 485 area, right? Swoop. Slightly higher bottom, low here, and then now we're coming back into this 480, 486, 487. So interesting areas. These levels repeat themselves. We'll have to see what we do here. If we make a higher high, I could get involved. We do have, actually, though, I will say, positive catalysts on Netflix. I saw this tweet earlier, too, and I passed it over to Sean, but I think Netflix, its gaming revenue has been really strong. It's interesting gaming. It's trying to beef up its gaming venture.
It has.
Some
It's
reps
been
in there.
acquiring companies over the past, I think, couple of years to get its foot into gaming. Guys, we are at a critical point here on the Fuge. This was a level we were talking about, that 6, 8 and a third. This is kind of like the bottom trough that we found support at, which also happens to be support level 1 on pivot points. We're right back at that level again. Are we going to break through this resistance level? We held, I don't want to say we held 16.8 because we didn't hold 16.8, but the general level was a quick below to 16.753, and then we started pumping right back up. So here it is. We are at 16.8 and a third-ish area, the bottom end trough that we made here at around 10 o'clock or 10:15 or whatever, around that area. We're right there again. So let's see if we get that continuation. If we do break this area, 16.8 and a third, my next target area for possible resistance will be VWAP, which right now is at 16.875 on my chart. This excludes pre-market data, okay? So this excludes all aftermarket data from yesterday and all pre-market data. This is 4 o'clock from yesterday over here, and then 9:30 a.m. from this morning. So some of my indicators may be a little bit different than yours. That's because the data starts populating for today at 9:30 a.m. I've done that specifically on this particular chart. On my other charts, I have the pre-market data. Just want to make that very clear. So this area over here of very important interest to me, and we're getting a bit of a double top right now on the 5-minute chart, which doesn't mean much, but at least it's showing that this level is being watched by other traders as well. So 16.8 and a third. Let's see if we can break that level from around 10 this morning. If we do, keep your eye out, number 1, for that 16.8 and 3/4. That's VWAP, and then you have 16.9, obviously, that 100-point level that we've got to break through again. We were decidedly above that this morning, and then we kind of gave up the ghost on that CPI number. What's up, Katina, man? NVIDIA's waiting. I'm sorry, NVIDIA's waiting. The Katina man is waiting for NVIDIA to break lower. He's long Amazon right now, and short NVIDIA. The Katina man is he's doing the dance here with NVIDIA as it comes into that 545 area. Amazon knocking on the door of 154.5. Off that 153 bottom. The Katina man just updating you on his trades there in case you are following along. Up candle. I like that name, dude. I'm telling you, you got my attention with that name. What percentage of level 2 is fake, do you think? I really don't have any idea, Up candle. I got to tell you the truth. I've never thought about it. I've never read anything that's given me data on that point. I think it's a hell of a question. I think a lot of traders, especially around here, would want to know that. And if you get anything on that, I'd really like to see some of your data on that as well. But maybe we'll talk to some people about that. There'll be some people on soon on the midday. Maybe we'll ask them that particular question. Put that question in the chamber until we have that guest on. Maybe we can ask him about it. But yeah, shout out to you. A hell of a question there. Nick Dub, I think Netflix will retrace VWAP, Adara. What do you guys think? Well, before I give that to Adara, I just want to tell you that Netflix is popping today, not because of its acquisitions in gaming, which is a hell of a macro tailwind,
Adara. But also the ad. Yep, sorry.
Bang. No, you're right. Netflix is basically trying to change its model. It only makes 12. What is it? What is it now? 10 bucks, 12 bucks a month, something like that.
I think
right?
so, something like that.
It's only
yeah.
making 12 bucks a month off you if you are a non-ad tier account. But if you are an ad tier account, the more you watch, the more they make. And they were saying this morning, 85% of the ad tier account is watching over 2 hours a day. So the more you watch, again, very simple, the more they make. So they are really going to probably, and my suspicion is, they're really going to focus on building their ad tier account because it's more revenue for them, right? And we all know what digital ad sales can do. Look at Meta and yeah, okay? Look at Meta, look at Google, and then you can draw your theory from there. And that's a lot of market share that you can take from them, right?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of spending dollars, a lot of advertising dollars that companies have that could be redistributed into Netflix that may not go to Meta,
Yeah.
may not go to Google. And we know Amazon's pumping up their ad game as well. Amazon's not is not a slouch. They're not just sitting on their hands. They're also developing their ad business. So I just wanted to point that out, and you can have a look at it.
Appreciate that. You may as well call it Amazon at this point. I swear Amazon has way too many ads going on at all times. But I understand it, right? It's for revenue. Also, I'll look at Netflix. I did mention this a little bit to Nick Dubb in the chat just because I didn't know if we'd get to the chart. But I love talking about Netflix's chart, so I'll kind of finish my analysis here. I pointed out that 488. I think a 488 break is pretty necessary in terms of the whole VWAP thing. And look, we just fell with the viciousness from almost 488. So I don't think this is insignificant. Look at the consolidation we had earlier. Look at how swiftly we fell through that area after bouncing off it several times. So I do think this 488 could be a skosh of a problem here, I have to say. If we, hi me on the chart. That's so funny. I like the little pop-ups. But yeah, so I think like if we break that 488, 490 area, that would be of interest to me. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. I think it would take a few more higher highs for us to break above VWAP, but I think the first battle that Netflix needs to fight to win the VWAP war has to be 488. So that is my take on that. And I think honestly, that's just kind of been a little bit clearer of a level to me based on how we fell off of that, even just getting close. We didn't even get close to breaking it. We just swooped back down there, right? So I think I would just be watching Netflix at 488.
What's the spread on this bad boy?
The spread on this, he's only about like 15, 20 cents, at least on P-Pro 8, which for Netflix is not bad. I mean, I've traded Lily with a worse spread than that, I have to say.
Oh, yeah.
So I can't, Lily and Netflix, you got to be prepared for it. It's like peanut butter, how well that thing is like spread. That analogy didn't work, but we tried, and that's what matters.
All right, guys, we're pumping here on the Future. The Future is coming into that 50-point level. Here we go. Here we go. 16.85. So the Katina Man and I are going to be at odds with one another this week because, well, the Cowboys play the Packers. And I even said to him this morning, I'm like, Katina Man, what's your luck? He's like, what do you think? I want the Cowboys? So I'm like, no, Katina Man. I'm talking about who you think is going to win. And then I didn't even know this. Jordan Love is second behind Dak Prescott in passing touchdowns. I did not know that at all. And given Dallas's track record against Green Bay, even at home, I was like, I don't want to play Green Bay, right? But then I got to thinking, I'm like, look, it's a completely different team, right? For Green Bay, Dallas is not a completely different team. You still have the same quarterback in place that we lost. What year was that? 2020? When we lost you guys that was 2020, wasn't it? 2020, yeah. 2021 or is 2020? No, not at Lambeau, at Dallas, in Dallas. We lost you guys, yes. I think it was a second round game. I'm pretty sure it was 2020, bro. Yeah, something like that. The Katina Man says Green Bay is the youngest team in the NFL. So, yeah. Well, I don't know about that, bro. Anyway, so yeah, it's gonna be a hell of a match. What day is it? Is Sunday game? Sunday game. Okay. 4 o'clock game. America's game of the week, obviously. Dallas. No, I'm kidding, of course. Yeah, the Packers are widely followed as well, like the Cowboys. So yeah, kind of digressing there. The only reason I got into that whole thing is because we said, "Here we go." Oh,
and
that's
no, I know
okay, here we go. Right. Anyway, back to the future, Dara, as we break through that 16.8 and a third, and we just knocked on the door of 16.850. So now we're looking at VWAP here, 16.875 as personally my second resistance level to look at, followed obviously by 16.9, the 100-point level. To go break even on the day, on the NQ, we have to break through 16.9 and a half. Technically, it's 16.946, but let's just say, let's round it to that half-point level, that 50-point level. So 16.950 is break even on the NQ. We're down 0.58 right now. Trying to make higher highs. We've broken through a flat bottom break here with respect to this level, but we really haven't pumped any higher highs. A higher high to me is going to have to be above this crest at 16.925. So all these different levels to look at here, but it looks like as if Nvidia maybe here and some of and Amazon are leading the charge up. Maybe Meta as well. It's $4 off the bottom. Apple's the dead one today. Softy not very much better. 380 bottom, 382 and a third right now. Tesla is trying to come back into VWAP there, but it's been a really bad day for Tesla today. Really just rocketing right back down. We kind of got a base here at 225, but not much else. Still south of VWAP Hedera on TSLA. Let's go back and check how our trade is doing on LAES. There we go.
Ooh,
now here we go.
Here we go.
Right back into that 280 level, Hedera, and we can knock on the door of 284. That's our third beak wetter on LAES. Small cap gapper de jour above VWAP, hence why I got into this. Here we go. 282. Can we get 284 prints? We're awfully close. 2 pennies off that beak wetter. I'm seeing 83 show up here. If we can get that filled, that would just be aces. Let's see if we get it, and then maybe we'll set up another beak wetter there at the 290 area, Hedera. But packing our patience for now.
Yeah, I mean, patience must be packed. Keep it in the suitcase with your toothbrush and your hotel amenities. I don't know what I'm saying. I do still like Tesla failing this, like what you said, that this Tesla cannot break VWAP, and it keeps failing at my level.
Yeah.
This 227, so I might get back involved in this slightly above 227. You know what I will. I am going to get involved in this slightly above 227. And then I would piece it out again where I've just been piecing it out. So 226.50, my first area, second area, that 226. I think I might have set my point of interest a little too high, but it is what it is. We're going to have to see what occurs here. Also, I would like to take a quick moment here to thank our lovely friends at Benzinga. So yeah, we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. You can sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV capital letters. That is TTV capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
Bang.
So there we go. That is Benzinga. Also, I'll pull up Mara because Zach Frack, great name, in the chat talking about Mara here. Also, I'm just going to cancel my Tesla because we're not going to get that.
Great names in the chat.
So many great names in the chat today. Mara, okay, look, there's a lot. I'm going to draw it. We're going to try. Vin in the chat yesterday was telling me about trend lines are easier to draw if you use the line and then switch to candles. I need to start doing that. For now, I'm going to stick with my candles. Because I was talking yesterday, I was lamenting about my trend line struggles. But yeah, look at, oh, thank you.
I was gonna hit it, but I'm like, you're already in something.
I mean, either way. Yeah, this 2250, look at this. Little Scotia consolidation, swoop down, come back up, more consolidation, swoop right back down, hit a lower low, then hit a higher high, relatively higher high, this 2230. Can we come back into 2250 again? I think if we break that 2250 area with a vengeance, with a viciousness, with a swiftness, I think that could be of interest here for Mara. We are less down in the day than we were earlier. The lowest I saw when I checked, which I'm not saying this is the lowest we were at, which was down 19%. So Mara recovering, but still very much having a bit of a weak time after the the BTC approval following the SEC Twitter debacle and all of those fun, exciting times there. Yeah, no, Darren Hilton saying as well, definitely try the bars. The lines almost draw themselves. Yeah, I need to try that because I think getting better at drawing trend lines, well, not obviously my main focus in life, would be a cool thing to do if I...
My main focus,
yeah,
I need to draw
that'd be
trend
so funny.
All right, we just got another beak wetter there at 84s on LAES. Next price target for the beak, for the profit taker. That's what I mean by beak wetter, guys, in case you're new around here. I'm sitting at 290. The high a day on LAES is cool. Sorry. Stock $2.98, essentially just a couple of pennies here in front of the 3. So if we get around 3, I'd like to de-risk the majority of the position because there's no telling what we do at high days. You know, sometimes we reject aggressively 20, 30 pennies only to get bought back up. That's what we call a specialist breakout. I explained what that was a little earlier on when we were talking about level 2s. The other thing I want to update you guys, we are 2 minutes away from the 30-year bond auction. You know, that typically doesn't have much of an effect on the small cap gappers, but it most certainly, if it's going to have an effect, it will likely have an effect on the market and by extension of that, the Mag 7 and the big tech names. So, you know, we never really know what direction this is going to go, but, you know, as a trend, there's been more demand for these treasury notes there as of late vis-a-vis the lower yield. I've made this point before on the show, but you know we always have new viewers. The higher the yield, the lower the demand was for that particular treasury note. The lower the yield, the higher the yield, the lower the demand. The lower the yield, the higher the demand. So when we get a print, we compare it to the previous print, and we kind of determine whether there was more demand or less demand. So keep your eye on that. That comes in 1 minute, but there's a bit of a lag, what I've noticed as of late, between actual 1 o'clock and the market's reaction. I don't know if that has anything to do with the logistics of the auction, with things not being released at exactly the right time. Whatever it is, I don't know what the reason behind it is. I just know that there seems to be a lag. All right, back to LAS here as we continue to print higher highs. The trend, the upward channel off that 2.5 is intact. We haven't really broken through that. We haven't made any newer lows. We haven't made any lower highs. It's been consistent, but you know, stair-stepping its way up, not flying like some of these small cap gappers typically do. But we're looking to de-risk the majority of the position in front of 3. I think Nick Dubb was asking me. He's like, "What's your price target on LAES?" My price target is always to hold a piece for the dream, but to de-risk the majority of the position. I know you like that. In front of that whole dollar area at $3. That's my hope, or I hate to use the word hope because it's not a strategy, but that's my intention, I guess is the better word. Here we go. Moving into that 288 area on LAES, just 2 pennies away from another beak wetter at that 10 penny area here, Adara 290. We're gonna wait for this, for what if we get a reaction from the bond auction on the market before we start the lesson. Adara is gonna be taking us through the lesson this time around. We've been talking all week about level 2, market depth, etc. The Kenobi, the Obi, the Obi-Wan has been, was kind enough to be able to cover me on these last few days, and he was taking us through that lesson. Much better tape reader and level 2, proficient at using level 2 much more than I am. So it's great to have his input, I'm sure, for you guys and for your own education as well. So keeping an eye on these markets, I'm not seeing a reaction quite yet from the bond auction. We're 1 minute deep here. Guys, if you get the yield result, please put it in the chat. Oftentimes, my app here is a little delayed.
I used it yesterday and it was taking me a while.
Kind of frustrating. Is a little delayed with the actual yield print. I got an hourglass under where it's supposed to be, so still packing my patience here, waiting for that reaction. The NQ is back above 16.8.5. It's not making any newer highs, and you know, it's not aggressive in its move, but it is green here on the 5-minute chart. Good 5-minute candle that's green. Here we go, coming into that 16.860, and there we go. We're breaking above 16.860 right now. Here we go. On the future, you can have a look. VWAP at that 16.8 3/4. So that would be my next possible resistance level here, VWAP, followed by 16.9, obviously the 100-point level I always keep my eye on. Decent move here for the future. Let me keep looking here. Nothing yet on the 30-year bond auction that I can see.
Sweet and salty not putting it in here. 4.229.
Which is better than the previous print of 4.344. So we'll see if the market likes that. If it doesn't like that, we'll have to wait and see. The Katina man said there was an auction yesterday and did bupkis. So
did nothing.
Yeah. So if that's going to be the the ongoing, then we may not have to really worry too much about these bond auctions midday, Adara. So we'll have to wait and see here. Yeah, Nvidia is pumping like an animal over here. Here we go, 550 coming.
Oh my God.
548, so possible 550 incoming here on NVDA. Also, Amazon knocking the door of that 155 as well. Meta coming into 368. Good move up on some of these Mag 7 names there.
Yeah, I certainly concur. I'm literally Eli Lilly is making this like mirror kind of pattern. Tried to get in at that 632, which was one of my areas of interest. Didn't happen. I want to watch what we do at 634 because, like I said, I like that 634 area. Do we go higher? Do we go lower? Either way, I want to get involved. Lilly's at a milli, and my interest is peaked. Are we ready to restart?
Yeah. Do you want to wait like another minute?
Yeah,
or,
sure, yeah. I'll wait another. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no, I think you should be good. If anything, we can just.
That's true. We can just
right?
yes.
Yeah,
Let's get going then. Yeah. So we're gonna talk one more time. For level 2, not 1, not 3, but 2. And it's essentially the order book for NASDAQ stocks. So orders are placed through many market makers and other market participants. And level 2 will show you a ranked list of the best bid and ask prices from each of these participants. This gives you detailed insight into the price action, and knowing exactly who has an interest in a stock can be extremely useful, specifically for day trading. So like we said, this is not necessarily maybe going to be something that longer term traders will be looking for, but it's very helpful for day trading because you want that liquidity. You want to be able to get in and out of those positions like a ninja, right? And we're going to talk today about how marketplace players can kind of manipulate some of that situations, right? So we've got the book here. This is kind of what we're talking about, right? So we've got size, we have the time at which orders are placed, we've got the price, and they're all kind of ranked down there. We've got some buy orders here for Lilly at 520, placed at 105, right? So I think, yeah, kind of an interesting look here on what we kind of have going on, how you can kind of see everything, peel it back like an onion, and take a look at what the market's really feeling. I like the book too, because you can kind of see what prices people are interested in, you know what I mean?
Yes.
That's what I find kind of interesting about it. What are players, though, in the marketplace? Who are we talking about? There are 3 types of players in the marketplace: market makers, electronic communications networks, and wholesalers. So market makers, MMs, if you will, these are the players who provide liquidity into the marketplace. They add a little bit of wiggle room here, give us some liquidity to move around because they're required to buy when nobody else is buying and sell when nobody else is selling. So in that way, they do, in fact, make the market. And then we have electronics communications networks, ECN. So electronic communications networks are computerized order placement systems, and anyone can trade through ECNs, even large institutional traders. We also have, last but not least, wholesalers or order flow firms. So a lot of online brokers are going to sell their order flow to wholesalers, and these order flow firms then execute orders on behalf of online brokers. So, and these brokers are usually going to be retail traders. So each market participant is recognized by the 4-letter ID that appears in level 2 quotes. So yeah, we have some different kind of market, I'm sure it's kind of going down through the market makers earlier today, but yeah, we've got like BAT, I've got like some 3-letter ones here, but yeah, it gives you kind of a sense of what gateways are using, what people are kind of getting involved here. So I think that's kind of an interesting look there. But what's the most important market maker? Well, the most important market maker is called the AX. And the AX will control the price action in a given stock. You can determine which market maker is the AX by watching the level 2 action for a few days. That's what we're talking about with, with OB saying, like, recording the level 2, recording the tape, kind of seeing what's happening. It does give you kind of a sense. It requires probably a lot of patience. And as I was saying to Sharif earlier as well today, I'm assuming it requires a lot of just sitting there and kind of getting a sense of it and not reacting necessarily right away. But I think, certainly a way to kind of get a sense of how this type of movement occurs. We also have, so because it's the market maker who consistently dominates the price action. So why do we use level 2? Why is this something we're interested in here as traders? Well, level 2 codes can tell you a lot about what's happening with a particular stock. So you can tell what type of buying is taking place, retail or institutional, by looking at the type of market participants that are involved. Large institutions don't use the same type of market makers as retail traders, which is not actually something I knew. And I think an interesting thing to take away here and learn, which I appreciate. You also can tell when institutional traders are trying to keep the buying quiet. If you look at ECN orders, order sizes for irregularities, and this can mean that a buyout or accumulation is taking place. So I guess if you see an outsized order, then you can kind of get a sense like, hey, something fishy's going on. Old man hands, you know, you might want to check that out. Like grandpa fingers wagging, like I don't know about that, right? So if you're kind of cognizant of this stuff, it can give you a sense of what's happening and be aware. So I think that's an interesting look as well. Number 3. You can greatly increase your odds of a successful trade by trading with the AX when the price is trending. So this is something I asked Sharif about earlier too. I said, is it like, you know, a lot of people are understandably kind of like about market makers, right? So would you want to trade against them? And you were like, well, no, why wouldn't you trade with them?
If you are good enough to read the tape and determine where they are, what their intentions are by looking at where they're placing their largest bid at support and resistance area, trade with them. I don't know about you, but my personal account isn't enough to move Apple a quarter of a penny. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you don't really want to take on these guys. You want to go with them.
Yeah, you don't want to like fight like a, you know, like a giant lion or a bear or something, right? You want to like work with it.
Right.
I don't know how that works, but you know, that's what you would do. And you know, like because the AX provides liquidity, if you trade with it, right, like you can kind of help there because the AX, its traders are out there just to make a profit like everyone else, right? Like the AX will give liquidity, but they still want to make money. So if you figure out a way to trade with them rather than trading against them, that can be helpful. So numero quattro, pardon?
Adam's funny. Nothing.
So numero quattro, you can tell when a strong trend is about to come to an end by looking, oh, I like that, that rhymed. By looking for trades that take place within the bid and the ask, right? So not quite at the bid, not quite at the ask, but you want to see like, what's in the middle? What am I not seeing? What's trying to lurk in the shadows, right? And these trades are often placed by large traders who take a small loss to make sure that they get out of the stock in time. So that's when you can be like, oh, the tide is changing. You know, you maybe want to protect yourself before you wreck yourself, right? Yeah. So I think that could be kind of an interesting look. It's another thing, another aspect of level 2 or the book that I didn't really understand. So I think that's cool too that we get to touch on that and learn about that today. So one of the more interesting parts of this, tricks and deception. So how can we kind of keep an eye on that here with the level 2 and with the book? So watching the level 2 can tell you a lot about what's happening, but there's also a lot of deception. There's a lot of trickery and tomfoolery happening in the level 2. So some of the most common tricks played by market makers, these include hiding order size. Market makers can hide their order sizes by placing small orders and updating them whenever they get a fill. And they do this to unload or pick up a large order without tipping off other traders and scaring them away. So it's kind of like a little sneaky way of kind of getting what you want without doing what we were saying earlier, where you can kind of sniff out what's happening. They're trying to they're like, nah, you're not going to sniff me out. And so they space it out by making these smaller orders. And nobody's going to attempt to push through a 500,000 share resistance, but traders might still think it's beatable if there's a 10% share resistance consistently, right? So it's kind of a way to fake out traders, get in your head, psych you out, right? So, but if you're aware of it, then maybe you can like,
and especially like if that so if you see a 10,000 share order, let's say again we've been using LAES at 290, okay, and then all of a sudden we get to 290, that 10,000 is gone, but all of a sudden it's refreshed, right?
Yeah.
So they're not going to put their hand. They may be coming from different gateways. They may be coming through different ECNs. That's why it's so difficult to watch and to try to read all this stuff, and it takes a lot of practice, man. Yeah. That's why the Kenobi sitting there recording his screen for 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes sense. Like I'm sure it requires a lot of like kind of nuance, and I'm excited to get to learn some of this nuance. But yeah, it's a very, very weird, wonderful market out there in which we inhabit. And yeah, trying to find ways to get into it, I think are really interesting. Order sizes and timing, also of importance. Market makers occasionally try to deceive other traders using their order sizes and timing. So for example, JPMS, which is JPM's, which is that? JPM's,
that's their ECN. So ECN, every whatever institution has a 4-letter ECN, like Goldman Sachs has their own, Morgan Stanley, and so that's JPM.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, they might place a large order, or any large ECN may place a large order to a large offer, to get short sellers on board, only to pull the order and place a large bid. So it's just like it's psychological fake outs, right? It's like market trickery, it's market magic, but like not in a fun way. And this will force the new shorts to cover as day traders react to the large bid. So timing is important, and kind of order sizing is important, just to kind of try, because they hold a lot of the power, right? These are like the larger money makers, or market makers, they have the money, right? So I think what they do can matter, and what they do can affect the market in really fascinating ways. Last point here, trading through ECNs, another type of trick and deception. Market makers can hide their actions by trading through ECNs because ECNs can be used by anybody. And it's often difficult to tell whether large ECN orders are retail or institutional. So they can kind of fake you out in that way, right? Like it could just be, and again, like we were talking about earlier, the whole idea of Actus Reus versus Mens Rea that I was mentioning. It's like you don't necessarily know intention, right? Like you don't know if someone's going to be a retail or institutional trader, but you can kind of assume, right? And so I think this is kind of an interesting aspect as well. Also, D-Loaf asking you a question, which I think is interesting. D-Loaf here in the chat.
Yeah, I already
What's
answered
the happy
him.
median?
I answered
sorry, you
him.
did.
Yeah,
Never
yeah,
mind.
I told him I'd have to think it over because
Yeah.
it's a really good question and I didn't really have the answer to it there. But D-Loaf, fantastic question. Let me mull it over, my man, because it's a fine line that you're talking about here. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, that's a lesson. Yeah.
Okay. I was just on my Instagram here perusing, and Zuck, our friend Zucky, just posted something on his Instagram. Now, people will remember that Zuck announced that he had a bunker.
Yeah.
And he spent an arm and 4 legs on this
Four
bunker.
legs.
And now he's given a sneak peek into his bunker. Suffice it to say, he has a theater in his bunker. Katina, man, look at this. Of course he has a theater, says Daniil. Of course he does. There's his wife going in, and then there's a full-blown theater that he's playing, whatever is that? What is
other
that, Call of
people in
Duty?
there.
What is that? It's something like, it's a first-person
Did you see
shooter.
that code she had to put in to get in there too?
Darwin's hilarious. Who doesn't have a bunker and a home theater? All right? Like,
I'd like to live in your world, Darwin. Oh my
unreal.
God.
The Zucky is just like he's doing his thing over there.
Yeah.
Modern Warfare
God,
2,
that's
says
funny.
Jimbo Slice. All right, we all know their code, says Kling Daddy. Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
You
she
gotta
punched
make it
it
in there.
in.
Yeah, but you gotta make it into the whole. Let's call it, what is it? An estate, a castle,
I have
whatever.
to address Neil's very pressing question. Why wasn't she wearing shoes?
Yeah. Well, she's in her own home.
I just
right?
think
Like,
it doesn't look like a house though. It looks like a.
Ram, put it again. Ram's like, no. I don't know, man. I don't know why she's walking around barefoot, but the woman she's in her own home. You know, if you can't walk around barefoot in your own
But that's
bunker,
the theater.
where can you walk around barefoot? Right? No. And he was causing all sorts of like controversy yesterday. He posted on his Instagram that he's trying to perfect Wagyu.
Yeah?
Meat, and then oh my God,
I'm
the
sure people didn't
vegans
like
in the
that.
comments. Wow, I'll just leave it to you there, baby. But yeah, very interesting. Yeah, Zuck the prepper, says Andrew Deere. Yeah, I mean, what else can you call a person with a theater in their bunker? He's clearly a prepper here. Somebody in the comment section was like, Zuck, what do you know that we don't know? Right? It's like, all right, man, calm down. Short Nvidia off 550, says Slav Paradise. It's a nice level. It's a nice level. I just, I don't like standing in front of these stocks that are moving up, but you do bring up a good point. We did get into that 550-ish level this morning. We cleared it by some distance, especially on the IB high there, 553.5 essentially. But here comes 550. We're about, let's say, 85 pennies away. We're at 549.10, 549.15. We've been pumping up here. It's been a V-shaped recovery, off that double bottom at 535. You have these two wicks, which were obviously bought up here by aggressive buyers. We've cleared essentially most of the levels, saving except for that $10 level at 550. We've blown through VWAP, which was at 544. Both, all the moving averages are now pointing upward here on the 5-minute chart, and we are above yesterday's high. So yesterday's high was around 546. We've cleared that. The opening print at 5 a.m. was 547. Not like I put too much stock into that, but Nvidia pumping up here. And I don't know how you feel, my man, but I don't particularly want to stand in front of this one. But you bring up a good point. 550 is a level. Look at LAES pump up here. Now we're talking about that $3 area. We've been holding this one for a possible move into 3, but I did say I would de-risk the majority of the position into 3, and I'm gonna hold true to that. So let's go ahead and put a beak wetter here at 97s, because what's life without flimsy. We have technically a high of the day of 98. We are at 98 now. Here comes 97, and there's the beak wetter there at 97 gets filled. Now we're just waiting for the break of 3 on LAES. Now over 52% to the good on this bad boy. It has printed a fair share of volume. 44.5 million shares, about 1 million shares coming in the last 5 minutes. There's plenty of liquidity on this one. It's been a tight spread for the entire time that I've been watching it. LAES continuing to pump to the high side. Can we get something above 3? Can we run into another resistance level? You know, one thing we didn't do, Adara, is we didn't chart LAES on the daily.
Oh.
And that's a mistake. So let's go ahead and do that now on the daily LAES. So it is a former runner. Right away, you can see it's a former runner by this huge wicking candle over here. When it does this, you just know, right? So this happened back on December 28th. Was a lot of volume. So it had a lot of volume yesterday, a lot of volume today, and on the 28th. On the 28th, though, it rocketed up to $3.90. But look at that. That is an ugly, ugly candle. Because I think the body of this candle maybe amounts to like 1/10 of the price range. Like, look at this. We opened up the day there at 118 and we closed at 135, 134. Yet we got up to 390. So this one can absolutely retrace, and it's shown its propensity to do so on previous days. But when you look at the more recent price action, like the price action on the 9th, 10th, and today the 11th, it has been steady moving up and not really retracing in the way that it did on the 28th here. So what I would say is definitely looking for resistance at that $4 level, give or take, because that's as good as we did on the 28th. So I needn't concern myself with any other level until we come into that level right there. But we did get a nice little touch at 298. Now we're coming right back down into that 290 area. We're going to have to wait to see if we can get the move through 3. Let's go ahead and put a beak wetter on the other side of 3. We're going to sit at 310, and we'll see what we get from there. Saad Mahmoud, OSCR still churning, guys. Worth a look, especially on the longer time frame. You want to have a look at Oscar?
Yeah, for sure. I will
OSCR.
I will look at OSCR. I did just get into Lily because we kind of are getting into my area. I'll just mention that quickly.
Good call out, Neil.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. But first, I'll talk about OSCR. There's not too much happening in Lily right now. It took a minuscule share size, a scintilla of shares. Ooh, OSCR popping off here. He said daily, right? Oh yeah, I'll look longer, but yeah, look intraday. Look at this ascending wedge we had here. Higher low, flat top, swoop to the upside.
Yeah.
4 mil volume, not at all negligible. What to borrow a Sharifism there? What did we have on OSCR? Oscar Health. No news on this one right now. Let's look at our daily on OSCR. Ooh, okay, I see what you mean about the longer daily.
I like when you go ooh.
I get excited. Yeah.
I know, it's funny.
No, I think this sort of double top at 871 was a level, because with these little smaller runners, I always like to think of like where could we fall back from if we fall viciously, right? I think that this 860 area could be interesting. Then look, you know what? Actually, I'm even more confident in my 860 assessment, because look at this. Look where we bounced off this 860, 870 area. I like 860 as a level in case we fall to the downside. Let's zoom out even further. Saad asking about the weekly. The weekly is a nice breakout. Let's look at that weekly here. Ooh, I concur. I do concur. Yeah, I keep making like excited noises, but I really like this
I
part.
like it. Don't
the weekly,
stop.
I think the 9 level is interesting because we broke out from the 9. I'm actually going to draw this because we're getting better at drawing trend lines, and we're trying to.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, 1, 2. We get a swoop down, make sort of a longer term frowny or roundy face move, and then we hit that 9 again, swoop back down. Almost, I guess, sort of a longer term double bottom at that 4 area.
Higher highs though.
That is true. Yeah, no, I think it's a good look. Is what? Yeah, like because like that like kind of a roundy face, right? And then or smiley face or what have you. And then we break up into 10. Now it's interesting though too because this breakout is almost identical to a previous breakout we had in this. So can we break this 10, 92, 11 area? We'll have to see. I mean, we have in the past. I would say that 13 area would be interesting with that in mind, because that was kind of the area from whence we fell from grace. So I would keep an
like
eye on
that.
that 13. Thank you. Also, thank you so much, Nick W, for the super chat. Let's talk about Amazon about to break north side, coiling at the moment. Let's look at Amazon over here. Amazon. Let's go into the, I'm not at the time frame I want to be in here. Let's look at the 5 minute, because I like the 5 minute. Ooh, yeah, I concur. I agree. Sorry, these charts are making me really happy today. It's a good look on these charts. But yeah, look, like I like that we had this sort of double bottom-ish happening at this 154.30 once, twice. Then guess where we come and reject off of then? 154, about 154.30 again, right? So former resistance, or yeah, support becoming resistance, sorry. Then we come back up, we break above it. Then we hold a support a little bit longer again at this 154.30, 154.50 area. I think that's interesting. We're about to break VWAP, which is, again, not always going to be an area of confluence or interest. Obi and I were talking a little bit about VWAP yesterday or Tuesday as well, and I think it was hopefully a good conversation, because some people were saying, like, how do you use VWAP? And we were saying, well, it really depends. But yeah, I think Amazon, next kind of area of interest would be breaking that earlier high at that 155.30. Then I'd be interested in 155.70. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. I do agree with you, though, Nick W, on this Amazon coil moment. Also, Rushaba, I'm so sorry if I pronounced that wrong, saying you gotta kiss Obi's ring before you pull up the Amazon chart. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Obi always
What
with
ring?
the Amazon.
He has got it. Oh.
He's metaphorical, right?
Ah.
But yeah, also Eli Lilly just hanging out around my point of entry. Nothing to report yet here on Mademoiselle Lily. If we break below this, I took a tiny amount of shares
Oh my
here.
God, NVIDIA.
Let's look at NVIDIA.
Oh my goodness, NVIDIA knows no, it's squeezing, and it's squeezing up aggressively. There goes 550. You know, this is people were talking about short off 550, and I think initially it did touch 550, and then it retraced right away. But then, as per usual, the bamboozlement was fast and it was furious, and here we go again. Like, we're not at a woods on the 550 short. Let's be real about it. We could retrace off this level, but the aggression with which NVIDIA is pumping up, especially off that 535 double bottom that we're looking at right here, it's been almost a V-shaped retracement. And if we look at it on the 5, it will be a V-shaped retracement here on NVDA. But here we go. Why did this come back? I just removed it. Oh my goodness. Can you take over for a sec while I fix this dark pool?
I can, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we talked about dark pools actually, interestingly enough, with regards to market depth on Tuesday, and how they there can be a little bit of bamboozlement through dark pools. But yeah, just kind of being aware of how they came to be and what they do is kind of interesting. History is always interesting to kind of see how we got to the point where we're at, and I think that's kind of a cool look here. Also, I'm going to look at Netflix, because a couple people, including Nick W or Nick Dub, and also Hog Rider mentioning Netflix. Yeah, Netflix, interesting. Like I said, Netflix breaking that 490 was of interest to me. I want to see now what we do at this 491 area. I think that could be a cool look. We will have to wait and see there on Netflix. But yeah, I mean, strong catalyst. We never broke this 484, definitely continuing higher. If we get a little bit rangier, I might get involved in this, because I enjoy trading Netflix. Yeah, we'll have to see what's playing here on Netflix, because I think it's certainly to the upside. We're all good now. Ooh.
LAES doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't care about $3. Here we go, pumping into 312 on LAES. Just a small position now as we break through 3. Got a print at 304 and then a print at 310 here. Let's see if we continue to pump. We were doing a daily look on LAES on the 28th of December. This bad boy ran into the high 3, so around 390 and change, just a smidge below 4. So let's just pack our patience here, see if we can get the move into that $4-ish area. It is now almost up 60% on the day. It's doing big boy volume at 47, almost 48 million shares a day, and 2 million shares on this bad boy in the last 5 minutes. So plenty of liquidity. 52-week lows on this bad boy, guys, 91 pennies. 52-week highs. I don't know if this is a closing basis print. I doubt it. $28.50. So if you're to use those 2 data points there, and you're looking at the highs, we've got plenty of upside room. I doubt we see anything near $28.50 today. Maybe we get that 4 touch that we've been talking about, but let's pack our patience and see what we get there. Neil was calling out something important in the chat, 16.9. I negated to mention this. Here we go, 16.9 coming up here on the future on the NQ March contract. We're definitely doing the wick dance from the south side where we're not printing above 16.9. We talked about the different levels. We talked about the red pivot point. Support level 1 on pivots being the first area of resistance that was supported by the IB low there. So the price action supported the pivot point. Then we talked about VWAP being the next, the next level that we had to break through. That's 16.8 3/4, so 75-point level. Now we're at the 100-point level on the NQ. So we're awfully close to taking that 16.9 again. And then if you're looking for another resistance level above 16.9, I point you to yesterday's close at 16.945, but I would say to you, the better level is probably that 50-point level at 16.950. We'll have to make it through 16.9 first. All this is moot until we blow through that level. NVIDIA is not clearing 550 with the vigor that I thought we would clear it out with. It's doing the dance here. You can tell there's an epic war happening here between buyers and sellers at this 550 level as you can tell people are initiating shorts here. And I'm not surprised by that, right? But let's see if this is a one-off 5-minute candle or we're going to start stair-stepping up through these levels and touch the high day, which is at 553.5. We got the same candle over here where there was a bit of a tug and war at 549 between buyers and sellers. Same thing happening here at 550. Let's wait for that to kind of unfold. No skin in the game on this one. On NVDA on the day, but it is definitely, I would say, looking like the strongest of the bunch at the moment in terms of Mag 7. But if you're to throw in Netflix, maybe as the Mag 8, Netflix outperforming NVIDIA on the day, up 2 1/3% on the news that it was making big boy money off its ad tier. So we'll have to wait and see how both those trades manifest. But yeah, keeping an eye here on the future as we flat top here at 16.9. And I don't know. Obviously, you never really know exactly how these are going to go, but something tells me there's going to be some confluence here between 16.9 and 550 on NVDA, being the 1.3 trillion market cap that it is now, Adara. Wow, look at LAES give up the ghost at 3. It pumps into 315, and now we are south of $3 now, $2.95. The trend hasn't broken, though. And that's the thing. So, I'm long 264, so no need to panic here. More like let's analyze what's going on. The higher lows and the higher highs are, that trend is still intact ever since that $2.50 bounce, essentially a VWAP bounce here on LAES. Even though we got that rejection off 3, kind of to be expected, we did know that there was going to be resistance at 3, the whole dollar level, and that's why I made it very clear that I was de-risking in front of $3. But let's, again, just because I was de-risking doesn't mean anything. I mean, the stock can continue to run. So let's see what it does here at that $3 area, whether we can continue with this upward trend of higher highs on higher lows on LAES. Otherwise, we're going to cut this entire thing here at break even because, well, I'm just holding a small piece and it's all good there. So let's continue to wait and see. NVIDIA still doing the dance with no pants here at 550. But it does look like it may turn, especially if we reject 16.9. This could not be a good look for NVIDIA. And whoever was telling me in the chat, short at 550, if you end up taking this and it end up tanking off 550, you're going to look like a dang genius. But I still would not have taken the trade just because my system doesn't allow me to do this. I'm a trend following trader, and this would be counter trend for me. I'm just speaking for myself here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we are moving down here on LAES. Let me ask you something, Adara. So
I'm excited.
Now, you clearly see the higher highs and higher lows here. I mean, you don't have to be a super chartist to see this, right? We got the higher lows there, and then let's just do the little higher highs thing here. Mm-hmm. Do you think I should wait until my entry, which is right here, or do you think that if it breaks this consolidation level at 285, that it's no good anymore? What do you think about that? Look how it flips. Look how the top over here is, that's the resistance. And then we flip up and all of a sudden this top becomes this bottom. So if we give up this area over here, is my trade no longer valid? And I don't mean to put any pressure on it because I don't know the answer.
Okay, I mean, I think beyond, like, I want to say too, look where we consolidated earlier too. It's around the same area.
Right?
So I think that could actually be a key area. But then again, we filled it and recovered from it earlier, right?
Well,
like,
that's
I
the thing.
think
Yeah.
LAES is just behaving in a very different way.
Small
than-
cap capper way.
That's true, right? It's doing that small cap gapper thing. But no, I think honestly, I don't know.
A bit of a tough one, huh?
You know what I might say too? I don't want to assume a head and shoulder, but I think it could be retracey. If we break below that 285, I think it could be retracey.
Yeah?
So I would maybe say 285, but I don't want to like speak out of turn. I just think that area.
You're never speaking out of turn. That's
Like,
number
you didn't
one.
ask
Number
this.
two, I asked you, right?
Yeah, I see. Okay. No, I appreciate you asking me. I think my opinion on this is this consolidation just looks really strong. This
It is
285 level.
interesting,
I think
yeah.
if we break it, it could get us ghost dicey for
Fair.
LAES. That's my take on that.
I
And thank you
like
for
that.
asking me. That was fun to look
Of
at.
course. What else we got here? Let's see what the chat is up to. Top VOIP. See a great bargain on BEKE long here, 1509 should test again. Let's have a look at BEKE for our friend Trinity 3R. All right, let's pull that up. I'm assuming that's NASDAQ, and I assume wrong. It's New York. There we go. And he or they, I'm not sure if it's a man or woman, what they say. Oh, that wasn't Trinity 3R, it was top VOIP. 1509 should retest again. Hello, computer. Let's have a look at this bad boy. Well, number one, I'm a little suspect of it because the volume is not to my liking. On the day, it's got about 3.4 million shares, 3.5 million shares for, it's not bad for a $15 name. Let's see what we got. This is the 1 minute look. We did have a beautiful double bottom here at 14 2/3. That's a great hold. Clearly a buyer at this level. And then we clearly had a top over here at 14, let's say 85. We've broken through that top. That was tested on 2 occasions, both of which rejected until it eventually broke in here just in the last 10 minutes or so. So not a bad look. Let's zoom out just, let's zoom in just a bit. Oh, that's too far. So what's the high on the day? The high on the day is 1509. But that was done right at 9:30, and that's on, that's the IB high. I wouldn't be gunning for 1509. Let's see, based on the notional range today with a 1467 low and a 1509 high, I'd be happy with a 14 penny winner at 15 bucks, but I'm not going to participate in this name, especially being up only 0.85%. Thank you for showing me that, though. Trinity 3R. I have to read these comments before reading them out. Please explain, what exactly is dance with no pants? I find myself saying it to my kids all the time now, and I don't even know what it means. I did never intended for you to use that as a term with your children. I do find that funny. I really don't have an exact definition. I mean, what I use it to mean is like an indecisive area. And I don't know how I made it that, but let's just go with it, okay? Saad Mahmoud, depends on your risk. If you're looking to add, there's a ton of things to consider. Saad, what are you talking
I
about?
think LAES. I think that was when we were talking about that.
Okay, oh, I see.
I think.
Well, look, if it breaks this level, I mean, if it breaks this consolidation area level over here, below 280, I wouldn't be adding. That's just my personal choice. Yeah, it's a good point. Look, I'm definitely not one of those traders who's good at adding to a winning position. I'll just tell you that offhand right away. That's never been my forte. All right, Nick Dubb, Amazon break. Yes, sir. Amazon is through 155 now as it got off the schneid there, as my friend Neil likes to say, off that 153. Not a lot of notional move here on AMZN, but not bad either, especially with the huge pop there on the IB high, the implied volatility high. Implied balance high, through that 157. We're still a couple of bucks off that high, but above VWAP now and in positive land as we broke through 153 3/4. That was yesterday's closing print. We held, look at this. We held the pivot point at T-Man. I love these pivot points.
my God.
Yeah.
And look how we keep kind of dancing with
It was repetitive.
oof, this is a good look.
At resistance level 1. So we'll have to wait and see what we get on Amazon. But it's a good look through 155 now on AMZN. The NVIDIA trade off off 550, looking good for now. Let's see what it does. But it's a nice rejection off 550. We're at low 49s right now. Let's see if we continue to head back down here on NVDA. But definitely encountering resistance at that $10, $50 level, whatever you want to call it. At 550, not a bad look here for the shorts, especially if you're scalping on NVDA. And then again here, back on the future, we keep knocking on the door of 16.9. We haven't cleared it with any vigor or at all, I should say, yet on this ascent, this latest ascent. Have we? No, they're all at 99s, 97s, all the high prints here. So we're awfully close. And there we go. We just got a 9 print on NVDA. So let's see if we can get that continued move up, possibly into break even, which takes us into 16,946. But I'm shooting for that 5.0 area on NVDA. And just like that, LAES reclaims $3.
Okay.
So the higher high, higher low trend for LAES continues to be intact. We
I
haven't
am
printed
back.
a new higher high from that $3.
Yeah, I had to do some
area, but
banking.
good look here on LAES as it holds
And, had to do some banking, take care of some stuff, get some coin on there. It still hasn't hit my account yet. Let me refresh the page. Bitcoin is running really slow today. That's the problem. Oh, it's in there. Okay, so all right. So matter of fact, I'm glad you're tuned in because you can see how I'm going to now. I had to take I tried for the first time using a Bitcoin ATM machine. It was really simple, but I made the transaction last night at 10:30, and this is my transaction, and it didn't show up in my Coinbase account until like 1 o'clock. No, it's 1 o'clock now. I would say 11. I had to call the guy. Matter of fact, I got it on my phone stamp. I had to call the guy a couple times. He says it usually doesn't take this long, but since today is what's happening, and you can see that another flush has happened. So people are getting flushed out. I got flushed out again. Not having the correct leverage in the account caused that. So now that I've replenished the account $65, that's what we're going to start with, so that we can show you that it does not take a whole lot of money to get into this opportunity to make an income for yourself. So what is it? Yep, so 11. So it did take a while for it to get in there. There's no blame on anybody. Believe me, today is one of those days. Where is that news that I came across some news about what to expect, now that this is happening. I suspect that movement is probably going to happen oh yeah, I want to transfer. Oops. Movement is probably going to happen close to 4 o'clock. I'm thinking, Bitcoin. Yeah, continue. Oh no, I already put that in there. Let's cancel. So we gotta go real, transfer, real, transfer to, yep, MetaTrader 5 live, 100. Oh, 65, confirm. All right, so 65 is in there. It's been confirmed. Now we go to the reel. Now we don't mess up. I got to put this up on here because I'm getting out of control. I can't even handle myself. So this is the plan. This is the plan that we are going to stick with, no matter what, hook or crook. Okay, so we are going to take 10 cents and we are going to, this right here, 10. Okay, and we are going to go up 6 pips to equal 60 cents. And let's see how fast this, because I figured something out today. 0.60. All right, so that means it'll make a 60 cents move. All right, so we got your order in. It's already positioned. We'll see what this 60-cent move does, and we'll do that times 4. So we're going to do that times 4, which should equal 24 pips that we've traded, and that will equal into $2.40. So we're waiting now to see what type of movement we're going to get. And I kind of figured this thing out. What I did was I took each elephant bar and I measured them. And the way I measured them was I took the opening price and the high price, and I subtracted them from each other. So say for example, well, see, that's a big elephant bar, and see how it went down. So what did Oliver say? Let's look at this. I'm jumping around. I'm going to show you how I measured the bar to come up with, I'm going to try this movement. I figured out, I believe I figured it out. Let me get that. Let me look at the chart first. Let's open this up. We're going to open it up. Okay. Let's see where we're at. So, narrow, we're into the wide. We still need to come down and at least meet up. This has to be flat. You see what I'm saying? So it's still going up. So that was the potential. That was 4,800. And what is that? I can't read that. Man, that's so small. How can I get that bigger? Well, anyways, 48,000. So what I did was I took my phone, my calculator. I took my calculator and I calculated 48. I'll say 43,030.83. All right, and I took the bottom of today's low and I said, okay, that's going to be 45,584 minus 45,584. 20, we'll say. Oh, I got to go back. 0.20. Okay, so that was a $2,446 63 cent move. You get what I'm saying? So from here to here, it moved. That's the movement. Because watch, when we put that here, we put 2044 6.63, and then we come up with a calculation of $24.50. So now what we do, we come down here to our take profit and we change that. We change that to, oh no, let's go here because it kind of works out better if you go here. Let's go here and let's change it to 2446.63. All right, and we apply it. All right, so now all we have to do is realize if we get a $2,000 move, we should be in the money going this way, or in the money either if it was a red candle. This is just an experiment that I'm trying. Okay, I'm still following our mentor Oliver Velez because he's right about mostly everything he's said. That is 50% of the candle that was pushed up by the bulls came in here, probably had a low here, pushed up to here, closed here, all right, went all the way down, the bulls pushed it back up to here. Indecisive. We go into a spinning top, into that huge into the elephant bar. I'm gonna call them elephant bars. I can't say the other word. So at first we were looking for see if we put our flag up here. Oh, it should show it. Oh yeah, it is showing the position. That's our position right there. But this is our take profit. And then he says put your stop loss. He says put your stop loss a penny below. So we put that 1 cent. It should take it. Oh, it's not. It's going to take $1. $1. No. Oh, it's negative. There you go. I bet you I can do it now. Watch. One, 0. Oh, it says 148. I don't want you to get 48 cents. I want you to get just 103. All right, we'll put our stop loss there. It won't even let us. Put our stop loss. Because it keeps changing. So, no, I don't want to lose $12. I don't want to lose any dollars. There. Apply. You ain't losing any dollars. So we're just going to look for a push up to the upside on this. We're going to look to a push to the upside, and we're going to ride it to that $24 mark, because that is that. But now we're going to just go ahead and do what we were supposed to do and do 60 cents I'm going overboard. So 0.60. Oh man. 0.00. 0.00. Enter. Oh, come on. Oh! No, that ain't right. Oh, that's where I'm supposed to put. I'm supposed to put. No, that ain't right. Oh, I could do this. Let me see if I could do this. 60.00. See if that calculates. Yep, that calculated. So we're going to put another buy in. And it calculated. Went. Oh, that was a market. No, that was an order. Wow. So that was good. So we're going to wait for those. We have a $65 balance. We got 2 trades in. We got the rule of 10 trades per day. We have the rule of, where's our other rule? We're going to do 4 trades. We're supposed to do 4 trades at 60 cents. It's 24 pips at $2.40. So actually, we could have put $2.40 as, let's see what happens when we do that. $2.40, $2.40. That is a $240 movement. We're going to place that order. So now we're going to see which one will profit the fastest. And then we'll determine, not really upping our lot size, but we'll be increasing our end result. Because it's $10. So if we wanted to even do 0.1 lot, and we wanted $200, 240 as a take profit, that means it's got to go it's got to move $24,000, and we're going to put a buy in on that one, because they're all starting close to each other. And that's 4. That's our 4 trades. So I say. Thanks for joining. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for subscribing. I'm going to get it together. We're going to have a regular curriculum. It's 2 o'clock. It's time for trading psychology, and no better person than I think that would lead us off into this is our mentor, Mr. Oliver Velez. And I'm going to pull him up real quick. Here we go. Now, I encourage you to visit Mr. Velez's site. Everything he's doing is for free, so that's why I can do it for free, and that's why I encourage you to get the free education. You know, I spent my time not getting the spending, the education, getting, the free education at a public school, and now I ended up paying for school, and I'm now in debt to get an education. Figure that one out. Okay, here we go. So this is the one. I like this one, and I think you'll like it too. So just sit back and relax and take in the message.
right? You'll never progress beyond yourself if you continue to trade your ideas and your thoughts. That's just a thought. So you're reacting to a thought. I would get out because of this thought, not because the stock hit my stop or because my plan said get out. You're getting out because of a thought. And what do your thoughts do? They fail you all the time. Right? But that's, I'm glad you're honest about it, but we're trying to get away from that. And what helps you get away from that? By having a piece of paper stare at you with your rules on it, with your list. This list is supposed to at times embarrass you. It's staring at you. It's almost asking. It's saying, I'm here. All right. I'm here. I'm watching you. What are you going to do? Right. And so you have to practice bringing yourself back to the list. You have to say, wait a minute, my thought is saying this, but wait a minute. It's not about my thoughts. Let me go back to the piece of paper. What's next? And you've got to do that.
I'm Brian, and I use my iTrust Capital retirement account to invest in crypto.
iTrust Capital is a tax-advantaged crypto IRA platform.
Signing up is free. You don't have to pay a monthly fee.
And only 1% transaction fees.
This is your best bet.
iTrust is secure, full of options, and just really easy to use.
How easy can it get? The customer service is amazing there.
Because iTrust Capital has a human on the other end of the line.
iTrust Capital is the way to go.
iTrust Capital is the best.
Start investing today at iTrustCapital.com.
Don't just believe me. You heard it right there. I Trust Capital. That's what the Living Legacy Group
when
is
Doug
about.
and Andre came to TurboTax,
That's what we promote, and you can promote it too.
I made their
You can't keep realizing after you act that you should have done something else. At what point are you going to stop that? Realizing that you should have done something else after the fact. We're going to stay there forever? Or are we going to progress to the next stage where you catch yourself before you act? When are we going to go there? Tell me. That's the beautiful thing about life, no? The beautiful thing that it's beautiful to be human because we are, as humans, the only species that can decide to change now, consciously. There is no living entity or thing or species or other being that has this capability. The capability of changing right now. And therein lies the power of being human. Do you understand what I'm saying? Nothing else in the universe, as far as we're concerned, as far as we know, has this capability. And there we go again. You keep wanting to give me your thoughts, and your thoughts are meaningless. You're saying, I thought this is the end of the trade. So now, this is what you think. Was it the end of the trade? I want you to answer the question. You thought it was the end of the trade, but was it the end of the trade? So was your thought important? So what should you do with your thoughts? Ignore them. You don't even have to throw them away. They can be like cute little kittens or whatever. Meow. Ah, cute. Look at that cute little kitten. Meow. And you just, that's it. Oh, it's cute. And that's it. You don't do anything. Just don't let them take over. Look at them, laugh at them, say, ah, que lindo. But that's it. And you stick with your plan. There's a whole industry out there, self-help industry, that's all about trying to eliminate your thoughts or change your thoughts. This is an error. I've gone through this in my life. I personally believe that trying to change your thoughts, that's an error. That's wrong. The self-help books have it wrong, and I've read thousands of them. All right? And I can prove it to you that that's not possible. If I tell you right now, do not think of a pink elephant. Do not. What's the first thing you do? Think of a pink elephant. Right?
With Fiverr, you can hire top-rated freelance experts in a variety of AI services. Alternatively, you could just become an AI expert yourself. Begin by learning acronyms like NLP, NLG, and ANN. Spend hours writing countless prompts. And finally, stay up to date in a field that's constantly evolving, even at this very moment, and this moment, and this moment. And yeah, just hire a freelancer. Fiverr, freelance AI experts for your business.
Why are you not winning 70% of your day trades? You've read every book that's out there. You've watched every YouTube video that's out there. Heck, you've bought every course imaginable that you could potentially buy about day trading. But
you can't change your thoughts. But what you can do is observe them. And do you know what happens when you observe your thought? And the moment you're aware of the thought is your freedom from the thought. You see, the problem is when you identify your thought as you, and you don't even realize that it's a thought. You think it's you. And it is the loss of your identity in the thought. It is the thought assuming its own personality, its own identity. It is robbing you of your identity. That's ego. And the thought is being confused as me. It is misplaced identity. And that means that you are not aware that it's a thought because you have confused the thought as you. You see, you are not a thought. Therefore, you can be aware. Whatever you can be aware of is not you. And if you can be aware of a thought, it is not you. And the moment you start being aware of your thoughts, you pull your identity out of the thought. And by pulling your identity out of the thought and being aware of it for what it is, it loses all of its power because a thought's power resides only in the fact that you hand over your whole identity to the thought. And so the thought's power is your identity. But the moment you become aware of the thought, you pull your identity out of the thought, and the thought loses its power. And that's when it becomes the little cute little kitten. Meow. Because it starts off like a vicious lion, but when you pull the identity out of it, it's meow, meow. And then they become powerless. And so what happens when your thoughts become powerless, because you become aware of the thoughts as they show up, as they pop up, like watching clouds drift through the sky. What happens initially is that the spaces between the thoughts are very small at first. And as you practice being aware of your thoughts, pulling the identity out of the thought, ripping it of its power, the thoughts start appearing less frequently, which means that the space between your thoughts starts getting bigger. The duration of the spaces between your thoughts get wider and wider as the thoughts become less frequent and less potent, less frequent and less potent, until they basically drift away into nothingness. Now, without going too deep into this topic, but what do you think the space is? The growing space between your thoughts, what's that?
E-farming, a new way of making money that's taking the internet by...
That's you. That's you. Your thoughts were covering up you. And when you sit there, right? When you sit there in that space, that is when life takes on a power that words can't describe. All right. I appreciate that, Dennis. I appreciate that, Dave. These are just things that I've discovered, man, in my search for my own identity. The most important question you can ever ask in life is, who am I? There is no grander question. Who am I? And everything starts there. There are millions of people who live their whole lives without ever honestly and seriously asking that question. Who am I? And all of self-awareness, enlightenment, a life of power, whatever you want to call it, starts with the investigation that comes after that question. And you start off with the basic things like, am I my body? Well, if I lose an arm, have I lost myself? And if the answer to that is no, then I am not my body. And you start there and you go down the line, right? Am I a thought? Or am I aware of a thought? Then I'm not my thoughts, I'm not my body. The English language says, I am angry. But is that true or is that a lie? Am I truly angry? Is that who I am? Or is that what I have at the moment? Well, so the language lies to me. I am not hungry. I am not anger. These are things that I'm aware of. And so you just go back and back and back and back until you arrive at where? Space. Everything else is the moving items that cover up the space, right? And that's it. It's truly powerful. Yeah, that's another way of saying it, Simon. Stillness, because whatever's moving is not still, so that's not you, right? All right. All right, cool. When you can approach your trading with full awareness, this is the ultimate state. Because the problem in our trading is that we lose our awareness in the middle of the trade. That is why you can't do what you say you're going to do. That is why you can't keep your promises, because your promise is when you are aware. And then in the middle of the trade, you lose awareness, and therefore you lose your promise. You lose your rules because you have lost yourself. Do you find out? You understand what I'm saying? You have lost yourself, and by losing yourself, you've lost your promises. And so the goal is to remain aware. I'm aware that my thoughts are saying this, but my promise is this. And my thought is not my promise. My thought is not me. My thought is not intelligence. And that's when you start to increase the length of awareness and not allow your awareness to break up, not allow yourself to lose your promises, lose yourself, lose what you planned. And it becomes easier and easier and easier to do. Right? But this talk is, the premise behind what I just explained to you is that the real essence of something is between and behind. It's between, like you ever hear the term read between the lines? Because that's where the real meaning is. You know, it's always between or behind. What's between your thinking? What's behind your thoughts? Like I've said this in a recent video, right? Or in many videos, actually. A thought of a rose is not a rose. But the thought covers up the rose. The thought cuts off your relationship with the rose because now you are dealing with the thought of the rose, and the rose is blocked by the thought, like a cloud blocks the blue sky, right? And all you see is the cloud now. And so you have cut yourself off from reality. So when you think, so for instance, when Johannes says, I will kill the trade here, Oliver, because the thought of the bottoming tail bar producing this becomes Johannes's reality, but it's not reality. It's the thought of a possibility, but Johannes loses himself at that moment and regards the thought of this green movement as real. And that thought takes over the real. The real is now not seen. The real is not recognized. What is now accepted as true is the thought of that green arrow. I mean, can you catch this? It's very subtle. Can you catch it? That the action is based on something that is not real, but that is accepted as real. Therefore, I act. But it's just a thought. And when a thought takes over and you accept it as real, what is that called? I create reality. What is that called?
Introducing Iron Beam, a bright choice for futures trading. Iron Beam is an industry-leading broker catering to traders worldwide with 24-hour live support and the
My picture should be acted on. My thoughts are real. Not reality itself, but I create reality. I create what should be acted on. It's my pictures in my mind that matter. It's not what this chart says. It's not what my list says. It's what I come up with that should be acted on. And that's the essence of ego. Do you see it? Guys, I mean, this blew me away. When it says, my problem is that I'm acting off of my thoughts. And my thoughts have the worst record in the world, but yet I feel like they have the best record in the world. Why is that? Why do I feel like my thoughts are so important when they suck? Right? What kind of what kind of delusion is that? My thoughts have the worst record in the world, yet I treat them as if the record is pristine. I break every rule in the book because I feel like my thoughts are superior, but they have the worst record in the world. All right? Because we think it's part of who we are. Well, actually, you think it is who you are. Like most people confuse the voice in their head with them, right? You go through you go through most of your day and this voice doesn't shut up. Do you understand? And it's not you, but you have assumed now that it's you. And it's not. It has taken over you. You are in between and behind them. Have I gone too deep on you? I'm sorry. This thing got some new people here like, what is Oliver talking about? Dude, like, where should I put my stop, Oliver? Can we get back to that? What the? But but these things are truly combined in a way. And it's what, like, you're not going to find this in a trading course. You're not going to find this in a trading book. You're not going to find this in a trading article. You're not going to find this, in a trading group. You know what I'm saying? Self-development is so key. That's what makes trading so special. Because it will, if you're doing it right, lead to you realizing, I don't need another indicator. I don't need another tactic. I don't need another technique or another trading platform or another seminar or another mentor for that matter. What I need is a different me. I don't need a different something else. I need a different me. Because wherever I go or whatever I touch, I get the same results. And what's the common denominator? That everything I touch is touched by the same me. Everywhere I go is visited by the same me. Everything I take on is taken on by the same me. All of these other things are different, but I wind up getting the same results. And so what is the common denominator? If everything else is different, it's you. I used to tell traders all the time, wherever you go, there you are. Again. So when are we going to stop going places, dig in, stand still for once, and start working on you? Boom. There it is, in your face, inescapably in your face.
I'm very nervous. I'm gonna start. You're gonna start?
I'm an editor, and today we're gonna have a fun editing challenge.
There it was, folks, in your face. Man, that really meant a lot to me because I needed to have somebody in my face telling me the truth that I don't want to hear. And I am so grateful that I'm able to. I've been listening to Oliver for almost 3 years now. And what I'm finding is using his systematic technique of seeing how the market structure works. It's not hard or it's not easy, but it's simple. But see, that's so hard for us to comprehend as human beings, because he said it. We bring all the complexity into everything that we do and everything that we are. There was a saying that I love is, how you do anything is how you do everything. So if you constantly are messy, you're going to be constantly messy. If you don't get things done and you just keep doing it, you just keep doing it. So you are what you think about. So and it shows. He just said it. It just shows. It showed in my trading. This is why I'm glad I'm doing this for the small guy that is like, damn, what is going on with me? I'm you. I'm with you. We're together. That's a part of being with the Living Legacy Group. I'm here to mentor from my mentor. It's making sense. It's starting to click. And just by using this scale that we're using, we're experimenting to see what works. And when we find out what works we stick with it. That's why I have rules. I don't know if you guys can see these. I'm going to try to move that. See, I got a board. My board's got my rules on it. I'll have to write them down for you guys to show you exactly. But my rules say 10 trades per day. Mike did 19 at once. My maximum is 10 per, or what is it? 2% per trade. So 2% of $65. So let's do the math. That goes back to the calculator. $65 minus 2%. That's $63.70. So to get that, we go minus $65. We're only supposed to be trading $1.30 per trade. That's it. That's the maximum that my loss. So actually, my loss can only be $1.30 a day, or $1.30 per trade. Okay, that's 2%. I gotta write that on my board. 2%. Okay, 2%. That's negative $1.30. Now, if I lose, and the rule is, if I lose 3 trades in a row, I stop. So if my loss is, let's see, I'm going to put that down too. If my loss is times 3, I'm writing this stuff up. I'm writing this stuff on my board. If my loss is times 3, and that's, let's see, times 3. So that means I have to stop. I'll put it in red too. $3.90 a day. $3.90 per day. That's the rule. So let me go over the rules again. I'm trading cryptocurrencies only. I'm not trading any indices. I'm just taking that off there because what I'm going to do is find the coins that are low in price that we can put in a higher lot and be able to make these small pip increments to the price we want to get to. When we're done, we have 10 things. We got 10 lots that we need to do. We're going to start at the micro lot and go all the way to the standard lot. We're going to do this for a week. And then once we get the hang of the strategy using the elephant bar technique and the tail bar technique, we're going to keep doing that until we can make $2.40 per day, or even if we do this 60 cents per trade, yeah, within 8 hours, hopefully 8 a day. So if we did 8 a day, that would be $2.40 times 8. Yeah, I got to use a calculator. So that's $19 a day that we can make during an 8-hour session. What I think we might have to do is cut back on some of the, we'll do the trading bell, we'll do the opening bell at 9:30, and then right at 10 we'll go into open, we'll change it to open trading up until noon, and then noon we'll go back into the Trading Bible, because everybody needs to learn. It's just like a curriculum, a job. Once we get it down and everybody's making a substantial income, then we can say, okay, your homework tonight is in the Trading Bible, and we can go straight from the opening bell, and we can trade all the way up until 2 o'clock, because of the fact that it's crypto. It's not like the regular stock exchange. It will slow down, like it's slowed down now. There was a big, huge, movement to the downside, but we know all this is because of the fact that there was 2 days of scare that sent the market up and sent it to crash. So what do you think's going to happen? Come on. We have to realize we're dealing with human beings. They're setting people up to fail. They set me up because I fell for the trap. I'm excited. I've been waiting for crypto to come around since 2015. I've been pushing this thing, and nobody could hear me, or they didn't want to listen, but I didn't let it deter from what I felt that was going to be the future. This is the future. This isn't, so hey, this is the plan. This is what we're sticking with, and I know that ain't a familiar call, so I apologize about that. But the thing is that what we're going to do is we're going to go right into the Trader TV Live at 3 o'clock, opening bell, or the closing bell, and we'll continue out the evening, regular schedule, and then I will be back bright and early. I don't think I have anything to do. I had a couple things I had to do today because I have to get ready. We are going to be starting to give live seminars to schools. I want to have an academy. I want to have a trading academy, the only trading academy that I know in the area, in the metropolitan area, and I'm starting in the Detroit area first, so I can get something going. And looking for more investors. There's a lot to be done, from administrative to on the ground, setting up venues, banners, advertising, websites, apps. I found out today that I'm going to be promoting one, what is it called? National one national. So this is the card. It's from One United Bank. So this is who I am promoting. I am promoting them because this is the first fully black African American bank that I belong to. I'm going to load my money from here, and then I take my Coinbase account, and I've done it twice. That's why I was, messing around today, so I can get ready for these classes, because I have to teach every step of the way. So people have to take notes. They have to, it's going to be on hands, so people don't mess up. We know that people won't tend to mess up, but then what I did was put it into my Coinbase account. Screw Cash App. I don't even want to talk about them no more. But what I found out with Coinbase, I am able, my brother he brought something to my attention. He says, I'll be able to put some coins away for my grandkids. So I just made it to where I made 2 individual wallets besides mine to put my grandkids' coins in there. So I'm going to take some Bitcoin and then some Ethereum and some all the coins that I have. I can divvy them up, put them in those wallets, and leave them. They're all and just keep adding to them, so that way they have an inheritance. They have something that's going to be theirs in their future. I hope you get it, man. I hope you get it. We're living in a legacy era. All the stuff that you see, it was left here. We didn't all create it just from overnight. This has been years and years of development and years of fighting for what people believe in, and the whole gamut. It's just huge. It's huge. And I want you to be a part of it, but I want you to be in a group of individuals that think alike, that think about the same things that we want for our families. We have to go back to our family roots. Family is so far divided now. We need to bring that back together. And we can do that by education, by loving one another, and by being able to create generational wealth. Because I believe when you have less stress on you when it comes to finances and paying the bills, wouldn't it be nice to have your money working for you? And that's basically what we're doing. We're getting our money and we're finding gainful employment for our money. And the way we do that is through network marketing and affiliate marketing. We don't go out and knock on doors. We don't go out and recruit. I offer something to the public that is trending. This is trending. AI is trending. I showed my brother last night on ChatGTP. It's amazing what you can do if you just get an idea and say, hey, can you make this and do this and do it? And that dang on thing will spit that thing out and it'll have your answer or whatever it's going to do. But I really, really wanted to touch on that so that you can understand. We're accepting something that works and we're sticking with it. We look at Trader TV to see what's live in the market. We use our overviews from all the crypto resources that pertain to crypto. We listen to Oliver because he is a person that was there when you had to trade. You had to have a slip of paper and you had to look up at a ticker to see if your trade went through or not. Okay, they have modernized this so much. When I wanted to get into it in early 2015, you still needed at least $5,000 to get in, to be a part of the game, to make some money. But now they've shortened that to, I can get you started for less than $500. Now I can get you started for less than 100, or actually it'll be about 100, because for me to mentor you for 1 month, it will cost you $50. And if you wanted to fund your account, that's still going to cost you a $50 bill. But you have to look at what I went through today, loading my card, just loading my card from cash from Walmart to cash, that cost me $3.65. Okay, it cost fees for the ATM machine, the Bitcoin ATM. I'm going to tell you now, that cost me $20. Well, actually, they took $20 plus they charged me $1 for using the machine, and that was with cash. So I put in a $100 bill and only got $86 back in Bitcoin. Not the best way to do it, but if it comes down to it, what I feel that I can do it is we can do peer-to-peer processing. So you won't have to go through that. We're going to load the bank up, the Living Legacy bank up, so that way we can do our peer-to-peer to get you started without going through the hassle and all the fees. This is a part of what the membership of being in the Living Legacy group is. I'm going to teach you about your wallets. I'm going to teach you about trading. I'm going to teach you about network marketing. I'm going to teach you about affiliate marketing. I'm going to teach you about personal development and mindset. I have a special friend who is a excellent coach in meditation. She's going to be on. I have a circle of people that are in my group that I look up to because they are doing what I want to do. And the best way you can do what you want to do is find somebody that's doing what you're doing and follow their lead if they're successful. Now, if it's somebody that's wanting to do what you're doing but they're not successful and they complain about it, you don't want to be in that mindset. You want to get with the person who's doing the thing that you can see it works. And every time I open my charts now, I see what Oliver is talking about. It's going to take some time. That's why I said, if you want to get in for 30 days and think you got it down, knock it out, man. But I'm telling you, you're going to need to trade and demo for 90 days. Now, granted, you're not going to lose out because we're still going to be getting you your coins. So your coins will be growing in your account, whether it's in whether it's in your Coinbase account or whether it's on the trading platform. Preferably, we'll have your coins sitting on your Coinbase account holding. You'll have not just a couple coins, but you'll have a few coins that are fairly good projects that are happening fairly soon that will profit you tenfold. So stay tuned. All right, it's 2:51. Let's get back over to Neil and Sean and those guys and see what they're talking about.
Out there, you can have the 50 period. There's a 17,000 level, which, by the way, we're still 45 points away from. Maybe that'll be something to go short off of, or in something that you like this week. But let's preach a little bit of patience, because this market is looking awfully strong. If Uber takes out the top, then it'll be pie in my face. But we'll look for a re-entry if it does.
Oh, man. Yeah, so what is happening right now? Oh, we can look at Apple. Like I was saying this earlier, man. I was talking with the guys, and it was just like, I was talking about Apple because in the morning we were long, and then we dropped it, and then we just started to go short now. And it's just back to that 185 level right into here again. Debating right here, watching out for this short. The market's just back to flat. But we've already digested the CPI and all this rate hikes and all this kind of nonsense. I just, Dara just sent me this, which I think is pretty interesting. I want to show it to everybody. Most institutions are expecting rate cuts to begin in June, so like here's June. So we had the maybe, I don't know, I don't have it up right now, but I think Brendan mentioned it was down to 50%. It's probably even lower now for a possibility of the cut in March. It was as high as like 7. I think when we did the podcast last week, it was 70 something percent or something like that.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, and then now we're down to, many of them, I guess, pushed over now into June. So not looking like 50% to me, because you got 8 and 5 is 13, 14, 15, 16, and only 5 of them. So it's about a third right now thinking that we're going the other way right here. So let's just wait to see what happens with the rate cuts. But yeah, I feel like this is pretty interesting. So, the market was at one point expecting 6 rate cuts. And if we start in June, it won't be 6. So we'll wait to see. And of course, by the time June happens, half a year from now, there's going to be so much more data, so many more data points out there to look at. So yeah, it should be an exciting one. But there you go, man. Rate cut forecast by institutions out right now. It looks like they're getting more aggressive into June.
Yeah, they have to back it off. I mean, that's the thing when you talk about being data dependent, when you talk about inflation, these prints are going to matter. So that 3.4. Not the best look in the world. Obviously, the shorts are going to be decent on a day like today. Someone's just asked me in the chat, what do I think about AMD short?
Yeah.
My first thought is, okay, AMD, I like the short underneath the 150 level. It wasn't my happiest moment missing out on that. I prefer Intel, but it's not at the level I like. AMD 148 looks good, but I'm looking more here. What? Where we previously closed at 148.50. Like, that was my first thought, is what happened in the lower high here. 148.50, that's the previous close price. Makes a lot more sense, but it's got a flat top break at 148. Like, you could, in theory, I could just short off the even dollar level, and then if it gets up there, you take another shot at it. It's not my style of trade to short that level if my stop is up here in the afternoon. In the morning, sure, because there's all day for it to run. In the afternoon, I tend not to trade that way. I tend to probably take a couple of shots at it there. And sometimes even in the morning. In the pre-market, for sure, I would take multiple shots. But yeah, I could be convinced of that. I've just had better fortune with Intel, and I'm looking to short Intel specifically. The lower high there is 47.60. So that's the one that I'm likely to be on, is Intel. But the 48 looks good. 48.5 also looks pretty solid.
All right. We just shorted JP Morgan again. Let's see if it works. We were just short 97. It went to 90s. But again, we just broke through 170 and then stopped at 170.10. So I feel like for risk to reward, we'll just try this right now. The ES is again red right now. And we're at such a key level again. We're at 4,800 right now. That's where VWAP is. I feel like we could probably retest back into there. We really barcoded around 4,800 during the middle of the day. Let's see. I feel like I know the short isn't right. It's so stupid. What's my idea on Roblox? I mean, at least this idea is great. Like, again, Roblox falls right into the bottom. And see, so I'm just frustrated because you go short thinking that this move is just not gonna, we basically just went straight up on the NASDAQ, up 1%, basically straight up. I mean, a couple pullbacks there, a little bit of hesitation at that view up again, 69. Anyways, doesn't matter. What's my look on Roblox? Well, I'm very, very light in this right now. We just took an out rate there on the top. We now have like that 10% left that we normally have, and it's not super exciting right now. It's not really moving around, but we really like Roblox. We talked about why on the daily, and I think this is a name that you buy. I like it. We've talked about a lot of names, man, and I look over at it, and it's like we're back to highs, like Uber and stuff. Like Uber broke through Neil's been talking about it, but it went down to $57, and then based out, and now it's right back. The only reason I know this is because I sold Uber around 62. Remember, I was like, yay, we sold it on that high move on the S&P rebalancing there, addition. And then look what happened. Fell right into $58. It was really getting clocked at the beginning of the year. And then all of a sudden found some support in and around the 50-period moving average and now blasted right back up. So if you're asking for what's my opinion on Roblox right now, we've already done really, really well on this today. So I don't really have an opinion yet. Unless it comes back in, I'm not buying these tops. But it's as far as a daily chart, yeah, I think you're coming right into the 50 period again on a name that is strong. And I think eventually, I'll have to check on how many quarters in a row. I'm not even sure. I mean, I really like Roblox down there, but I haven't really done the work as far as figuring out What's
I
up
don't
with
think
this
their
name?
last quarter. I don't think they were profitable. I think
No, it's not. They don't have a PE, but February 7th, right
they could
now for
start
Roblox.
the trend. That's sort of the thing.
We'll see. I have to do
I
some
just put a
research.
poll in there, by the way, because someone just literally asked, "Are we going to end up green today?" I mean, look.
We there now.
It just tagged it, so I thought that was perfect timing. So will the Nasdaq close up today? Yes. CPI what? Or no, inflation wins. I mean, they're bearish today. I've been thinking bearish. It doesn't make sense to me that we close up. I know we're in a bull market. I get that. It doesn't make sense to me closing green today. It doesn't mean it can't happen. The way I'll choose to approach it is stocks I like short. Forgot to mention Affirm. Affirm right back to the level we shorted it. I'm trying to grab it above 43 if I can catch some fills. I might take a starter underneath the 43 level, which would make some sense. If I go long, I want to go long stocks that are strong, that I've been favoring the long of for other reasons, and I want to short anything that I like short this morning that sets up. I think I still want to short, as long as we're under 17,000. If we blow out 17,000, then fair enough. Like, you're not fighting. I don't think I want to fight past that level. That would seem crazy. But I want to make a point about Uber because you said this. If you buy something, I'm not saying you did this, but if you buy, let's say you bought Uber because of the S&P 500 edition, then you ring the register because of that. You know, there's a very good friend who made an investment based on a specific catalyst that had to do with the election. It was a penny stock. It gave the double up, so it gave the move you wanted. And then after the election, there was some hype around, deals happening and whatnot, but none of them ended up coming through. And then it came right back down because that's what penny stocks do. And it's like if you buy something for a specific reason, that's your reason to be in. Once that reason is gone, taking profit always makes some sense. So Uber could go to $100. It's like if you bought it because of the S&P inclusion, you made 50%. There's nothing wrong with that. Maybe you take some off and hold the rest forever. But Uber, I'm out for now. It is at a pretty big high. The other reason why I'm covering at the top, you've got 63. Let me just go to Trade Ideas to make sure I get the number right and not just trust me reading a wick on the chart. 63.53 is a 52-week high. Now, I do believe there is a wick above, like 10 cents or so, is like a pre-market price level. But at today's high, you are looking at the 52-week high for Uber. So that's one of the reasons that I'm taking profit out in front. I need to see it break out above or give me a dip buy back into 63, or we're not going to be messing around with it too much. I am still in that Fisker $1 trade, but it might be running out of steam. It got to like 110 and then kind of ran out of steam there. Should never have. I actually went short at 98 instead of just sticking to the only go long plan of the dollar. But it's been that kind of day. Mara long, Mark is asking in the chat. I mean, technically speaking, it's down 14%, so it would qualify for an SSR bounce. But to me, that would have been here at 21. What's going on with Bitcoin? It's not going to have a 50-cent range forever, so it's going to do something. There's no question about that. Like, if you start breaking out, I'd rather follow a move than make it. Like, if you start breaking out here, that's kind of a random price. 46.65. If you're breaking out above that, then sure. Following along with Mara might make a little bit more sense as I come all the way back over. Maybe like you get like a 22.70 break, give it 25 cents or whatever you like, and there's room to view up. Yeah, that would set up. But I'd rather follow a move that's happening as opposed to just try to buy the dip and hope it goes. I'm going to stay away from that. It's just for me. I'd rather be patient and wait around for a strong stock like Uber.
Yeah, I always think that when you're, when we're going to sit here and talk a little bit about Bitcoin, you just, or Mara or Coinbase or whatever.
It's just trade that.
It's like, yeah, they all, well, Bitcoin, I was just going to talk about this right now. Why can't I see what this price is right there? 46. Okay. So we're getting ready right now to take some of these levels out. As you can see, Bitcoin did make that bottom there of 45.5 in and around noon or so. And now you're making this move all the way back up. I got to get a better sight because this is like, I got to figure out how to do that because it's too hard to read. But that's 46 and change right now. And you can see right here, good level. You break this, then I think you get up to 47 and change and then into 48. So right now, BTC kind of holding today. You can see it was a nice downside move off that 40. That's 48.9 right there. Wow. That's a huge move as you come back in there to BTC. So this is on Binance. We got it very, very excited once the market opened. That's that Coinbase 160 level. Well, you don't have that? What price?
No, I mean, TradingView has 49,000 breaking. That's all.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it basically did. It's 49. Yeah, 48.994. I don't know. It doesn't matter. This looks like this is, I'm not even sure where this is coming from. Oh, Binance. What am I talking about? Okay, so nice move down there in Bitcoin. So it actually traveled $4,000 today. You know, so like that's pretty decent. Like it's 10%, right? 50 down to 45 and then back up. So watch out for this one. We're excited to see Bitcoin here moving forward. I'm more excited for Ethereum because I feel like if you're going to play both of those names, you might want to play the one that has a tailwind of a potential ETF coming through. Tailwind or not, it's NVIDIA that's making the move back up to the upside. There's lots of tailwinds on this stock. We'll wait for earnings to see if they can, you know, really monetize all of this, and we'll see the numbers, which is probably going to be, I assume, with this kind of a move up, that people are reassessing their expectations here for NVIDIA, and that's why I believe Brennan mentioned Jim Cramer, the forward PE and stuff on this name, as they keep releasing more and more deals and more chips that would work, especially in China. You know, now you have to adjust your earning expectations because they simply have more products to sell. So I could see this name continuing its march higher here. That is NVIDIA, and look at it go, man. We were just there, and like look at it drop. Like we were just not in trouble, but it just got up to this level again, 550.50, and then dropped $1 right there. This is pretty violent, man. I mean, there's a lot of money to be made scalping. Sometimes I think sitting here on my hand is a mistake. We could just be getting in and out, but I don't know. The market is a funny thing here. Let's see if we get that fall into the end of the day. I don't even have any bids.
I'm breaking ranks from like trying to. I want to be extra patient today because I found this morning, like we always talk about being patient and being specific, but this morning was a real lesson in that. But I wanted to point this out because I don't know how many of you are actually looking at some of these new ETFs. So IBIT. This would be the iShares, so this is BlackRock's, right? This is the one that's doing, well, every time I checked it, this is the one doing the best volume, and I want to say the best liquidity. Again, that's just an observation. I'm not here to tell you which one is going to be the best. I'm just looking at it, and I say I've seen the best liquidity on this one when looking at it trade. If you watch this at the open, or after we had the CPI number, we see this bottom at 27. Somebody bid a large size order compared to what was actually available right at that 27 even dollar level, right after the number came out. Like they stank bet it and it just bounced off of that. Then at the open, it broke out the top of that range, which so happened to be 27.50, and then went to $28, pulled back to 27.50, so buyer at 27, top at 50. Break out to 28 even, pull back to 27.50. Break out at 28 and then go to 30. Like it was, now liquidity is probably going to be a bit of a concern there, but I look back at this and you probably won't get an opportunity like this again because it'll be a little bit more, it won't be so obvious, I guess, when more people are looking at this and trading it. On the first day, sometimes you see crap like this where if you're just sort of willing to put a few shares in front of those obvious levels or take those even dollar breaks, you almost couldn't have lost trading those 50 cent and even dollar levels on IBIT. So as a few of these, like, not all of them came to market today. There are a lot of approvals, but only a handful of them actually started trading today. There might be those kinds of opportunities when you get breakouts on Bitcoin that the ETFs might give you some lagging moves, and it might only last a couple of days, and then they'll start to trade in a way that is resembling more other ETFs where you can't take advantage that way. So I just want to throw that out there. I did take a firm short because I'm not completely convinced that we're done with the short trades. I'm short at 43, so we get a starter. I want more above 40, like 43 quarters was the money entry earlier, so I want overfills as well above the 43 level. So sticking to what worked for the short side of the trade. I guess I'm not going to get back into Uber because Uber is at the high of the day. And maybe it's going to bust through the high of the day because you know what happens at 2:45 on a Thursday? We get Frank, and Frank moves the markets.
Yeah, lots to digest, lots to think about here as far as the inflation story is concerned. We had a hot print on I just realized it's Olive Green Day around here apparently today. Frank, good choice on the coloring today. Let's talk about this. So 3.4% versus 3.1% expected. So it is higher than expected, but we are still kind of in this range. And I said when we came on at 2 o'clock here, you sent over this chart that goes back to, you know, the summer, even June, July, and we're still kind of in this range. So yes, it's higher, but is this all bad?
Yeah, it truly feels like one of those earnings announcements or data releases that we've seen, not too dissimilar to the recent non-farm, that the number comes out as a surprise, the headline number that is, Brendan. I'm sure you guys see this all the time. And theoretically, the market should do one thing, and it tries to do it, and then it completely reverses that and goes back to what it was doing to start with. And we got the knee-jerk reaction, what you would think in a vacuum would be, you know, bad for stocks, great for U.S. rates and U.S. dollars, and then all of it reversed, and then also reversed again. And now it looks like everything's bouncing back for a second time today. What do you take from this? Because like I say, if you were to take everything else out of this week, and it's been a crazy week, obviously, for a number of reasons, but if you were to just look at this inflation print here, one, it's expected at 3.1. It comes in higher than expectation. But two, it is now, you know, printing in the wrong direction for the first time since the summer, fall of last year. And it's coming at a time where the market is still pricing in interest rate cuts in 2 months from now. Only two more inflation prints between now and when the market's expecting that next cut. And you can see we're closer to that 2% target. We're not there yet. And it's funny because I'm posing both sides of this story, speaking out of both sides of my mouth, because when I jumped on Tuesday, I said to you, you know, it feels like anything in the 2 to 4% range feels comfortable, feels like a good place, honestly, for the stock market, because you get a little bit of the, we can still cut from being above 5% to maybe closer to 4% here this year, even with an inflation in the mid-3 handle. But then on the other side of things, we're not crashing through the floor. It's the soft landing effect. So of course I can make the case for why this is a bullish number for stocks, but I can't help but look at the potential dichotomy, the problematic dichotomy of rising inflation and interest rate cuts. I mean, what did you take? Obviously, the markets took what they took from this number, but what did you personally take from this number this morning, Brennan? Because I found it a little bit alarming.
A little bit, yeah. The initial reaction, I think, followed that sentiment. If you dig in a little bit, it was, once again, the housing, food, or shelter food, and energy that came in to the high side. Everything else, though, was down on not only the month-over-month basis, but the year-over-year basis. And I love that chart that we just showed, because if you zoom out here, and we said this going back to Tuesday when we last spoke, you know, are we really sitting here nitpicking about 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4 when it's not 9 anymore, and we've come a long way? Obviously, there's going to be, you know, a pause, let's call it, maybe on the way to that 2% target.
No, and I would tend to agree with you there. Obviously, the headline number is the alarming piece, but when you dig a little bit deeper and throw in that context of we're a long way from those highs at 9%, and excuse me, it is a really tough balancing act for the central bank to bring down inflation, but not send us into a deflationary mode in a potential recession. So yeah, maybe this surprise to the upside is the best of both worlds. But it is something to be wary of, is the fact that we've now had a surprise to the upside in non-farm and inflation rate back to back. And the odds of a rate cut have actually, not only are they unchanged over the course of all of this news here today, but the chances are actually higher. When I jumped on with you earlier this week, it was only about I think 62, 63% chance of a cut in March. Now they are pricing out any chance of a cut in January. That has almost fully come out of the market, but they are pricing in more and more of that 25 basis point cut in March. And there's some other things at play here. I know that some of what the central bank has done to alleviate those regional banks that had a duration mismatch on their books, some of those actions that the U.S. has committed to help those public banks is actually coming up here in the next couple of months. So I think that's also why the market thinks that the economy is almost pushing the hand of the Fed to start to cut here in either March or the spring of this year. But yeah, interesting, always interesting to see a number come out. Your theoretical mind, your armchair economist mind, think one thing, and then the traders out there take the market back and forth and essentially the other way.
And it comes back to that simple fact that we've come a long way. There's probably going to be maybe even multiple pauses on the way back to that 2% mark that they want to get to. But I was reading a comment at lunchtime today from an economist suggesting that inflation's well under control. This is nothing, just a blip on the radar. Everybody move on with your day. And it looks like, as you were saying, the market has very much followed that sentiment, and we are recovering quite nicely here. There's a couple of things to consider, I think, in the sense that Fed speakers that we've had the past couple of days have come out still, kind of 1 foot out the door, 1 foot in the door, if you will, still towing the line of if we have to, we need to, but we feel pretty good about where we are now.
Well, and this is why we're here. This is why you and I have jobs, is because this changes all the time. And you go back to the last time we saw 9% inflation in the late 70s, early 80s, and the economy saw the same head fake of down to 2, 3, 4%, and then right back up to double-digit inflation. That's over the span of multiple years that happened, from the late 70s all the way into, I believe it was like 1982 or 83, that inflation finally came back down to that 2% target. And so, of course, we dissect the day-to-day. Of course, we dissect the intraday. Like I say, the market had the knee-jerk reaction to the downside, recovers, moves to the downside again, and now as we speak is recovering for a second time, and we're still an hour out from the stock market close. But yeah, I always be wary of it's completely under control, nothing else can happen, because yeah, I think there's a good reason why those central bankers are keeping 1 foot in both, staying at the 5% plus interest rate and the potential to cut. Because like I say, if we put together another non-farm in February and another inflation rate next time around that are surprises to the upside again, I mean, it's going to be really hard for the Fed to take that data in and start to aggressively cut like the market has projected. But again, only time will tell. There's so much emerging in today's market. And one of the only markets that has, until actually the last hour or so, taken this for what it theoretically is worth, is that Forex market. The dollar, even amid the pricing in of some of these rate cuts, is starting to emerge stronger against the Japanese yen, against the Australian dollar, and against the Canadian dollar as well, those two commodity currencies. And then obviously Japan has been its own one-off story, especially the last couple of weeks, but over the last couple of years as well. They never hiked rates. But this is Forex always an interesting point of view because it is so diversified from the world of stocks and bonds a lot of times. And that's another one that if our inflation is under control and we start cutting here, I think a lot of people think, oh, well, then that dollar is going to come crashing down. It's going to give up all of its gains from the last couple of years. You know, if We went from both being at 0% interest rates and Japan staying here and the US going up to 5% and they come back down. Well, then the US dollar has to give up some ground. But you can never practice that theory in a vacuum, because you're seeing in Australia, China, and Japan that on the downslope with the US and Euro area and Canadian inflation kind of in a healthy way moving lower, those economies are, potentially, like we talk about, crashing into that not soft landing, into that potential deflationary mode. And so that Forex piece, ever a diversified piece, that dollar still showing some strength against a number of currencies, even though it seems like the US might be the first to cut here.
All right, so if we look forward now, we still have, I guess it's better part of 2.5 weeks to go before we hear from Fed Chair Powell on or for the next occasion here. Given the underlying strength in the economy, if you go back to that last GDP print, yes, we have jobs that are higher than I think they would want them to be at this point. But given that underlying strength still in the economy, and there's still lots of demand obviously around, do they even have to cut going out to March at this point?
It's one of those things that the contrarian in me wants to say, no, they don't have to cut. This data is saying that they maybe shouldn't cut. And so, darn it, they're not going to cut until the inflation rate hits exactly 2%. And employment is, not surprising to the upside, and wage growth is completely back down to a more unchanged level. But the fact that the bond market, and more specifically the Fed funds futures market, has fended off these two numbers that are surprises to the upside in a row, it tells me that the market really thinks they're going to cut. And it might take a really big surprise for them not to. Now, I think the underrated piece, and you know how this goes, I mean, we're not at the January meeting yet, and we're still 2-3 weeks out. And the futures have priced in already a 99% chance of no change in January. And we're getting closer to that, either one cut or no cut, leaning in towards that cut out to March. As we get closer to this January meeting, and as we get past that January meeting, Brennan, I think the underrated piece that will move equities over the course of the next several weeks is, will Fed Chair Powell cut in March and then pause for a couple of meetings? Because that dot plot, that's the only elephant in the room. That dot plot said only 2 to 3 cuts this year. And so while the market is really stubborn on that cut in March, to the point where I think the market at large knows something that I don't know, or that the data isn't showing that they're going to cut here in March, the underrated piece is he doesn't have to necessarily then cut 25 basis points for another 4 or 5 meetings like the market has projected. And that might be a potential problem for equities over the course of the next couple of weeks, like I say. But it feels to me, and Brennan, interested to get your last thought on this, the data is important, but what feels more important at this point is the organic price action, is the actual sentiment around markets, because markets are shrugging off these data points, but exhibiting big moves on their own. So I don't know if the data will necessarily tell that. I think the market will probably tell that. I'll be watching very closely the Treasury note futures to see them price in or price out the 5 or 6 cuts that are currently priced in closer to that dot plot, or if they stay stubborn on those more cuts, that would obviously be better for stocks.
Yeah, and it's interesting, and a great point that you're making there, in the sense that we got so used to the way we went up, just hike after hike after hike after hike after hike, and then we paused for, I think it was 3-4 months, something like that, and then are we going to come off? And we've talked about this in the past. So yeah, it's interesting. The data is still pointing towards the fact that they are, but what is the pace going to be? And that's going to be the key for the overall market. Great stuff. Frank Caberna, Director of Strategy over at IG.com in Chicago. Appreciate it, as always.
Thanks, Brennan.
That's
Really?
hilarious because now the market's actually falling. I was just gonna say like,
Really can't make it up.
you cannot.
Like we were joking, but Mr.
Thanks, Frank, by the
Mr.
way.
Longshorts in the chat. Thank you as always, Frank. Mr. Longshorts in the chat was like, I'm just gonna this time I'm gonna go long on the futures or because Frank's talking, which of course we're being tongue in cheek about. But lo and behold, we actually pushed
At
to a fresh
NVIDIA.
high and then just started turning right back around. The second we just hit that top and then we started pulling back. It is completely uncanny, but hey, maybe it's a time of the day thing because it's always the same time. It's like not 2:45 to 3 o'clock twice a week in markets that generally are going up.
Yeah.
So like, let's get that out of the way. I'm not telling anybody to go long when Frank.
I mean, they can make
gets
like
on there. Make your own
if
decision.
they want, if they have like some, yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying it
If they
tends to
think it means something, I mean, by all means, I wish I would have known which way this market was going. We just been dancing with AMD here at 140. So first of all, NVIDIA slap. I mean, whatever. I'm actually up more after this trade than I was before we entered it, but still a fail right there on this last. It was this trade that was great. We just touched 552 there on NVIDIA, and that was basically, look at that, like almost to the dollar, like pretty much to the dollar. Yeah, to the dollar. These wicks are higher. Like, so if you were really thinking about shorting 552 and you were thinking about where your outs might be, you're basically in the money right now because you've just gotten that $2 pullback in. So, yeah, the last little bit we went short and got out immediately, so we didn't have to suffer any of that ill fate. But right now we are trying to suffer a little. Well, we are suffering a little bit through AMD. We just bought the dip. We got to sell some of this right now if it gets back up to the upside for AMD. Let's see how far it can go now. I switched over, man, and I said that we really know. Actually, shout out to Adara again. I mean, she mentioned already earlier today that you have to know the kind of style of trader that you are in order to, become successful and try to figure out what's going to work for you and what you're afraid to put on and what you're not. I don't remember the exact example, but that is right. And I feel that like I'm always finding myself trying to short like into moves like this because of just what Frank said. It's like if you can't wrap your head around like why this market's going up at all, and if a guy like Frank has no idea what's going on, then I don't know how I'm supposed to figure it out. But long story short is basically understand that if you're going to trade with the market, you should always be with the trend. There's really no other. You could use all these lines and try to pick your stock and all that, but like I've given the money back because, like we were shorting NVIDIA here, like the market since lunchtime has been straight upside, so for shorting that is ridiculous. You shouldn't be doing that. But look what the NASDAQ does. It goes basically to 7, like have a thesis behind what you're doing and then use that as your out. I have a lot of quick outs, but like I said, I understand that I should have just calmed down and maybe stopped trading when you're seeing action like this, So anyways, that's just one little quick thing there. We are getting some more out of AMD when it just ripped up to the top side. So there it is, man. We were short. We got out. That really wasn't much of a hit. Then we flipped over and started playing with the trend and upside right now. Like the market's green and AMD isn't yet. Did I see NVIDIA?
It's right at 550 again.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was wondering how much it was up, but 1.2%. So that leads me to think that, yeah, AMD has a little bit of work to do here to get back to Greensville here. And I expect that to happen, especially with NVIDIA pumping like this.
I'll tell you one stock that's not going to get green today.
Oh, no.
I can say this one with certainty. That's Mara. But it did bounce and break out that channel. I said, when I was asked about Mara, is it a good long? It was more along the lines of let it break out, let it make a move, let Bitcoin break that resistance that it was at, and then I'll just join the move. Like you can, look, if you got long at that point when the question was asked, do you win? Of course you win. It's a great entry point, and maybe you go long. I just rather see it start to go, see the volume pick up, have it pull back, a buyer steps up in front of that high, that previous top at 2240. So once I see a buyer step in there, 2240, kind of jump in there in front of the 50s and give it to that level, and then just take the stairs up. As a trader, it's a little bit, it's just easier to do. You're not going to get the bigger win because sitting there and being able to predict, hey, Mara's going up from here, you're getting an extra 50 cents and you're already in the money $1. That's just not my style. As a matter of fact, if he gets under 23, I'm probably just going to jump out of this trade, take the money and run because I'm not completely convinced. I mean, Mara's down 10%. So in the grand scheme of things, you tell me what the stock is on the daily chart. The stock looks ridiculous. I mean, it really does look ridiculous on the daily chart. But on the 15-minute, to me, this is a nice little breakout of the bottom in what is a ridiculously downward trending stock. And the previous support level is what we're approaching now. It was 23 to 23 and a half. So if it fails that price, I think I jump out of it. I said I would short a firm, so you know. Firm got back to our price. To me, yes, it's got a nice long off the bottom, but when I look at what the stock is doing, it's still in the downward trend. It would make some sense if it broke out from here and got back above that opening range top, then fair enough. I will give up the notion of shorting a firm, but not yet. And then Rivian, one more for you. Rivian 19, we talked about this yesterday. 19 was a short that didn't work yesterday, so that of course means today it does. Obviously, and I only have it now in the afternoon. So I missed it this morning, trading some other things, but I'm in it now. I'm looking for this to retrace back into VWAP. I have a bid in the 70s here to take some out for profit. So only in a firm and Rivian shorts, and it looks like I just trailed out of that Mar trade. So I'd trail out under 23 if it broke down. Even if it goes higher from here, I got in my 50s, scaled it out to 23. I'd be happy with that as we go back to the desk for Brendo.
There was a big move down in X going back to about 130, I guess it was, U.S. Steel. The National Security Review, Bloomberg reporting this, National Security Review, set to extend into 2025 on this deal with Nippon. The CEO has come out and said they still expect it to close in 2024, possibly Q3 even of this year.
This was like the iRobot move, only like there wasn't really a good retracement short. Like it came all the way back. So if you go back to where this was, I'm just sort of going over this. If you happen to see something like this happen, I wasn't watching this when it happened. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend, hey, this is what I would have, I don't know. I wasn't looking at the level twos. But the previous bottom was right at 48. It breaks 48. Your rebound, this is literally what I was talking about in the midday when I came on and talking about liquidity and market making. When you get a drop like this, 50% of that move to the downside isn't necessarily just people selling. The other half of the move is the people that were making the markets, like providing bids for liquidity, which is the algos and the market making, they just stopped doing that temporarily. And so where they decide to buy matters, and then when it comes back to the top, where they decide to stop, tends to matter too. And if it shows you a level with confluence like the 48, generally speaking, I'd say just short off the 48. Don't mess around with trying to hit a home run. It goes up to 48, comes back in. What happens when it goes back to 48? You're shorting 47.90 for 10 to 15 cents worth of risk, and it goes back down into 47.5 clean. Like that's exactly the type of move that to me you're looking for something like that. If you catch the bottom, of course you're going to get a bigger winner. There's zero question about that. But yesterday it was a similar thing, but just a better opportunity because iRobot was obviously worse. Like it came back down. It showed you the liquidity vacuum ending at 31.50. Then you short off of that area, and it gives you like I only held it for $1, but it ended up going down $2 from there. You know me, like I'm getting out early because that's how I roll. In, out, like a ninja, and take half the move, typically speaking. But looks like you could have had that chance. Maybe not as big of a move over there on X. We should just call him U.S. Steel because like, to be honest, like now.
When I heard X before, I was like, oh no, what's going on with Twitter?
No, but this is for real because when it was happening, we weren't looking at the stock. Sean and I were both sitting here, and we heard I think it was Yannick, Yannick or Yanni in the chat or behind us yelling about X. And so I'm not making it up. I went over and I'm on my tweet deck looking at my Twitter feed to see like what's happening on Twitter. It didn't even occur to me to pull up X while that was happening, which was ridiculous. That's stupid because the move was going on and I'm looking in the wrong place. So we'll be saying U.S. Steel. I'll be trying to say U.S. Steel so as not to confuse people. Now, of course, the shorts want.
Now it wants to go in. I'm like.
I should be short a chip name, but I'm not.
Frustrated. Well, I was just long AMD, and I mean, it's just funny because like we were just scalping it out. It's like, and I was saying this actually to Patrick before. It's like sometimes when you're noticing that a stock, like every time it comes back in, it's so easy to get the long, and it's impossible to get out of them. Like I was just kept on basically waiting for this thing to go, like getting out of small amounts, trying to buy, and then eventually it just snapped below again. We said the futures could test 16,900, but you know what? Like NVIDIA is actually pulling back real nice, to be honest with you. Down to 548. We just touched 548.50. Like that's $4 straight to the downside right there. So yeah, pretty disastrous move for NVIDIA. I mean, not really. Still up, but like in our world, $4 is pretty good. So that's a nice little move back down for NVIDIA. Yeah, I don't know, just really surprising. Yeah, thankful for that, Wolf. We're still in Roblox, which is $1, but this name again, we're pretty light on it. We really like this name. Right now we're just like all the cuts are adding up, but it's just like frustrating because I just bought AMD again. This is still red. Like I'm very surprised about this. And again, remember when things aren't working the way, I already just said this, when they're not working the way you want them to, you just slow down. You don't take as many shares. See?
I traded the least.
Like AMD just.
I traded the least
can't
amount
solve
during
this.
the midday than I have in a while, like during the middle of the day. It was because it was one of those types of, the more frustrating the morning is, the less execution.
Oh,
I
come
want
on,
to make during
AMD.
lunchtime, generally speaking. And even now, okay, fine. Like, I'm going to show you Rivian because Rivian's working. But Rivian, it wasn't really moving that much, and it's giving you 15-cent range. It never broke the highs. But like Intel, which was working for me, which was one of my better stocks today, I was in the short. Okay, maybe I timed it wrong. I should have waited till after Frank was done. Like, why is that even? Like, the fact that that's actually ending up being true, like I actually should have waited till Frank was done. I was in the short, stopped it out, and then the first thing that happens is right after I'm out, it goes to another local top and then pulls back for a scalp trade. But I'm just going to stay away from it. Like, it's not making a lot of sense. Rivian is working fine. Affirm underneath that 43 looks okay. But even then, like, look at the move back in. Okay, we're going up and headed for 17,000. Like, the stock is pulling back 20 cents here. When a firm is rolling over, like the first move tends to be a little bit better than this. So we're not really getting everything I'm not getting everything that I want out of this move. I don't think I try to reload this again. Let me go double check on Mara. I'm assuming that'll be like at VWAP or something ridiculous because I got out of it. Well, not yet. Probably gonna get there. 23.5 on Mara, so I got out. We went 22.5 to 23, which means, of course, it's going to go further. Mara suddenly a little bit stronger. Just because I said it's not going green today, you know what's going to happen with it. It's going to do something ridiculous. Oh, there was a question in the chat that I found amusing. Not really amusing. It was someone asked me what are the chances of Fisker turning into a Mullen. My simple answer to that is not near zero and it's not that Fisker couldn't. It's not that bad things can't happen to Fisker. It's just that Mullen is a ridiculously extreme example of what can happen to a stock. And this is split adjusted on Trade Ideas on a weekly. Like that's $300,000. And currently whatever the heck it's at right now, it doesn't really matter. But it's just in context, it doesn't matter what price it's at.
Right.
Like split adjusted, the tops are over 300,000. So the chances of that happening to Fisker are near zero. Like my answer would be non-zero. Like I'm saying zero, but I don't want to speak in certainty. So non-zero. It's the amount of times you have to split, the delusion, all that kind of stuff. Like sure, Fisker could go bankrupt, but I seriously doubt that you can have something as ridiculous as what has happened to Mullen shareholders. But Mara, I would like to get back into this long if I can find the stairs up. If we're gonna go higher from here after this little pullback, I don't want to forget about Uber. That was a good one. It's this 52-week high. You've now touched it in the morning. You just tapped it here in the afternoon. Either we pull back and give an actual long into it again, or it's got to be a breakout above the 52-week high on Uber, which is just not something you expected to be saying after that hot CPI print, yet here we are.
Oh, man. All right. I was just looking at some consumer credit numbers. All right. See, like this is the frustrating part about trading again. And yeah, we are going to slow down a little bit, and we've just been taking profit. Like when we were loaded up on this, it breaks, and then all of a sudden it gets wiped down to 70 there, and then it just goes back up, and we were able to buy it back and take some out, and we only got out of 40% of it. thinking that, hey, man, we want to stay long. We want to stay long in this market. And here's the pullback rate to the 50-period MA again. Despite things not really working out too great on these strategies right now, I'm going to try to still continue to do the same thing and just not worry about it. If it breaks the bottom right there, then fine. Like we said, try to play with the trend. We're still above VWAP. Although AMD is red, this kind of goes against it, but we know the sector it's in and we like this sector. So I'm going to try to stay long. We're only out of the money now, an amazing 5 cents, but that seems like an eternity today. Roblox still not moving. Here we go. So now we're loaded up again. Watch to see if it breaks. I don't know. We just got a bid down there. We're going to try to give this a little bit of room, but not much, man. Breaking through 70, that's the low that we went to last time. It can't just keep on testing these lows. And then I just keep holding through, because at some point, if you don't, and what I'm talking about is this little wick bottom right there that was just made. So we waited, we were very, very patient. We got some there, we took it out, we reloaded it. So now, if and when we get hit, our average price, we're only gonna lose 13 cents. So this is what I mean, less shares, little bit more aggressive on waiting. Aggressive and waiting don't make sense, but waiting for the price, then getting aggressive at that price. So right now we'll wait, which we're doing. If it breaks 70, we're gone. And then I'm gonna just say, I don't know, and maybe wait for the imbalances or something coming through, because right now the chip names just aren't as strong as maybe we thought they were a couple minutes ago when NVIDIA was taking out 552 in the day's high. Right there, market is falling a little bit, but obviously NVIDIA going back up would definitely help my AMD position. Although one is red today, one is green. So I'm trying to play the weak name to see if we can catch up. But if the strong one falls, then the weak one is surely to follow. So this will be a 13-cent hit, and we'll get the heck out of here with AMD.
This is hilarious.
Roblox still isn't moving. Huh?
You just said ketchup, and I was about to talk about Lay's.
Oh my God!
I'm not. You can't make this one up. You guys know what's happening on Sunday. The Buffalo Bills are playing a playoff game, which they'll win pretty easily against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And
even TJ Watt.
I just recently got myself, because that's what I like to do when I watch my Bills play, some Lay's ketchup potato chips. I'm locked and loaded, ready to go. I've got my Innocent Gun rum cask. I've got my chips. I've got my Victory Blue Label for once. So essentially, once I know the game is in hand, then the Blue Label comes out.
Yeah, that's good.
I have a sip of that. It's a 1 o'clock game, so it's literally just.
Don't sip it too early. I mean, that game might be.
Oh, come on! It's the Pittsburgh Steelers. But Lay's is about to get back to the high. See, all you need to do is have more of this.
Yes.
And I understand Mike Tomlin's a fantastic coach. I have all the respect in the world for him, but come on.
Yeah, they don't even have TJ
Mason
Watt
Rudolph.
Oh, man.
Look, if you're in the NFL, you're one of the best at what you do.
There goes AMD,
but
bro.
He's no Josh Allen. So the Lay's about to break out these highs. I'm not chasing a move like this, but I can tell you, and Sharif was on this, this is the kind of day where, I don't know, at lunchtime, I just said I wasn't really trading as much at lunch given how frustrating the morning was. I was like, yeah, maybe we can get back to green today. Probably not going to happen. We battled some of it back, half of it back. But moving the Lay's could have done it. I guess shifting gears to some small caps, specifically the one that never really broke the trend. Look at it. It took out a double top from yesterday. And then it goes to $3. You can't make this stuff up. The day that a stock like that goes to $3 and pulls back to $2.50 and then bounces from there and then breaks 3, and then now what's the high? $3.51. Come on, man. It's because it's not usually, it's not how it works usually. It's not that easy. Why am I missing a chunk of the day on my 3-minute? But it's not usually that easy on a stock like this. It's not going to just bounce off at 250 and then go to 3 clean. Come on. Why would a stock do that? Because everyone else is paying attention to other things. And not enough people are trading it. Because if enough people are trading it, it's not going to do that. Because then everyone's long in front of that same level. But it happened here today, and that was your opportunity. Congratulations. Yeah, that's too loud, man. That was way too loud. I'm sorry, but maybe that was just us, but if that was that loud to you guys, it was to me, that was kind of loud. So I'm going to see if I can get VWAP on the bid here on Rivian. I thought I had a bid down there. I don't. And then we'll go from there. It's already 320, so 10 minutes to early look on the imbalances. And then, of course, we have the imbalances coming out at 350. I don't know how aggressive I want to be for the rest of the day. But in terms of individual names on the imbalance locator early, Uber is a buy of 1.3 million. I'm not buying the tops based on that, though. It's at a 52-week high right now. It's 3 cents away from a 52-week high. Like I'm not buying that top just because I see that. If it was at VWAP, I'd probably just punch long right now. Nothing really standing out. I mean, obviously, KO, whatever. Pfizer 1.8. Pfizer, whenever it comes out big, tends to pair off. So I think it's Uber that looks interesting on the early look imbalances, but I still would like to see that punch through the top or pull back before we do anything else.
Oh yeah, that was a trade I liked, actually.
Uber?
Yeah, it was Uber because 63.50 was a good level there.
Top,
try to take out. Oh, actually, yeah, we talked about that before. A good little level here on Uber. This was one of the ones that we wanted, but again, if I get into it, it's probably going to not work out. So watch out. We'll try it there. We'll punch out a couple. Whatever, we'll do a couple hundred shares. Maybe we can get this upside right now on Uber and break. And again, this is a great one. And someone actually brought this up to our attention before all these tops. So I just I thought, what do we have? Yeah, because that's 50. Okay, so that's the top there. But I just zoomed that back out on this. And I have to find out what exactly that high is. That's 63.70, well, whatever. I mean, if we take 50 now and we get to 70, that'll be good. We can take out some profit there. But let's just use that as our marker then. So 20 cents back down in. I mean, maybe if we take it and just the way that this market seems to want to be messing around a little bit with us. And by the way, finally we got this. Hopefully this doesn't just drop. I shouldn't have even traded it. Let's just wait. Don't put any orders out. We just got an 88 fill on this because we're long again. Right now on AMD, like I'm just getting frustrated because go up, man. Like honestly, okay, we'll take out an 86. We'll take an 86 that we took an 88. We'll wait for 92s, but hopefully this will start to blast at some point into the close when we get those imbalances. I mean, a little bit of a move down. We're now 20 cents in the money. All these hits are like 15 cents, but it's like we get hit on our not our max position, but a decent size, and then when it goes up, we can't get out of anything. So let's go. We need a push upside here in AMD. I'm waiting at 92. I just said that. Let's see if we get some more. Give us
us free.
Give it. Like it just printed. I didn't get to fill at 92 there, and it just tanked into 88.79. Oh, like if I was at 90, we get the fill. But that's what I'm saying. I am getting frustrated, but don't. Like, these are the fills. This is what happens. Our stop order's in. We're in the money still. And we're just trying to watch to see what happens here. But crash in.
This is another thing that market makers do, by the way, is the algorithm types. So one of the things that happens is when you send an order to the market, let's just say there's the codes that go with it, it knows they know where you're coming from.
Right.
So if you're our order flow is obviously going to be a professional order flow. So what'll happen is if you have a stock which is going all around like Apple or AMD or whatever it might be, and then it gets to a key crucial level, new order flow that comes in that it can be labeled a certain way, the algos will decide to jump in front of that, and that's why you won't necessarily get to fill. If you ever see sometimes in a move where we'll put orders and we'll have them out before it gets to the key price, that's a reason why doing. I'm not saying you have to. It's just I tend to prefer that. Because if I'm trying to get out in front of 70 on Rivian here in a situation like that, or here in front of these support levels, I'm already sitting there when it gets there. Because I don't want to try to put an order in when it gets to the obvious level. If front runs and you miss it by a cent, then it's 10 cents back up when I was looking to capture 15. So that's just another reason why we have to sit there, we will be reading the tape and having to make judgment calls on things like that. The market makers will get you. That was the lesson today. And I actually meant to say that too when I came on at 12, and I just ended up not adding that thought. So I'm glad I was able to get it in there during the how to trade, because that is important. New order flow as it gets to the level. If you're already sitting at 12 in front of a 10, it's one thing. If you try bidding 11 and 12 when it just got there, sometimes that gets front run and you don't get the fill. Let's get up to the desk with Brendan.
Much of a reaction to this, but Tesla actually making a statement here saying that the armed conflict in the Red Sea and the blockage of shipping routes to Germany specifically has now started to cause delays in production, specifically in Germany, guys.
All right, what did that do? By the way, remember I was telling myself to calm down. AMD went up, it went to 92, and we got to fill. Then it went back down. So hopefully, I don't even want to look at it now because I need this to go higher. Because if I look at it and it just keeps on doing that, I'm going to drive myself crazy. All right, so right here on Tesla, new opportunities. Yeah, you would think that would have been a problem. that story. Like now we're back into supply chain issues, right? I mean, that's what it is. They can't get their parts and have to shut down the gigafactory over there. What? That's going to be a problem. I thought Ramin was looking at me there. I was like, what's going on? Then there's going to be some supply chain issues, so we're going to have to watch out for this. 228.50, it looks like we want to break higher. These bottoms of 227, this again has just been a really, really fun, weird day for everything. Like Tesla's down almost at what was down 3 and a bit.
He's calling it weird and fun.
226.
I'm gonna call it a day because I have to still do some running around.
I said I would stop looking at it, but like AMD's finally starting.
I will be back tomorrow.
I want to try to clarify.
The same bat time, same bat channel. So you guys be good. Follow Oliver. I will be having some lessons and everything. But I'm trying to get things ready for, I want to be putting on a live seminar in Detroit. So I need to get ready and get prepared. So you guys take it easy. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Bye now.